Can you hear me?
Yeah,
You
I can
are
hear you.
now.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you
I
fine.
can hear you.
Cool.
Yeah.
How do you do the picture thing?
Uh, I honestly don't know. I had my 16-year-old son do it. But you should be able to click on the little the three dots in the
I got it.
bottom
I think
right
I got
hand
it.
corner and upload an avatar.
Perfect. I haven't used uh the duck one.
The StreamYards, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I figured we'd start off on StreamYards. I'm still actually advertising right now. I've got I got a post in Discord and see if people are going to show up. I've done Twitter and Facebook. So right now I'm doing Discord and seeing what is wrong with this stupid Discord right now. There's supposed to be not direct message. I don't want to do direct message. I want to do self-promotion. There you go.
Oh, do you know Merc? What is Mandalorian Merc?
Mando Merc?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know him in conversations.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've been bullshitting on Discord. I think he's asleep now though.
Yeah, I should be too.
Nah, this is my normal time, man. I worked years. After I got out of the army, I was a cop for like 7 years, and I was on the night shift there. Is just get used to it after a while.
Army, right? Army? Were you in the army? Did something happen to the stream? Did you what the hell happened?
All right, I'm back now.
There
I was
you
like,
are.
yeah, dude, I was in the army. Fourth
Jeez,
ID.
criminy. Holy cow. You can turn your camera on and just leave it streaming if you want to.
Yeah. As long as we don't go live, I don't want to get my girlfriend. She's very paranoid about being docked, and plus, I grow a horrible beard, and I've not shaved since the whole quarantine thing. It looks ridiculous.
No, we are live right now. I expect some of my friends to show up pretty soon.
All right, I need to figure out this picture thing.
Okay.
My girlfriend's gonna get pissed if she sees me on there. You said 3 dots. I don't see 3 dots.
Down. Are you on the StreamYard?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So down at the bottom, your box shows up, Mad Mardigan, and on the bottom right-hand corner, there should be 3 dots.
There is not.
Like I can kick you from the studio or ban you from the studio. Let's see. How do I do it, actually?
Look.
Now that I think about it. Oops, I just took myself off the stream.
All right.
Oh, in the top right-hand corner.
Oh, okay.
Top left-hand corner. You click on that that layout, the solo layout, and you should be able to right-click and change the picture. Well, I guess I was wrong. Oh, edit avatar. Doggone it. Okay,
Where's that at?
I'm gonna. Yeah, there's a little picture with little mountains behind it. Right
Where?
next to your microphone. Right next to your avatar.
Avatar.
Right next to your name, you have a microphone. Not emoji.
Look, I'll show you right now. All right. You see my screen share?
Yeah.
Okay. This is where you're telling me it is.
Right. It should be. Well, it should be right at the bottom of your. Wow, that's a different version.
Oh, I don't know what version I have. Wait, I think I downloaded it.
Because
Wait,
on
is there
this
a download
box,
thing?
on the gray box you've got right here with no picture on it,
Yeah.
there should be a little box with the little mountains in it. I'll share my screen and show you what I'm talking about. So I'm going to take this one off.
Yeah, you can take mine off.
And share my screen.
You don't ever use the one I'm using is Stream Labs. I really liked it.
I've never used Streamlabs.
So, I like it.
Yeah, I've only ever used StreamYards. But you see down here, I'm sharing my screen, right?
Yeah, so, I see like it looks like that shit that Ray saw in Last Jedi. It just keeps going. I can't.
Oh, that's the infinite regression. Yeah. But right here, the Mr. CCDV, and then I've got that little box with the picture of the mountains right there, and then the little picture of the microphone. And if you click that picture, then it should let you change your avatar to whatever you have on your computer. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It would if I had those buttons.
You don't have those buttons. Okay. Yeah, I got nothing for you then. That's the extent of my IT technology.
Yeah, okay.
I'm done for after that.
No worries, man. Yeah, I'm having to try to learn Adobe because my girlfriend, she works at the university, and she has access to all the good stuff.
Oh, I need to change my picture back to my avatar. I had it on Momo just to show you that you could change it real quick. But no, if you're using Streamlabs, I'm not familiar with that program.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you how to change your picture.
Yeah, no, not a, yeah. I got the other one down. I get that one. This one I'm not so sure about.
All right, so you started your YouTube channel last month.
Oh, was it? No, it had to be. Was it? Yeah, it was, I guess.
Yeah, it was April. Oh, yeah. Okay. So 2 months ago.
Haven't touched it until this month when I started actually messing with it.
I was listening to your first podcast, your first live stream.
Well, that's the 85th. Yeah, the podcast. Those guys have been doing it for quite a while. I'm a guest on there quite a bit, and so I talked them into letting me put it on my channel, and then we have it on Twitch as well, and all the podcast places. But
yeah, I was laughing because you were like, well, we're 10 seconds into it now. Can I just delete that first minute already? No, let's just carry on.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's just all improv stuff that they try to do, and it's a lot of fun though. I have fun with it.
Yeah, it was pretty funny though, just listening to that first few minutes, and then of course you contacted me on the Twitter, and I figured, what the hell? I'm not asleep yet. Might as well.
Yeah,
fire it up and see what happens. A couple of my friends will probably show up pretty soon. The East Coast, they're coming up on 5 o'clock. And you dropped out again. What the hell, man? Now I have to carry on the conversation all by myself. So there I was, no shit, in 1995. I had just graduated high school. I realized that going back to the high school as an 18-year-old man was not a viable option for me. And so I kept visiting the high school over and over again every week. And one day I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, "Self, I really need to do something with my life." So I went down to the recruiter's office. I said, "Hey, Air Force, I want to play in the band." And they said, "You need 2 years of college to play in the band." And I said, "Okay." So I went over to the Army and I said, "Hey, Army, I want to play in the band."
Hey, I heard East Coast, And then I pressed the duck. I was like, I wonder what happens if I press this duck. Kick me out.
Well,
And
hey, you got an avatar though.
yeah, I came back in. I'm like, oh shit, hey, there's that button he was talking about. And it, yeah, everything worked out perfect.
There you go. That works out. Yeah, so I went over to the Army recruiter and I was like, hey, I want to be in the Army band. And they were like, okay, awesome. Take the test. So I took the ASVAB and went down to the MEP station in Phoenix. And when I got there, the career counselor said, you have to have 2 years of college to be in the Army band, which was a lie. It was a lie. Or she was just ignorant. Either way, it didn't really matter. I ended up as a fueler, a 77 Foxtrot.
Oh yeah. No, I remember you guys. Yeah, but you only did it for like we had a Bradley in a Humvee when I was in Iraq, and yeah, if it was the Humvee, we had to do it ourselves. But for the Bradley, like we just pull up and had to wake you guys up for y'all to come out and do it.
Well, it depended on the unit. My very first unit was 315 Infantry at Fort Stewart, Georgia. And so we did hot refuels constantly on the Bradleys. So we'd be driving down the trails, the tank trails, and we'd drive the Hammett up to the Bradley, and none of us would stop moving. And so we'd hand over the hose and they would top off their tank while we were still driving.
Yeah, I was at Hood. I went to Knox for training. My reason for joining wasn't the band or anything. I I went to, after high school, I went to aeronautics school in Oklahoma. Drank too much, smoked too much, and we came to a mutual decision that I should do something else. And I went back home. I started working at a timeshare resort.
Oh, Jedi Bill is here. Hey, Jedi Bill. And Nina is watching TV. Jedi Bill is a brother from another mother. He lives down in Tucson.
Oh, I got a buddy up there in Arizona. He runs a charity. He's a disabled veteran as well.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he even got this was years ago, but like there was a UFC fighter and put a whole banner behind him during a pay-per-view fight with like his charity on there and stuff. It was pretty cool.
Oh, it's too damn hot down in the valley for me. I live in the mountains where I belong.
But anyway, so I worked at this timeshare resort, and the security guard we worked at night. Man, we got so high. We watched like Judge Mathis and Judge like Joe Brown and shit.
Yeah.
This was 2004. And this Army commercial came on, it was like, call 1-800-GO-ARMY and get a free t-shirt. Like, fuck, bro. I want a free t-shirt. So I called.
That's the best reason to join the Army.
Yeah, man, I called, and like next thing I knew, the recruiter was at my house, and he's like, hey, he's trying to give me all these reasons. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. Take the ASVAB. I did okay. I would have done better, but it was so cold. Like my nipples would get so hard they hurt. So I'd rush through a section to go rub them in the bathroom, like one would. And,
of course. I'm constantly rubbing my nipples.
Right. When they get too hard. And then I went to, MEPS and shit. And I remember sitting down, and the guy was like, all right, Wayne, here's your list of jobs. Like my cavalry scout. What is that? He's like, you know what? Got a video for you. And he shows me this video, and there's doom buggies and dirt bikes, and at one point,
you never got to do any of that stuff. I know.
At one point, there was a tree line, and you couldn't. I'm like, oh, what's gonna happen? He's like, oh, just wait, and then they just pop up out of the tree line. Yeah, I was never been in a doom buggy, never been on a dirt bike. Popped out of Woodline once at Hood, and everyone stared at me, asked what I was doing. I was like, fucking saw it in the video, man. I'm doing it once.
At least once.
At least once.
Good morning, Nina. Thank you for joining us. You are a wonderful person and a good singer, and I love it. So thank you. Yeah, we decided to do this on the spur of the moment. Mad Mardigan. I just met him tonight, and he's a Army veteran as well. So we figured we'd, review a movie or something.
Well,
Army movie.
my plan was to have a group of veterans do a live stream after we've all had time to watch a movie like Hurt Locker, and then explain why they're so dumb in what they did.
Yeah, that's true.
I tried watching it again the other day. I made it 10 minutes and I just was done.
I couldn't sleep, so laid down in bed, put my mask on, started to drift off, was listening to your podcast, and then you contacted me on the Twitter. I was like, might as well. Let's go ahead and get her done.
Well, fuck it. We'll talk about military. Give me your top military movie. Like your go-to.
My favorite is MASH. The movie MASH with.
I forgot, man. You're old. Older, yeah.
I am a little bit older than you, yeah.
No, I mean I get it. I saw reruns like A-Team and that. I get your thing, but MASH. Oh.
Well, it's the one with what's his face? Man, I gotta look this stuff up now.
What with the
Elliot Gould and
Hawkeye was in it, yeah.
Yeah, Hawkeye and Trapper John, and Elliot Gould played Trapper John, and I'm trying to remember his name. He's Canadian. I know that. He's really old now. Played Hawkeye, but I mean that was that is my go-to military movie because I would prefer to laugh rather than see something like Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
Because I've been there, and I drove a fuel truck, not in World War II, but it
wouldn't have surprised me.
Whenever you invade a country, it's the same basic concept as you're invading a freaking country, so it wasn't as bad as D-Day and Saving Private Ryan, but at the same time, I just don't want to watch that,
It took quite a while for me to get to a point to where like I was cool with it. Like in 2006, we were in Iraq, and our Bradley was hit by an IED and I was burnt over 30% of my body. So I was at BAMC. And I remember my aunt and her husband, they came and the first thing I did when I got out of the hospital was had my stepmom drive me to GameStop to get a new Xbox 360. I couldn't even walk into the store, but so they got me Ghost Recon. I think it was like Advanced Warrior or something, right? I'm like, okay, all right. And I started playing it, and the very first thing they have you do is like, okay, take this AT4 and just blow up that Bradley.
Right.
And I was just like, and I did it, and I was like, my dad, I was like, just put Tiger Woods back in. I can't.
I don't feel right about this.
It was like a year before I ever picked that game up again. But in the Army now, man, as ridiculous as it is with Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
I felt as though
great movie. I love it.
I felt as though like they were probably more accurate with their depiction of basic than really anything else you can see.
They were actually, and the sweatsuits that they wore.
I had those. I was at the tail. Okay. Yeah, I was at the tail end. I had them in basic, and then whenever we hit like I don't know, like the last phase, I forgot what gold maybe. We were able to switch over to the cool ones. Wow. But we had the gray sweats because I was in.
You could call them cool. I actually preferred the sweats.
Yeah, they weren't that bad.
I'd been running the sweats for
20 years by that time.
12 years by the time we switched over to the new uniforms. And I really did not like the polyester that they put us in. I really did not.
I got to Knox in July, and they, this was '04, so they were, everybody was like, "Holy shit, we don't have enough people." So they just neck tattoo, don't care, felony, we'll waive it. So they brought everybody in, and they had too many. So I was in reception for 2 months until another cycle began. I got there in
Holy
July.
crap.
Yeah, I got there in July. I did not leave until December. And
that is a long time sitting in reception.
Well, normally it's 18, maybe is it 18 or 19 weeks, the whole OSIT, for scouts. And they even cut a week off because we would have had to come back after Exodus. And I was still there from July to December.
Holy cow. That is ridiculous. I mean, I was in reception for a week, and that was long enough. Thank you very much.
Yeah, though we were there for quite a while. It was weird,
Holy
man.
cow, that is odd. And
yeah,
then,
because
of course, your basic and your AIT were combined, right? So
right.
Yeah, mine wasn't. I went to Fort Jackson for basic and Fort Lee for AIT.
And you just did a tour of all the worst bases.
Yeah, pretty much.
Man.
I was a pogue.
Yeah, so it was good living no matter where you were.
I make no bones about it. Person on ground with unused equipment, that's me.
Oh, look, no hate, man. Like, you definitely went about it a lot better than I did. I got high, wanted the free t-shirt and saw a cool video. Then there I was, but I remember
I just found myself going back to high school every other week and going, maybe there's something better I could do.
For sure. Yeah, I was at Fob Falcon in West Rashid, Baghdad. I don't know where you were in Iraq.
Oh, it depends on what year. In 2003, we did the initial invasion.
Right.
And so Camp Dogwood was my very first stop. And we set up a 1 million gallon fuel system there at Camp Dogwood. In 2005, I was at Q West Base Complex, south of Mosul. I guess we were about 50 miles south of Mosul.
Okay, yeah, I was there in 2005.
Yeah, and in 2011, I was actually in Mosul itself. What was that base? Diamondback, I think is what it was called. Camp Diamondback. Yeah, that's what it was. And then I went south to Talil after we closed Diamondback. And then from Talil, I went to Qatar to continue the remainder of my tour. So another 4 months there in Qatar, where I was purchasing for Afghanistan instead of Iraq. So,
did you end up going to Afghanistan?
I never actually went to Afghanistan, but I was purchasing for Afghanistan. So supplies and services that were going on in Afghanistan, I was purchasing from Qatar.
Oh, okay.
But that was after having spent 8 months in Iraq on 2 different bases. So it's like, really? We're closing Iraq? Are you sure you want to close Iraq? Because we're going to have troops on the ground here again in just a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, but by then, though, it wasn't like what it was, when we were there in 2005.
Oh, no, that was horrible.
You remember those CBS reporters got hit by that IED?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our sister troop. Like, I knew some of those guys.
Dude, I still have trouble driving past cardboard boxes on the side of the road.
Oh, man, for the most, no, I'm pretty good, man. I'm straight. Like, when I went through Pueblo and all that shit, I think I saw like 3 different doctors to evaluate PTSD.
Uh-huh.
The first one, I was in the hospital. in a wheelchair, and the guy, I come in and he goes, listen, I've done this, I've done that, I've been here, I've been there. So if you're not crazier than me, then you don't have PTSD. Like, I was like,
Yeah, right.
I was like, brother, you need to lay down and talk about some stuff. So no PTSD. Went to another one, no PTSD. With the VA, I went, I was like, all right, I got it this time. So I'm like, oh yeah, I see bags and I freak out or whatever, And then at the end, he's like, yeah, no, man. I don't know. I think no PTSD. I was like, did you hear the part when I was on fire? He's like, yeah, no, I did. But yeah, so no rating for PTSD.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Wow. I have no idea how I got so lucky then. Honestly, well, lucky is a term.
Relative, yeah.
Yeah, it's relative, but
there was this one guy. He got rated for PTSD because he like cleaned Blackhawks or whatever when they came back in, and so he would see the bullet holes in the blood, and then they gave him PTSD for that.
Yeah, no, I there were a lot of guys, and anyone who went in initially in 2003, we saw some shit,
Oh, for sure, man.
And so I understand anyone who went in 2003, but beyond that, if you were a fobbit, and you stayed on the fob the entire 12 months or 18 months you were there, well, okay, I suppose you have PTSD, but it's not.
But there was mortars. Those mortars were like within 500 meters. Like, you don't understand. But we had to do.
I did get rated at 70% for PTSD all by itself.
Shut the fuck. Really? Yeah. 7?
Well, after 4 deployments in 18 years, I mean.
Yeah, okay, you get a pass. I'm just saying. Like, even with TBI, I wasn't diagnosed with TBI, like very minor, but like 2 years after, because when I was first in the hospital, the guy come up, he was like, well, tell me about the explosion. And I was like, what explosion? Because, oh, well, no TBI here. The reason I couldn't describe it is because it knocked me out. I came to, I was still in the vehicle, it's on fire, and I get out or whatever. Yeah. So the reason I couldn't tell him about it is because I didn't remember it happening. So yeah, so like it took like 2 years.
That's crazy, man. You should have definitely gotten a PTSD rating for that.
Oh,
I don't know. Sure. I don't know what the VA is thinking most of the time, and I've been really lucky with the VA as far as that's concerned. And all my other health problems, I'm service connected for 90% of my health problems, and the last 10% is genetic.
Wait, are you at 100%?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I'm at 90.
Yeah, I'm 100% permanent total.
Yeah, I'm permanent for sure. Yeah, I got the blue card and everything. I didn't have to do.
The Army put me out at 10%. The VA rated me at 100%.
Oh, Army put me out at I want to say 70.
Oh, okay. So that's why you got the blue card. Yeah. No, I just got the VA. The VA ID is what I have, because the Army only evaluated my right ankle. Which,
really?
Yeah, ironic, because I had deployed on my 4th deployment on my bad right ankle. So it was the multiple sclerosis that was causing me trouble during my last few years in the military, and the right ankle is what they evaluated for my Army separation. So I'm medically separated instead of medically retired.
So I sent you a link to the mechanics in my unit. You just got to see how much fun they're having.
Trust me, if you've never seen fuel handler mechanics,
oh, you're all the same. You're all the same. You could stream that shit too. There's not enough people in here. I mean, nobody would care anyways.
Oh no, nobody would care. Yeah. All right, let
But
me pull that up and see what I can pull up.
yeah.
I can share the screen. Yeah, that'll be good. Let me pull that Twitter up real quick.
Yep. One time, so whenever we had time off, we couldn't just have time off, so we had to go do the watchtower bullshit.
No,
And
yeah.
man, we had just gotten off of a mission or whatever. And we're dirt field and shit like that, and we're standing there and look across, and there's these finance guys taking their iBest out of the plastic for the very first time. And I was like, get the fuck out of here, dude. We're not.
Right.
And the guy in charge is like, this shit's serious. There was a soldier in a guard tower. I forgot where this supposedly happened. He's like, so you better take this serious. And man,
810 Cav, huh? Fourth ID.
that's right.
Right on.
Steadfast and loyal. All this stuff. Well, yeah, these guys, man, fucking mechanics, dude. I have like maybe 3 pictures from Iraq because the camera that we had was in the Bradley and it melted.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely 2005. Look at the
Oh,
mixed
the ACUs?
uniforms.
Oh, for
you had
sure.
the ACUs and you had the DCUs. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fob Falcon was beautiful. I don't know if you noticed the non-paved roads. The chow hall was open twice a day.
I'd been to Fob Falcon. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah. Watch.
Oh,
Look at this shit.
Right.
Again, while they're doing this, I was on fire. Maybe not. Maybe it may not be the same
There
day.
you go. That's the way to do it. Oh, we did a bunch of stupid shit over there, didn't we?
Y'all?
That was after the monsoons, right? When it was flooded.
No, that was his normal rain, man.
Oh, okay.
This base, I mean, it would only rain on top of us. I don't really know these guys because everything was operator level. Oh, is that the Machine Man Kata? I can barely see it. I think that's no. I don't think it is. Can't tell. Yeah, none of us are going to be in any of these videos because we were out.
Oh yeah, these are definitely fobbits. we did all that stupid shit.
Oh man, these guys. I haven't seen this video in years, man. I really don't know some of these people. I remember him.
If you showed the video of all of my deployments, I still wouldn't know who they were. My memory is so shot at this point.
Oh yeah, I was in BDUs too, by the way. I was there when we switched over to ACUs.
Holy cow. I haven't seen BDUs in forever. Yeah, you got to wear the powder, buddy. You got to wear the powder, otherwise you're gonna chafe.
What was that? It was a blue one, a blue powder, and you just put that shit down in the front of your pants, man. It would burn.
Oh yeah, the Gold Bond.
Yeah, but there was a blue one that was especially bad.
Yeah.
Man, it's really making me upset. I can't believe they were doing this shit the whole time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Look at this. Just smoking, having fun.
Well, it wasn't always fun.
Oh, look, they're going to pretend to actually work on this vehicle. I couldn't see whose vehicle it was.
And it's all clear days too.
Yep.
No sandstorms at all. Dun dun dun.
Man, I wish I could fall asleep like what I would do then. You know what I mean? It just seems so much easier to fall asleep there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm an insomniac now, as far as that's concerned. And boy,
back then, man, MRE box as a pillow.
Anytime. Yeah, exactly.
That Z monster will sneak up on you
every day. It's totally worth it.
No bullshit. It was a 240 Bravo range, and I fell asleep. I wasn't shooting. I was like next to him doing whatever I was supposed to be doing or whatever, and I just fell asleep while he was shooting. Had my earplugs in.
That's an 88, right?
Yeah. Yeah, when our vehicle was hit, it split in half because the turret melted like into the hole or whatever, and it took 2 88s to even get it out of there.
Oh, the power pack for the Bradley. There you go.
Fucking Bradley's a piece of shit. You ever seen that Pentagon Wars?
I did actually, yeah.
Oh man, I was so pissed watching that. Is that's it? Also, all we get is just they show one of our Bradleys. I bet they were driving it too.
Probably. It's a test drive. Woo!
Man, this makes me mad. When we got there, we had a full crew. You know, I was dismounting, and we had an accidental discharge with the 240 Charlie with the coax.
Okay.
And so they broke us up. So our BC went to gun for the CO. Our gunner went to go gun on a truck. So Brandon, our driver, he moved the gunner. I got moved the driver. Had driven a Bradley since Fort Knox. So it was, and we got a new BC come in, and he was such a piece of shit, dude. Like every time we'd get back, he would jump off, go watch movies or do whatever he did, while Brandon and I, by ourselves, would do all the maintenance because the side skirts on the bottom, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So the bolts would shear off. If you're lucky, maybe 6. You know, so we had to drill those out and replace them.
Well, that's what they're designed to do. It's a blade of armor for a reason.
all of it, man. All of it was a pain in the ass. So we would be down there working on this Bradley, just the two of us.
Hey, Captain Trek, good morning. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. This is my new friend, Mad Mardigan, fellow Army veteran. But he wasn't a pogue. He was actually one of them combat arms fellers. Although I'm probably more accurate with a rifle than he is.
Oh, probably, man. I haven't shot a gun since it's been years, man. Since whenever I last went when I was a cop.
Yeah, I haven't fired a weapon since 2015. No, 14. So
yeah, it was about then. Yeah, I don't even have a gun, man. I really need to buy one.
I don't even own a gun, let alone many guns that would require an entire rack.
I tried. I really want to. It's a Sharps 1874. May have seen it in Quigley Down Under.
Yeah, the old timey wooden stock rifle,
right, with the double trigger set. That's what I really want. Has no purpose for me.
Well, no, I'm not even a hunter.
Me either.
You know, the guys around me, they're like, "Oh, I got a tag for this season." I was like, "Good for you."
I have no interest of just going out and killing something. I'm good.
Good for you. I'm going to go to the grocery store and get a pound of ground beef.
I don't even change my oil. Like, I'm not going to. It's cool, man. I'm good with that, dude. But yeah, man, it was interesting being in the army, dude. It I don't know. It was fine for the most part, you know. Looking back with nostalgia, I remember I went back to Hood for just a little bit after I was injured and shit because BAMC there in San Antonio was when I was there in '06. It was crazy, dude. Like it wasn't even the wounded. What do they call it? The warrior transition now.
Right. Yeah.
It was med hold. Like they had cats in there from the school, from the medic school or whatever.
Okay.
There at Fort Sam, and I didn't have to check in. Like I didn't have to go to formations or whatever. All I had to do was make sure I call and leave a message like, "Oh, hey, I couldn't sleep, nightmares," you know. But I'm just drunk off my ass, and it was cool. And I had a keg in my barracks room. And at close of business, you know, we would just bring the keg out and just fucking drink. It was crazy, dude. Everybody was having these pill parties and like, you know, sharing their medication and shit.
Wow.
It was insane. I
remember the drinking parties in the barracks. My wall was covered with Shiner Bock labels.
Yeah, but this is a bunch of burnt and amputees.
Yeah, that's wild.
It was crazy, dude. I went to formation one time. I was in shorts, flip-flops, you know, and the CO came up. He's like, why aren't you in uniform? I'm like, because my arm, I couldn't lift my arm out, like, you know, from my side, but like maybe 20 or 30 degrees. Like I had to get surgery underneath it because of the burns. It had like a burn band, so it restricted it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I can't put my boots on because of my arm. He's like, oh, well, how do you wash your feet in the shower? 1 foot at a time, sir. I said, sir, walk a day in my flip-flops and then come tell me something about being in uniform.
Yeah.
So I went back to Fort Hood so I didn't get in trouble because they were about to put me in some shit. But while I was there in the mornings, I would hear guys running past in like, you know, formations shit for PT. And I'm like, fuck, man, that was like, I started getting like nostalgic about it. Then I had to like snap myself. No, they're running. You're forgetting that part.
Yeah, dummy.
You're just hearing the cadence.
C-130 rolling down the strip.
Oh man. Oh, what was the one that, because this was like when Lil Jon was big. So there would be in the run, it was a running cadence, you know, and somebody would always go, yeah.
Oh,
what was it?
I don't remember
the cadence, man. We didn't do a lot of cadences. I got the Hood, and it was the 4th Brigade of 4th ID, and the whole thing was stood up like brand new. I was in a scout platoon in a infantry unit, and we had like 30 privates, brand new, 3 specialists, and 1 platoon sergeant, and that's it.
Nice. That's a well filled out rank.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right there.
Most of our days we did urban combat training, Halo, in the barracks. But there,
yeah, right.
Well, so it turned out that our platoon sergeant was the combatives instructor for the brigade, and so he got tired of us just sitting around, and he took us through the level 1 trainee program.
Yeah, I've been through that program.
Holy shit, I've never been so beaten up. Like,
yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah,
Pull any punches or anything like that. I mean,
it was open palm to the face, closed fist to the body. But I was so sore one day. I was driving back to the base, had a couple guys, and I could not turn my wheel because my arms were so sore, and I just floated into the truck next to me.
Hey, Happy Dinosaur 8000 has joined us. Happy, joy. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it?
Yes, he says yes. I promise. But yeah, no. So I couldn't move my arms. I floated into this truck, and this Vietnam vet comes out. And he's just doing his Vietnam thing, just screaming, and I'm there, and he looks at me, and he could see how pathetic I was and broken, because I was just like, I can't move my arms, and he was like, "It's all right, brother. I understand. I've been there." I'm like, oh, cool. You know how much it takes to calm down a Vietnam vet?
Oh, I do. I
Yeah,
do
that's
indeed.
how broken I was. Ridiculous, man. For anybody that doesn't know, like our warm up, there was there had to be 50 of us in this class. You would do an inner circle. Not everybody made it to the end. A lot of dislocated shit.
Yeah.
There was an inner circle of 25, outer of 25, and you would just do like spar, just doing transitions and shit for I don't know, a minute. Man, by the seventh guy, you're just laying on top of each other, just like, is he looking? Smack me in the face, make it look real. So beaten up, man.
I always went for the rear naked choke,
for sure.
Just get it over with. just be done with it.
I think he did this one. Just kind of winged it because I had bruised ribs because he roundhouse kicked me into my side. We were doing rear takedowns, and somebody was like, "Hey, Sergeant, what happens if they break free?" So what happens if they break free? Like, come here. He calls me up. He puts his arms around me. He's like, "Okay, go ahead and break loose." And I did, and he just just kicked me right in my ribs, like all of the air, like little air pockets I've had there since maybe I was a toddler. It's all out of my lungs.
That
so bad.
Hand-to-hand training was a whole lot of fun.
Well, let me ask you, at the end, did you do the cool thing where half the class is on one side of the gym, half the class is on the other side of the gym, and he says last man standing wins?
Oh no, we didn't do that. No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been the last man standing, I can tell you that.
The first person that put a little pressure on I'm tapped, I'm out. I went and sat on the bench. I already got my certification. I don't need this. There was this one big guy. He had these two little guys on each arm, and he's standing up like, "Rrr." It was insane.
M. Dastardly says, "Now I remember why I never asked questions in the Army."
100%. Never asked. Yeah. And I wasn't even the one that asked, but I got kicked.
Good morning, M. Dastardly. Thank you for joining us. The link is in the chat if you guys want to join us. There's 4 slots available. We're just talking gibberish about our former service. I know that I advertised it as we were going to talk about We Were Soldiers, but
oh, that's a good one.
We just started talking about our former service and just been having a good time for an hour. So
I really, we can talk about We Were Soldiers. I watched that not that long ago. I really like that one. That was a really good one, man.
It is actually a very good one. And I actually met General Hal Moore.
Really?
I did. Yeah. He constantly went to Fort Hood all the time. And I was in the 1st Cav Division band from 99 to 2000. So about 2 years. And
what'd you play in the band?
I played tuba and bass. Yeah. So that was my interlude between being a fueler and being a fueler. And but it was a good time. We actually went to Mardi Gras and marched at Mardi Gras.
When were you at Hood?
99. Well, it was 97 to 2000.
Oh man, that's not in the same place I was at.
No, it was before it was all closed down and locked up. And
for sure, man.
All the Army bases were open. In the late 90s, you could just drive on whenever you wanted to. And
thanks, Obama.
It wasn't Obama's fault.
Yeah, you can make a case.
It was that horrible day in September. Everybody knows that.
Listen, correlation does not equal causation. I'm just saying,
Anyway, it was George Bush Jr. who was actually president at the time when all the bases were locked down.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. There's just something about that other guy.
Yeah, that other guy. He reduced the force structure. That's one of the reasons I was put out. So,
Oh, really?
yeah,
That's crazy.
I went from a P2 profile to a P3 profile, and they evaluated my ankle and said, "You can't be in the Army anymore." It's like, you realize that I deployed. My fourth deployment was on this bad ankle, right? You realize that?
Man, why are you bringing up old shit?
But I was having issues with my MS at the time, and even though I didn't have a diagnosis, it was those symptoms just creep up on you. So I wasn't too terribly worried about it, and the VA has taken care of me really for the last 5 years. So I can't really complain too much. I can complain a lot. I just don't.
I don't do anything with the VA. Last time I went, I needed a new, like I was trying to get it. I had been going to an outside doctor, right? So, but I wanted to go to the VA, and I went, and they were like, "All right, cool. We'll call you when we have an appointment for you." I'm like, "What the? All right." So like 4 months later, I get a call, and they're like, "Congrats, yeah, you're gonna have an appointment in like 6 months." I'm like,
Yeah,
dude, I've
right.
already been to another doctor multiple times. Like, what is happening? Yeah, man.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. No, I've actually been really well taken care of by the VA. And I think one of the reasons, of course, is because the Phoenix VA was in the news
Exactly. Yeah.
just as I was getting out. And so they bent over backwards to take care of the vets in Phoenix. And the Northern Arizona VA is not as good as the Phoenix VA, but they're helping me, so I can't complain. I mean that literally. I can't complain. I have nothing to complain about. So, whatever. It is what it is. I mean, it depends on what state you're in and what type of VA healthcare is available in that state.
Yeah, I was in Texas, man. There's like one on every corner.
Yeah, he should be well taken care of.
Man, I guess I don't know. I guess I don't even bother with them for the most, But yeah, when I was at Fort Sam, I don't know why I guess that. Well, I was looking something up, but you're the guy. He was burnt. I think Martinez. He was on Days of Our Lives, and then one Dancing with the Stars.
I know who you're talking about, and he actually tours around with George Strait on his concert tours. He? Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't talked because I don't think he likes me very much. We kind of got into it. When I was at Fort Sam, I had the physical therapy for my arm and stuff, and he came in like 5 minutes after me every day, and he would come in like sucking on the fentanyl pop, and man, he's so positive, dude. He's just everything is kittens and rainbows,
Yeah.
And I had just gotten back from the funeral of our gunner because he died when we got hit, So I just got back, and I'm burnt, he died, and I'm miserable, and I want to be miserable. But here, this motherfucker, here he comes, just as beyond happy, And I snapped. I asked him, like, what the fuck are you so happy about? You don't have a face. And he looked at me and he was just like, it doesn't matter how much hate you have or how pissed off you are. When we wake up, our scars are still going to be here, and our brother's still going to be dead. So lace your shit up and move out. I was like, well, fuck you. But that shit, man, it took It took a while, but it really sunk in what he said, and I think that's what really helped me with this whole PTSD thing, you know. And yeah, it was really impactful. I never got to tell him that. Maybe he'll listen to this one day. I did not vote for you on Dancing with the Stars because I was still angry, but I appreciate what you said. Just wanted to put that out there.
Slower than the speed of dark, huh, M. Dastardly? No, I don't know what the Canadian VA is like, and so
I mean, don't you have universal health care in Canada though? Like, oh, no, I get it, dude. I watched Letterkenny. I know what it's like up there. I saw Canadian Bacon. It's a good movie. All right, let me. Did you ever watch Generation Kill on HBO?
I did watch it. I hated it.
What? What is happening? How? Why?
It portrayed the Marines in such a poor light.
See, I get why you say that. Like that first episode, man, it was a hard pill to swallow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we all did a bunch of crazy shit over there, but it wasn't anything like what they portrayed.
Well, I think the problem with that though is that they are trying to like just take like the baby killer guy, BK, the weird dude that was in the Humvee with him that shot the camels or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he was a culmination of multiple different personalities that you will see in the army. But because they only have so many, they kind of just have to they have to just put, so he has all these different, I'm like, dude, like there's no guy like that, you know? But I don't know, dude. I thought it was really really good. Some of the actual guys played themselves in it, you know?
Yeah, and I was not embedded with the Marines, so I couldn't really say that Generation Kill was over the top wrong. It just seemed that the intent of that show was to portray the Marines in a poor light.
I don't. I had to rewatch it. Yeah,
that's the way it seemed to me.
I mean, but compared to Hurt Locker, like.
Yeah, don't even talk about Hurt Locker.
Man, 10 minutes I was done.
What a joke.
Oh, and people still talk about it. Like I was watching a stream with Stitch, I think is his name.
Stig?
No, yeah, maybe.
Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, and they were, I don't know what they were talking about, but they brought up like, oh, The Hurt Locker, what a great movie, Oscar. When I'm like, no, I'm just screaming. I'm like, you don't know, like it's so bad. And I looked up the military advisor for it, and he talked about it, and he was just like, yeah, you know, people have said that it's not very realistic, but you got to understand, it's basically he did the whole, but the themes, bro, the themes.
And that's the biggest problem with modern movies is it's not about the story, it's about the themes. And the theme of Hurt Locker is
piss everyone off.
Yeah, pretty much.
it wasn't as bad as in the Valley.
I mentioned Saving Private Ryan earlier in the stream, and literally, I walked out of the movie theater and there was a World War II vet who was at Omaha Beach. And he said that is the most realistic movie I've ever seen. When they stormed the beach before they went off to find Private Ryan. But you know what? I believe it. I do. I really do. That was. It's still really hard for me to watch that. It's really hard for me to watch We Were Soldiers as well. But I love that movie.
The one that gets me is Lone Survivor. The way that they depict them being shot, I'm like, oh man, that's too real.
Yeah,
like like that one. Whatever it is, man, that one really gets to me. Like I've not gone back to watch it. Lone American Sniper, whatever, dude. It was so boring. Like I get it, he's cool, man. We'll ignore all the crazy stuff he said in this book. It's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, I get it. I like Cooper, whatever his name was. Clint Eastwood, he's a legend.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, Hamburger Hill. That's one
Oh
of my
yeah, yeah, I saw
favorites.
that one.
Absolute favorite. I love Hamburger Hill.
Yeah, but it's
so
all
fantastic.
basic, right? They never left the. Yeah, it all took place.
Well, no,
Oh no, they
it
did.
was
Yeah,
after basic, and
they
it
went to
was the
Panama.
Marine Recon training is what they were doing. So it was constant training, but they weren't in basic or A school, is
Yeah,
what the
you're right.
Marines call it. They were actually at their permanent duty station, but holy cow, Clint Eastwood, man, that is a man's man. When I grow up, I want to be
Unforgiven was
Clint
great.
Eastwood. That's who I want to be.
Yeah, the Western spaghettis, all that good stuff. Yeah. I didn't watch this last movie. I'm like, oh, that's fine. About whatever that dude's name is from the Olympics. And then didn't he do one with like some guys on a train or something? And he used like the dudes that uh like is what happened to them.
You mean the Great Train Robbery?
No, I think it was some terrorist on a train somewhere in Europe, and like three soldiers like happened to be on that train and stopped them. I don't remember. I didn't watch it
Oh,
because
I don't know.
did you ever see that Navy SEAL movie? Act of Valor?
I've never watched that one. No.
Yeah, don't bother. I mean it was cool in a way, but like it started out as a recruitment film. And then I don't know, somebody was like, "Hey guys, I think we got something here. Like we could turn this into an actual movie."
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Well, because so they were all active duty Navy SEALs. So when it comes to them having to act, mm,
Uh-huh.
mm,
Just basically mugging for the camera the whole
yeah,
time.
yeah, they were they weren't Shaquille O'Neal and Blue Chips. They weren't at that level.
Joseph Petrick, hey brother. Oh no, the Rambo movies are really not realistic.
Hey, I don't know, bro. Did you see that last one?
It's a lot of fun to watch, but they're not all that realistic.
You want to talk
no.
about going an entirely different way? Like you had the first one is very small. Like I don't even know if he killed anyone. Did he?
Oh, he killed a lot of people
In the first
one,
movie?
yeah. Uh-huh.
I don't think so. I don't think he killed that many people at all.
Well, he killed a few people anyway, but the point was that he was just trying to get out of town,
right? Yeah, and then from there,
they wouldn't let him, and so he had to take measures to, stay alive, and that's what he did. And they called Colonel Trotman in, and Colonel Trotman talking down and all that stuff, and he did go to jail. I mean, specifically for the crimes that he committed in that small town. That's where Rambo 2 took place. Colonel Trotman took him out of the jail and took him over to, what was it, Cambodia, I think, in the second movie.
I'm looking at the kill count.
The third movie was a joke. The third movie was really bad.
Was that the one where he went to like rescue Vietnam POWs?
Yeah, and he got shot through the guts, and he used the
chicken, the bow. He had the bow, and he had the chicken, and he
oh no, you're thinking
like,
of Hot Shots Part 2.
Yeah.
I love Hot Shots.
It was great. I don't know if he would hold up though. I feel like it
would. I watched Hot Shots and Hot Shots Part 2 just a couple of months ago.
Oh, really?
I was showing them to my kids.
How'd they enjoy it?
Oh man, we were rolling on the floor laughing. It was awesome.
I watched the Robin Hood Men in Tights, and that one holds up.
Yeah. Every time they make a Robin Hood movie, they burn down our village.
Liz, this is a hot take. My girlfriend and I, we watched that, and we're like, dude, we should watch Spaceballs now, right? We turned it off like within like 20 minutes. Like it just did not hit me like what I remember.
Really?
It really didn't, man. I know.
Right.
Hearing the
Wow.
Phantom Menace, this is heresy, but
It is heresy.
I'm that's what I'm saying. Like,
Spaceballs is the new Star Wars.
hey, look, I watch the Christmas special every year. I have my credentials.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Yeah, Chewbacca. I appreciate it. It's just
Lumpy.
I've watched it twice and I just can't watch it ever again.
This last Christmas, we were at my girlfriend's like family, and I made them put it on there. I'm like, no, this is what we're watching.
Luke Skywalker looked like a freaking porcelain doll.
Like you've seen these this illustration where that makes him look like a girl that they've been talking about. Like
Yeah,
that's exactly what he looked like.
that's what he looked like in that special.
100%.
The Christmas special was so bad.
And man, and Carrie Fisher, she couldn't even stand. Like you saw her, like she had to lean up against the desk because she was blit.
She was high as a kite.
Yeah, man. Oh, so man, it's different now though. The themes, man, the themes.
Oh, it's all about the themes, right?
I tried watching that Spike Lee movie that just came out on Netflix. I think we turned it off like in 10 minutes. And like the first 8 minutes is just, footage from like Vietnam and stuff like that. Yeah. Even with Clay from The Wire, I love him. Shit. Corruption. And West Baltimore.
Joseph Patrick is looking forward to the new Top Gun movie that's coming out soon.
Okay. All right, then. I'm worried. One, they're gonna have to do some explaining. Pete Mitchell is in his 50s.
Yeah.
Why is he still a lieutenant? I've seen that movie a few times. Why is he a lieutenant still? And why is he still flying? Who was gonna let him fly?
He should at least be a colonel.
Man, like I don't know.
Navy ranks. He should be a captain. That's what he should be.
They make up their ranks in the Navy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I met a Navy guy one time, and he told me his rank, and it was like A1019. I'm like, what? What?
You're a what?
I don't know. I think it had something to do with like his duty that he was doing. I don't know.
No, it is. It is actually part of their. So coxswain first class, but you're an E6, right? So instead of just saying staff sergeant, it's like coxswain first class. Okay, so you're an NCO, but how the hell do I know that?
Right? Yeah, I can't decipher that shit on your. I mean, what are these lines? Yeah. Speaking of in first class, our platoon sergeant, when we were getting ready to, fly over to Iraq, he was so excited. He's like, man, when I was a E4, they said, no, E5 up, E5 and up. E5, they're like, no, E6 and and up. And then they said E7. I'm an E7 now, or it's my time. Guess what happened?
E8 and above.
That's how it works, man.
That's pretty much always how it works.
Yeah. Like, I was talking to this dude randomly at Best Buy, and I don't know, he was one of your people, he was a Pogue, and like their base got attacked, and like some guys, got killed or whatever, and they were gonna have a memorial there at the base. But then this is his unit, right? That they lost some guys. They had them pick out by hand grass that was like in the gravel or whatever to make it look nice for the memorial for their friends. Yeah. And all the guys were just, pissed off and stuff. And I was like, it's like as soon as you think, oh, there's no way they could go deeper, like that big green weenie is as far as it can be. There's always another inch.
There's always another inch.
And that is a life lesson.
Because you will be painting those goddamn rocks if you are not careful about what you say.
Yeah. You shouldn't be walking on Sergeant Major's grass anyways.
Jedi Bill wants to know what you think of 12 Strong or Black Hawk Down.
Black Hawk Down, loved it.
Yeah, Black Hawk Down was really good.
Look who was in it. You had Obi-Wan. You had Orlando Bloom. You had, I mean, it's everybody. Eric Bana.
Yeah,
he was in it too.
Yeah,
man. So good, dude. So good.
it really was. It was a great movie, and it was really accurate to
for sure. Like happened. The two snipers. Yeah, that's like how it went down. I remember reading that story, and you remember the little book you would get when you would get to basic or whatever to reception. Oh, yeah. Hey, I had like 2 months to read it. Yeah, but it would have all the stories of the Medal of Honor guys. Yeah, I remember reading that one for sure. And the Vietnam vet that, what was his name? Was it Martinez? He kept running back and getting more people, and he got shot every time he went and grabbed somebody to put on the. It
was Martinez, yeah.
Yeah. I remember reading. He was a funny dude. I think I saw like his when he got the Medal of Honor, dude. He's like a very, very funny guy. Yeah, considering.
Well, yeah. You got to have a sense of humor.
Oh, there's no way you're going to make it now. Look, man. All right. We had a checkpoint 544. I don't know if you ever went through there, but it was manned by like National Police or MOI, whatever they were called while you were there. And they kept getting hit by VBIDs, the car bombs or whatever. And so they could stop going there. But nobody told the insurgents. So one night, some dude went and blew himself up for no reason. There was no one there. And we were out. So we went out there, right? And I was with this E6. We're walking in a ditch or whatever. And it's at night. And we're bullshitting or whatever. And he stops. I'm like, what's up? And he's looking straight ahead. And he goes, there's a fucking dick by my foot. I'm like, what? There is a penis in the grass next to my foot. I put my Surefire. That's the only thing we found from this guy. Only thing. We called our platoon leader, Lieutenant Frank the Tank. He comes. I'm like, hey, and he comes over and he goes, holy shit, and just snags it up with his hand and goes, hey guys, look what I found. I'm like, well, I mean, you didn't find it. He goes, oh,
yeah, right.
Somebody bring me a bag. I'm like, what? So someone brought him like a plastic bag. He puts it in there. Yeah. And he goes, oh man, Claudius is gonna love this. Claudius is our CO. We knew him by captain,
Yeah.
We were like, hey, sir, you think that's a good idea to bring that back? Yeah, trust me, guys. Trust me, okay? He is going to love this. Man, we got back. It's like 4 a.m. We didn't refuel the vehicles. We did nothing. We all lined the hallway, and here he comes with that bag in his hand, knocks on the captain's door, 4 a.m. Captain, he opens the door. He's rubbing sleep out his eyes. He's like, what's going on, Frank? He goes, look what the fuck I found. And just holds the bag up. And he looks at the bag. He looks at him. He's like, get the fuck in here now. So he goes in, and we just hear like muffled yelling.
Lieutenants.
And woke up our platoon sergeant. He comes out, and he just got off the trail. So, he has a lot of that drill sergeant in him.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, what the fuck you Otis Spunkmeyer motherfuckers doing out here? So we told him. And he's like, fucking white people. So the lieutenant comes back out, and we're like, what did he say? Oh, he said I have to get rid of it. And our sergeant goes, no shit, you got to get rid of it. What the fuck, you think you're going to take it home with you?
Right.
Put it on a mantle? Oh, man.
Oh, lieutenants, what are you going to do?
Same guy. We're at Hood. He put his M4 somewhere on the turret of the Bradley. And when they spent it, it bent the barrel of his M4.
No.
He takes it to the mechanics and he's like, hey guys, you think you could do anything for this? Like, no. What do you expect? No, you're just shooting around corners now. Yeah, you had to pay for that, man.
Admiral OF Doom, welcome to the chat. Thank you for showing up. If you got stories and you want to tell them, the link is actually in the chat. I can put it back in there again if you can't scroll up far enough.
Yeah. Top the cock in the grass story.
Yeah, top the cock and the crest story. That would be good.
No, when I was a cop.
M. Dastardly, he said he used to have to sweep the mats for the high level meetings in Afghanistan. I remember that. It's like sweep the dirt out of the tent. Really? Are you sure about that?
Oh, I don't think we had to do that. That's interesting.
Oh, we did all kinds of stupid crap.
Oh yeah, trust me. No, we never got a day off. Whenever, like, yeah, we're done and we're having to go do the guard tower shit, or being in the talk, just dumb stuff, man, all the time. But when I was a cop, when I first joined, I was with a guy. He was National Guard, but he deployed. He was cool. And I told him that story, and he's like, yeah, like he had to go to drill or whatever, and came back. He's like, "Hey man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I love that story. I didn't think it was true, but I loved it." He goes, "But then I was at drill, and somebody was like, 'Hey man, I got to tell you about this story I heard when I was in Iraq.'" And he started telling the story. I'm like, "I know that guy. I know the guy that found it." We told so many people that story that it gets spread across Iraq like fire.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, dude, like there's moments of fun. I think it just has to do with the situation you're in. It's like,
oh, sure. And I grew up in South Central Los Angeles, so basically just straight out of Compton.
Right, yeah. So you were used to the to the combat zones,
and nobody believed me for years and years and years. So I had been in for 8 years by the time we went into Iraq in 2003. And my platoon leader, the lieutenant there, he went to Dominguez High School, which is literally, my backyard. So you go over the LA River and there's Dominguez High School, and I used to go run the track there. But nobody believed me for 8 years that I was from South Central until me and Lieutenant Rhodes were talking about the same football game. We were both at the same football game.
Really?
Yes. And it was one of the football games between Dominguez and Paramount that shooting started between rival gangs. And I mean, I was in the band, he was on the football team, but it was all the same thing. Run! just run!
Oh man,
we ran to the buses as fast as we could.
Oh, that was the early 90s too, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Oh man, it was popping.
But we laughed so hard about that. So everybody finally believed that I was from South Central LA. We got back to Fort Carson, and we were running a 2-mile track. I don't even
the
remember
altitude, man.
Street, yeah. But anyway, we were running, and one of my little shitheads, soldiers,
either or.
I ran up next to him. I was like, "Hey man, come on. Don't walk. You can run. You can run, man. Don't worry about it. We got this. We got this." And I was running along with him, and he was like, "No, I'm from the streets."
Oh, he's that guy.
Well, you are my soldier, and I know exactly which street you come from. You grew up in Bakersfield. Which, I mean, it's not a great community, but it's a farming community. It's not really.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference.
A bit of a difference. So I was like, okay, whatever, dude. And I ran on. Somebody else had come up to him and went, he's from Compton, right?
And then somebody started playing Straight Outta Compton. Yeah.
It's like, you didn't have to tell him that. It's all right. I don't mind.
Sorry, I was reading the chat. Like I thought it was. I'm dumb. It's early in the morning. I've been up all night. I was like Ranger and Roosevelt. Why would he bring his dog with him? Wait, this was in what?
Admiral O.F. Doom, he was in the Navy, so you got to forgive him. He may actually be able to tell us what the rank structure in the Navy is, because
That would be
tell to us.
That would be surprising. So saying 2 CVs. I'm guessing the CV is some type of water vehicle. I'm using my context clue skills there, right?
Probably.
Oh, because I mean they sank, so I imagine it has something to do with water. Although sand. I mean quicksand. It's one of the scariest things.
At Fort Stewart, yeah, we lost an M1 Abrams in the swamp.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's like, are you sure about that? Oh yeah, it's definitely out there. Okay, I believe you. I drove a Hemet through all kinds of weird terrain, so I get it. Yeah, and Fort Stewart really is a swamp, so I could see them losing an M1 in the swamp.
Well, oh yeah, almost put a Bradley in a shit canal one night. That was interesting. But our captain, every time he would come out, he'd be like, "Oh, let's go blackout," and I'd be driving the Bradley. I'm like, I can't put the fishbowl up like the night vision. I'm like, and I would just have to drive blind just with my BC, but like left, right, go a little bit more left.
Yeah,
it's stupid. Why are we doing this? So dumb. I was such a shitty driver too. Like, because if you turn, when you make turns, it's not like when you're driving, you have to accelerate to get through that turn, or it's just gonna bounce. And so your gunner's eye is gonna be popping off the scope, and he's gonna be yelling. So you have to accelerate, but the only way I could do it is power slide every turn. Okay. And shit would just fly off of our vehicle, and we'd have to stop and have the guys in the trucks behind us come and pick up this, the Constantine wire and the cones and put it back on the vehicle.
I've never seen a Bradley power slide.
All the time.
That would be interesting.
Only way I knew how to take a turn. We got back one day, and I'm looking at the Bradley, and I'm like, Brandon, come here, man. Like, something doesn't look right. And we're looking. He's like, dude, we're missing like 2 blocks of the reactive armor. For anyone that doesn't know, on the side of this vehicle, there's these blocks that are filled with explosives. So when it gets hit by like an RPG, the explosion goes out rather than in.
Yeah, the ablative armor takes care of,
Yeah.
So,
and we're missing 2 blocks. So there were these 2 blocks.
We were talking about that movie where they were developing the Bradley. What's that movie called?
Pentagon Wars.
Pentagon Wars. And they had shot an armor-piercing round through a Bradley that was filled with sheep in one of the scenes of that movie. And, yep, it is not a safe vehicle to be in without a blade of armor on it.
No, man. So, yeah, we were missing these 2 blocks. We didn't know any better, man. So we just go to our XO and we're like, hey, LT, man, can we get some more of that reactive armor? Like, we're missing a couple. And he goes, shut the fuck up. Listen, I don't care how you do it, but you're going to find it and you're going to have it back on that vehicle before anybody notices. I'm like, oh, okay. So we're driving around and we see just a big pile of reactive armor just out in the open. We're like, fucking bingo, right? We go, we're throwing it in, and Brandon's like, hey, we're going to grab some extra. I'm like, yeah. He's like, power slides. I'm like, you're right. Let's grab a couple more. And then these trucks come flying in. Some Sergeant Major jumps out. He's like, hey, stop right there. I'm like, Brandon, you outranked me, man. Go ahead. Like, you got more time in service. Brandon's like, what's going on, Sergeant Major? He goes, do you know whose reactive armor that is? Brandon goes, we thought it was community reactive armor. Like, hey, if you need some, come by, grab it. No, it was the 4th ID general's reactive armor for his Bradley. There we are.
I love it.
Just grabbing it. We put it back. We ended up stealing it from I want to say First ID, whoever. They just got there, and so we just went up to. They went to lunch, and we went, grabbed a couple blocks, and just hauled ass. But
Admiral OF Doom, welcome to the stream.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Tell us about your experience.
Yeah, the Navy. What's the CV?
CV, aircraft carrier.
Aircraft carrier. I see that now. It makes sense because aircraft carrier and then CV.
Well, V is the Navy's definition, or Navy's initial for aviation for anything, really.
So it's back. So it would be read carrier aircraft.
Yes. And
That's
I was
the
on
Navy.
I was on a CVN, which is a nuclear aircraft carrier, USS Theodore Roosevelt.
Okay, so he was involved in this story. I wasn't completely wrong.
Now, I was in Desert Storm, folks, and we were just, I mean, like I posted, one of the things that we did during Desert Storm was we had live radio only from the BBC. Everything else was TV stations on the ship. And if I ever see Top Gun again, I'm going to shoot somebody.
Oh, come on, man. I bet you and me, we could do the entire bar scene.
Well, no, here's the thing. My first skipper on the ship thought that Top Gun was the ultimate movie. So he played it on the TV. We had two stations, both stations, 2000, Top Gun was going to be on.
On both of them?
Every night.
Well, I mean, I guess that is the only Navy movie. Well, no, there was Charlie Sheen. There was Charlie Sheen. He was in
Hot Shots, I believe.
And Navy SEALs, yeah.
Yeah, they were Navy SEAls. Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez.
But the funniest thing about it was that my skipper at the time, these movies show these fighter jocks that are, incredible. He flew cargo planes.
That makes sense now, yeah.
So anyway, I'm sitting in my office. I was a data processing technician, second class.
Yeah, we know what that is.
See, that's their rank.
No clue. I have no clue what
it's an E5. It's a data process. Our MOS is part of our rank. So when you see when you look at what we call crows,
right?
The little badge between the chevrons and the crow is what they do for a living in the Navy.
That's not bad. I don't like that.
Mine was a quill and a gear. But that's before they merged us with radiomen, and now they're information technology specialists, I believe is what they call them now.
So even more of a vague title.
Well, yeah. And anyway, I'm sitting in my shop, just doing my job, sitting at my computer, and the BBC reported that, well, the Iraqi news agency said that they sank 2 U.S. aircraft carriers, USS Ranger, USS Theodore Roosevelt. And at that point, I pulled my little ball cap off my head, which said USS Theodore Roosevelt.
I don't recall being sank.
Something tells me that since my shop was below the waterline, I'd have known about it first.
Oh, you didn't call like your supervisor, but like, hey, is there something I should know?
No, but here's what I did do. Every letter from home, every letter I wrote home after that from Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Provide Comfort, said greetings from the bottom of the Persian Gulf.
Oh, that's not bad. That's crazy. We made it. We made it on the news once. We were doing this joint raid with the National Police. It was so dumb. Like nothing happened. And so they're showing clips of what's happening in Iraq, right? And they're showing all this action and shit. And then they cut over to and one of our guys is just kicking a rock, just standing there. Just kicking a rock.
That sounds about right.
Well, during Desert Shield or during Desert Storm, the only reason I knew there was a war going on was the radio and the fact that when we launched aircraft, the jet blast would bang the anchor up against the hull, which was right next to where I slept.
So all night long.
No, I had a 1500 to 2300 shift, so it was 1500 work, 2330 poker game, sleeping at about 0600, something like that.
Okay, fair enough. Love those poker games.
Oh, gotta love poker games.
Somebody brought up Under Siege. That I was a big Steven Seagal fan, like Marked for Death, Above the Law, Out for Justice. Oh man, I even had I even tried to grow out a ponytail as a kid to look like Steven Seagal. No, only Steven Seagal fan here.
Now,
well, yeah.
Well, you guys are older, so you looked at him, like, oh, this dude's full of shit. Like I was a kid.
yeah, well, he had some good ones. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah, he had like Under Siege, and then like Above the Law, Marked for Death. That's it. Out for Justice was okay, but then when
I like Van Damme.
oh yeah, I watched Kickboxer the other day.
Kickboxer was pretty good.
Yeah, Bloodsport, obviously.
Bloodsport, naturally, yeah.
Double Impact when he played him and his twin.
Oh right, yeah, Double Impact. I forgot about that one. That's
what
pretty
else?
much it for him.
No. You had The Quest, right? Was that the one he directed?
Oh, you had a bunch of movies.
It was like Bloodsport, but boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Oh man, yeah, I guess that's it for him. My favorite. Speaking of like the karate guys in movies, one of my all time favorite movies is Lone Wolf McQuade.
Oh,
it is
that one.
Fantastic. It has one of the greatest scenes in cinematic history. It's, oh man, I don't think you could show it.
Yeah, we had, like I said, we had 2 TV stations on the ship and a radio station. And normally there'd be sitcoms on one and movies on the other or whatever. But we also had the Flight Deck channel, which is what I watched normally when Top Gun was on. And because it's better to see it live than, Go ahead.
What was that? See what?
See the Flight Deck live.
Oh.
There's a video running around YouTube of a guy that was sucked into the intake of an A6. Okay.
I've seen that video.
I didn't see the video. I saw it live.
Oh my.
And the only thing that saved him was his cranial and his float coat, because he didn't have it on right. And as soon as he got into that thing, it sucked that gear off and foddered the engine. So not wearing his gear right saved that.
Yeah,
Airedale.
It would not be funny if he'd actually died, but it was really fun watching it when they were pulling him out.
Yeah, I mean, he just went. I'm sitting there watching it, and all of a sudden, there was a yellow shirt up there. Where is he? And that's when you see him pulling him out of the engine. And yeah, that bird did not go that time, obviously.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Doing the FOD walk on the flight line was never my favorite thing to do. Pick up every rock, every piece of trash, everything, all the way up and down the flight line.
Yeah, and when you're looking at an aircraft carrier at sea, what could possibly get on the flight deck? Oh, everybody drops.
But it was cool though. Y'all could, like throw a football and it would fly out and come back, like Owen Wilson did in behind enemy lines.
Well, the thing that most people don't get on the carriers is that they have to head into the wind to give the planes a flying start. And I have seen that ship take some really strange turns when the wind changes. You know, wind's moved 15 degrees. Let's move it.
Snaking your way across the Gulf.
No, the snaking our way across the Gulf. Now, it was New Year's Eve, 1990, and we're off the coast of the Azores. And the skipper gets on the intercom. We call it the 1MC. Skipper gets on the 1MC, says, "Okay, folks, we're going to have a live firing exercise. The Germans are going to attack us."
The Germans.
Wait a minute.
Live fire. Okay.
Last time I checked, the Germans were on our side, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but
So they're firing live Exocet missiles at us to see if we can shoot them down.
Oh
Now,
my God.
there is a reason carriers don't go out by themselves, by the way, guys. Past the planes and the Sea Whiz, carriers can't do much. 50 cal. But Exocet missiles are coming, you know, they launch 6 Exocet missiles. And the first thing they say is, well, okay, everybody abandon the starboard side. Okay.
Okay.
that's the left side.
Right side.
Right
Yep.
side.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm a sound-powered telephone talker. I've got this Darth Vader helmet on and these headphones on and a microphone in front of my face that's connected through a wire to a hole in the wall. And in my repair locker at general quarters, there's only one such hole in the wall in the entire 40 feet of my area. It's on the starboard side. So my entire locker goes to the other side of the ship, and I'm sitting there, sitting on the starboard side going, God, I hope they get these things. God, I hope they get these things.
So there weren't
This is
any
gonna suck.
escorts. There weren't any escorts during the
Oh, yeah, there were.
exercise.
Oh, yeah. I think it was the USS Karen that got 5 of the 6. I think we
right
got
on. Okay.
oh no, carriers don't go anywhere, especially when they're going to Desert Shield, Desert Storm. You know, if they don't go anywhere by themselves,
Yeah.
because well, they tend to get in trouble when they go by themselves.
No, not carriers. They got planes on them.
Planes, yeah. My second skipper used to chase hurricanes. Okay. They tell us to stay out of these things. Our second skippers like to chase them. Now, in the middle of Hangar Bay 2, there is a door up in the two decks above the deck of the Hangar Bay. We call it the O2 level. So it's called the door to nowhere because if you step out that door, it's 2 stories down.
Oh, just straight into the water, huh?
No, straight into the hangar deck.
Oh, okay.
Now, I'm standing in the door to nowhere, and I see this tomcat wandering across the hangar bay, and a bunch of yellow gear chasing it.
It wasn't secured down.
And then I saw yellow gear run in the opposite direction, and a tomcat chasing them. And it went back and forth and back and forth, and I'm like, oh God. And they wanted me to be an Airedale. No, thank you.
That was a lot of Navy terms.
Airedale. Okay.
No, I guess I was sitting there. I was like, so this is what everybody feels like when we were talking about the Army stuff.
Pretty much.
Just like I
Okay.
get it.
On a carrier, every
I want to address Jedi Bill. So we are volunteers. All 3 of us volunteered for service.
Yep.
And we were proud to serve, regardless of how much time we actually served. And so thank you.
Like that was a shot to me.
No, not at all.
Keep in mind how much the Navy hated my ass.
But Jedi Bill, thank you for
Yes, thank you, Jedi.
acknowledging our service. And like I said, we are volunteers, and we spent the time that we did defending the country because we're patriots. So or
That
because
was great.
or because you wanted a free T-shirt.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
His sentiment was great. By the way, I never did get that T-shirt.
I got a free trip to San Diego. I'd never been to California before. So
I was thinking, I was like, oh man, I'll join the army. Maybe I'll go somewhere different. Went to Kentucky in the winter. Don't recommend. And then they sent me back to Texas. I'm like, oh, cool. Oh, I can drive home on the weekends. I was 3 hours away from Fort Hood.
okay, keep this in mind. They sent me to USS Theodore Roosevelt out in Norfolk, Virginia. After 3.5 years there, I get new orders to Cleveland.
A landlocked state. That makes perfect sense for the Navy.
Okay, well, I'll get to that in a minute. But before I got to Cleveland, I spent Desert Shield, Desert Storm provide comfort, then 6 months in dry dock in Portsmouth, Virginia. The best thing that could ever be said about Portsmouth, Virginia is as I was driving on the interstate there, AC/DC's Highway to Hell was playing. Yes, it's appropriate.
I believe you. I believe you.
Okay.
That's the second time you've mentioned Operation Comfort.
Provide comfort, yes.
Yeah, was that should I know that?
Operation Provide Comfort was the enforcing of the no-fly zone right after Desert Storm.
Oh.
We went from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea to the Med to keep Iraqi planes from flying over the Kurds in northern Iraq.
Oh, okay. They only had 12, right?
12 what?
Planes. I don't know.
No. All I know is that, we were sending anti-subbirds over Iraq too.
Isn't Miramar a Navy base? I thought Miramar was a Navy base.
Yeah. I think I heard that in the movie.
Yeah, Miramar is a naval Air Force base.
Okay. Oh, so it's both naval and
well, no,
Air Force.
it's naval. I mean, okay, like I tell people, if the Air Force is so incredible, why does the Navy have to have one?
Wait, isn't that where Top Gun takes place? Right? Isn't that where Top Gun takes place?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Boom. Nailed it.
But anyway,
Jedi Bill corrected himself. Okay. Sorry about that, Jedi Bill.
So I went from Desert Shield, Desert Storm provide comfort to 6 months in Portsmouth, Virginia. Then they give me orders to Cleveland, where my only job was to sit at a desk running computer jobs to make sure that sailors like me got paid.
That's awesome.
I was literally running the jobs to make sure I got paid.
Why in Cleveland?
Because that's where the finance center was at the time.
Oh, it makes sense. You don't want any Navy personnel to actually have access to them,
Well, no.
The Cleveland Finance Center. What's it called?
DFAS Cleveland.
DFAS Cleveland. Yeah.
They had just changed the name.
DFAS.
They had just changed the name from NavFinCen to DFAS Cleveland. And the place where I was stationed when I first got there was the Defense Information Technology Services Organization, or DITSO.
DITSO, Jesus.
Where do you work? DITSO. Yep, that makes sense.
DITSO Cleveland. And because there were only 26 of us, we were actually a detachment from Great Lakes in Chicago. So whenever we needed to do anything, go to the Navy doctors, we had to fly to Chicago to do it.
Yeah, I knew they had Navy stuff up there in Illinois.
Yeah,
because of the lakes,
Right. Well, that's where the boot camp is now. That's where everybody goes for boot camp now. Is Waukegan, Illinois. Mistake on the lake.
Oh, we have those. Relaxin' Jackson is one.
Hey, I went to Relaxin' Jackson for basic.
I'm gonna say that's what it was called. Yeah, there's all those things like First Cav with their patch. It's let me remember, the horse they never could ride, the line they couldn't cross, and the color speaks for itself. Nailed it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I went to San Diego for boot camp and for A school. So it was interesting to say the least.
Oh wait,
They've turned.
Sorry, which of my channels did you link?
Whatever it is you put in the private chat.
Oh no! Oh, that's great. You're gonna enjoy it. No, that was the best scene from Lone Wolf McQuade.
Oh,
You guys are still gonna enjoy it though.
Well, yeah.
I can't play it on my channel, but
No, definitely check it out. Have you ever seen the movie?
Yes.
a long
It's been a
time
while.
ago.
Oh, it's when they bury him in the truck, and then he gets the Coors Light, right? Which, as everyone knows, the Texalites that we have in our blood, they're activated by beer. It's like a electrolytes, but it's Texalites. It's a Texan thing. Anyways, so he drinks the beer, and he turns on the supercharger, and he is able to pull on the steering wheel to give the truck a little bit of a lift, so he could shoot out of the dirt. Best movie ever.
Okay.
Check it out.
Well, the link is in the chat, so you guys can watch that video.
Well, I can't show it on my channel either. I keep getting, "Will you be my friend?"
Wait, what? From who?
I don't even know who it is. I've just been deleting them as I go. I mean, but I've gotten 6 comments and 5 of them are, "Will you be my friend?"
Yeah, if I
Yeah,
don't
I like
recognize
that.
the name, I don't.
Somebody the other day on who was it? Oh no, it was Wes Moody's podcast.
Wes Moody.
Right, yeah.
Was talking about well, I only need I'm 50% of the way to monetization. Okay, I have 1 subscriber, folks.
I'll subscribe to you, man. Just put the link in the chat.
No, it's I'm not saying that to it's just okay. Just I'm down now. You can quit kicking.
I don't even know. Like, I just started my channel. I'm like looking for the link to put in there. I don't even know how to do it.
I don't do my channel for subscribers.
I don't either. But
like
for
I
the
don't
record,
either.
I have 6. But
Mine is my first 2 videos are my undeniable rules of life. Okay, so
mine is a podcast that I've been doing for a while now with some other guys. You would not enjoy it, but
why would I not enjoy it?
they're younger and they're loud. Like, I get you guys, you're veterans. You don't like a lot of like loud noises, like people being loud. See,
Okay, look at my name on the screen and realize that I've been using that for 35 years.
Oh,
I can, you know what I mean?
Hey, you can check it out, man. It's an improv podcast. Like, it's mostly just me being the old guy making references, and they're like, "Oh, we knew." Anyway,
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
boomer.
exactly.
With a name like mine, I piss people off for a living, dude. I mean,
Now, my first 2 videos were recorded with a handheld camera, and they are, they're scathing reviews of Doctor Who and Picard. So,
Oh, that
I
was
haven't
yeah,
got-
it wasn't that long ago then.
oh no, I've only been running for about 3 months myself.
I watched the first 49 seconds of Picard and turned it off.
Yeah.
I didn't even give it that.
No, you know why I know that it was 49 seconds? I saw that silvery, glittery, shiny Enterprise D and went,
That's good enough.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
never a fan of it, so I didn't even bother.
I'm one of the few people that people go, oh, Enterprise. That was my second favorite series. Okay. DS9 was the first. Enterprise was second.
What
I
about
liked
Babylon
it.
5? Babylon 5 was good.
I watched parts of Babylon 5.
I liked it in season 4. Babylon 5 in season 4 really got really, really good. But prior to that, it was just, catch an episode here or there.
Well, I will never forget watching. My son was watching an episode of Stargate SG-1.
I love Stargate.
And it starred, and the guest star was John Billingsley.
Oh, yeah, I know that one. Okay.
And he was talking about being Vulcan. Now, in the other room, I am watching John Billingsley as Dr. Phlox.
Now that would be a surreal experience.
Yeah, it was fun, to say the least.
I liked it when John Billingsley was on the show, though. He was really funny as the scientist, bouncing off of Colonel Carter. So I liked it. I liked it a lot, actually. Well, she was Major Carter when he was guest starring, and
Yeah.
she got promoted to Colonel. But
To this day, I still can't watch Spaceballs ever again.
oh no, not another
No.
Spaceballs
No.
hater.
No, I'm not a Spaceballs hater. I love the movie. But there's one scene in it with Tim Russ that just I keep picturing Tuvok in a Spaceballs helmet. We ain't found shit.
Man, we ain't found shit. Oh my god.
Just like I had a problem watching TNG because of Brent Spiner.
Oh really?
Okay.
Oh, Next Generation. I got that one.
Okay, Next Generation, Brent Spiner. The first time I ever saw Brent Spiner was on Night Court. And
that long ago.
I could not watch Data without hoping that West Virginian accent came out of his face.
Now Data was the Android?
It
Yeah.
was the Android, yeah.
But
yeah. I
watch-
remember him being a Borg.
Watch Night Court. They have it on YouTube, the Night Court clips with
Judge, what's his name? Reynolds?
No, Night Court was Harry Anderson playing Judge Harry Stone.
Oh.
Marky Post, John Larroquette was
It
on
was
there.
such a great show.
But anyway, he was playing. He and his wife in the show. Hicks from West Virginia. There, one scene is, the wife goes, "Well, he's been such a downer since his grandma died." Well, how did she die? In her sleep on the railroad tracks. And the train company didn't even charge her for the ride. And of course, it's an accent that I could not possibly do, but it is hilarious.
What, West Virginia?
Oh, okay. West Virginia is south of the line where I'm from originally, so we just made fun of them.
Yeah, I saw that documentary about the whites. The wild and crazy whites of West Virginia.
West Virginia.
The last documentary I saw about the Hill people was it was called Hillbillies, and they were defending their right to be called hillbillies, I guess.
Got it. The wild and wonderful whites of West Virginia.
Wow.
It's a really good documentary. It's actually done by the guys that do Jackass, but like it's
Okay.
I mean, they don't have anything to do with it, and no one's, I mean, they do a lot of stupid shit, but it's on their own. Like, nobody's talking them into it. It's crazy. A lot of meth heads, West Virginia.
Well, but the first time he was on that show, they had gone to New York and were mugged, and he and his wife and their daughter were in the court for some charge because they were, and the daughter goes, "Will we ever see Disney World, Daddy?" "Not in a million years." And I'm like, oh God.
I don't know. I feel like you nailed the accent on that one.
And every time I watched TNG, I kept expecting that same accent to come out of Brent Spiner's face. And I was disappointed 178 episodes.
Well, there's your problem.
You know who has a great accent is Critical Drinker. Y'all know who I'm talking about, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
man. Yeah, every time I read a comment now, like I do it in his voice, and I'm constantly like, it will be fine all the time now. It's infectious, man. I like him. I like his stuff, man. He's really good.
Well, they make fun.
Are they going to make a really good story out of this? Nah, it'll be fine.
They make fun of me here in Indiana because I don't sound like I'm from Indiana because my family's from Pennsylvania. They make fun of me from when I'm in Pennsylvania because I don't sound like I'm from Pennsylvania because I live in Indiana. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, look, I don't. People tell me that I don't sound like I'm from Texas. Like when I go back home and I'm around those people, it'll start to get a little thick. Or if I drink or listen to country music, it may get a little thick. But yeah, no, like I've gone and people were like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, we went to high school
around
together.
The corner.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Are you from See that house? See the house with the pink mailbox? There.
No, I grew up on a farm. Like it was very rural. Like, yeah.
Okay. But keep in mind, my biggest fear in life is to be driving on a rural Pennsylvania road, look up on the front porch, see a guy with a banjo and no teeth, and realize he may be related to me.
Oh. Did you ever see that movie with Dan Aykroyd? Somebody had a dick for a nose.
Oh, no.
Don't know that one.
Yeah.
Don't remember that one.
Anybody in chat? Help me out. Yeah, it had what was Tupac's band with the gold nose? Digital Underground was in it as well.
No, I don't remember that one.
What was it called?
Of course, I spend all my entertainment money on YouTube subscriptions, so.
No, that wasn't it. I don't know what that is. Quapala? Is that a Navy thing?
Kapla.
Is that a Navy thing?
No, it's
Navy.
It's Klingon hello.
Klingon yeah.
Oh, right. No, yeah, I can see that now. I didn't see the little
wake up, buddy.
I didn't see the little line at the bottom. Yeah.
I'm on here right after I got out of work. So
in the private chat, is this your actual YouTube channel?
Yeah. That's the one that I will be posting videos and live streaming as soon as I figure out Adobe.
I'm trying to figure out.
5 Kapla. Good morning. Summer W. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. The link is in the chat. If
Nothing but trouble.
The link in there again, I'll do so. But there's 3 slots available, so you guys are welcome to come up and chit chat. We're just talking about our old war stories.
You were asking about how to read Navy ranks.
Yeah,
it's
the
real easy.
Ranks are easy for me in the Navy, but the
names are different, but the insignia are the same.
The enlisted ranks are a nightmare.
Well, no, actually, they're easier, and it's not because I was in the Navy.
I feel like that plays a part in it.
What's that?
I feel like that would play a part in it being.
Well,
easier.
It would, but if you're an E3 or below, you only have an E2 has 2 stripes, an E1 has none, E3 has 3 stripes, and they're go from upper right to lower left. That's a seaman recruit, seaman apprentice, seaman, or fireman, whatever. We have so many damn ranks at that rate. After that, you become a petty officer. And it all depends on your job. If you are a cook, you're a culinary specialist, a CS. If you have an eagle and 1 stripe, you're at a CS3, a third class petty officer. 2 stripes, 2 second class. 3 stripes, first class. 3 stripes and a rocker through the eagle, you're a chief. 1 star is a senior chief, and 2 stars is a master chief.
Bird of prey, you're not allowed to make fun of seamen.
Seamen. Wait, are they still seamen or like sea persons?
They're still technically seamen. No, what was really bad was there was a guy down in engineering. He was an E3, so he was a fireman. Okay, because that's what they call him.
Fire person.
But his last name was Seaman, so he was Fireman Seaman. Duh!
He was fireman seaman. Holy crap.
Then he became petty officer Seaman. Oh my God. I'm not going there. No. Can't make me.
No, I've in the army, of course, naturally you meet all kinds of people, but Sergeant was my very favorite.
We had a sergeant major. Although I knew him when he was private major.
Oh my God.
It would have been cool if he had been major.
Yeah.
Did y'all see Space Force on Netflix?
No.
Of course.
Yeah. It had moments.
I'm reviewing it right now.
I am Netflix. Oh, that's what my wife watches.
Netflix. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as woke as what I went in expecting it to be,
Yeah, me either.
Like I was
surprised
by that.
Shocked at how good it was. And it's really funny. And I mean, considering it's not a real service.
Yes, it is. 100%.
Space Force?
Yeah, it's real.
Yeah, it's part of the Air Force.
Oh, wait, I thought it was an entirely new brand.
Well, it's coming out of the Air Force. They're going to have Air Force ranks and that kind of thing, which I think, you know what? They should have Navy ranks, just like Star Trek.
Sure.
Oh, like in Starship Troopers, right? All the ships were like Navy.
Please explain to me why the person in charge of a boat is a captain who's an 06 normally, and yet in the Army, a captain is an 03.
Yeah.
And because I refuse to learn the Army ranks, I got a customer of mine at my store that I work at, and he served Desert Storm too with, but he was in Army, and he wears a hat with his little captain's bars on him, and I keep calling him Lieutenant like I always, because that's what Q bars have.
It's a lieutenant in the Navy.
Told a police sergeant one time I don't trust him because his stripes are on upside down.
Jeez. That's always good. There's border patrol checks near where I'm at. Nowhere near a border, but you still have to go through this. One time, I guess I don't know why I did this. I went there. I was like, "Hey, am I at the border?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "It's confusing. What with you being in a border patrol uniform, like you would expect to be at the border." Anyway, it didn't go well. That's fine.
I don't know. I kept telling people when I was stationed in Cleveland that I was there to protect the coast of Lake Erie from the Canadian geese.
Wait, bird of prey. Hold on. I would come up, but never.
Never a soldier. He doesn't want to spoil our conversation.
No. We can talk about something else.
He's a movie geek, so he could come up and talk about.
I'm going to have to step out for a few minutes here just for a few minutes. Mrs. Doom has to go to work. So
okay.
I normally see her off to work because, well, that's what I do when I get home from work, which I just did before I joined you guys.
No problem.
But I plan to stay in the chat. I'll stay in the thing here so that,
Oh yeah, just mute your microphone and do your thing.
Hey, does this microphone actually work? Because I just bought it and not sure how good it sounds.
Yeah, it's working good.
It sounds fine to me.
Yeah, what kind of mic did you get?
Just a cheap little, I don't even know the brand name of it. It was an Amazon special.
Oh, really?
It cost me $40.
Sounds good.
I got
Good
an
mic.
Audio Technica.
All I know is
Yep.
that it looks like a microphone. It's got a radio grill in front of it from, when I was used to doing DJ work. So
Wow, your life, man. You were a DJ? Like, what were you spinning?
classic rock at the time.
Sorry, go say bye to your wife. We can talk about your DJ when you get back.
Okay, I'll be back in about
All right.
10 minutes or so.
Hey, Bird of
Or
Prey,
get back.
welcome to the stream. Kapla.
Thank you. Kapla.
And also with you.
Have you met Mad Mardigan?
I have not. Hello.
Hello, sir.
We met earlier. Well, I guess it was last night, considering it's morning
Yeah,
now.
I think so. Yeah. We what was it in West in
It
his?
was Wes Moody's webcast. Yeah,
Yeah. Holy shit, that thing, man.
that
That was
devolved.
wild.
That devolved into a wild,
Jeez.
wild.
Well, I was there earlier today with in Tom's when the whole coffee enema thing came up, and I mean, I didn't think it could get worse, but then Justin and Moista, that was like, what is happening? Like, I was like, should we be here right now? Like, what is?
They got a little wild.
Right. Ain't nothing like that digital love. Anyway, Bird of Prey, I don't know if I've ever seen you around the Phantoms Menaces. The Phantom.
I've not been to West Moody podcast. I tend to stay by Anti-Tracker, Doomcock, Nerdrotic.
Yep, I know Doom and
Those
I don't know
guys.
them, but yeah, I know the channels.
Lorry Loaded, Trek Yards. I don't know. That's it's gotten so big in the last year that
Oh, for sure.
there are channels that don't even know other channels and
Yeah, the community.
completely separate audiences.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw someone tweet earlier, and he was like saying that the Phantom Menace, anybody can say that they're Phantom Menace. It doesn't mean anything. And then he goes, but lately the Phantom Menace has been acting exactly like the things that they say they hate. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, right.
If it's something anybody can name themselves and it doesn't mean anything, how can you say that they're acting like what they hate?
Yeah. Who's to say they're, oh yeah, I'm Phantom Menace and I hate you. Okay.
That's the best part of our community, though, is it's not about that. It's about supporting one another and enjoying pop culture and all that stuff. And
well, I've always said that we are the Antifa of Star Wars. I've said that from the beginning. There's no leader,
I am not associating myself with Antifa for any reason ever.
I said we were like the Antifa, not we were. I mean, I haven't talked to them officially, but I'm just saying, like, we're not. There's been emails, but nothing concrete. We haven't. It's fine. I'll tell them no.
Joseph Petrick, hey, welcome back. I don't know.
I've declared Joseph the leader of the Phantom Menace, so we now have a leader, and it's Joseph.
Is he? Is he the leader?
Yeah, he is. I've declared it.
Really? Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, I feel like I've heard like 4 or 5 other guys claim that.
Oh, it's Joseph.
35 is allowed to declare that Joseph is the leader.
I don't know. Like I bought the Phantom Menace book or whatever. Haven't read it. Don't say anything. But I guess I should crack it open and see how it started. I don't know.
Apparently, I don't even know the history, but when I Googled it or something, it apparently went back to the original prequel when they released the Phantom Menace, and people hated it. And that's when the Phantom Menace was born. But Now the Phantom Menace loves the prequels compared
Well-
to the trilogy, Disney trilogy. So it's weird.
I'll tell you this: like, I was never a big fan of them until I rewatched them not too long ago, and I'm like, man, these are really entertaining. I don't know if it was because
Because of
juxtaposed to
because of
what
the
we have
Star
now.
Wars because of the Disney trilogy.
Yeah.
They're more entertaining now. But no, I still don't like watching them without the riff tracks.
I haven't rewatched them in a long time, but
You should.
I know
man.
people dig on the Phantom Menace, because it's like all political and too much talking, not enough action. But I think I'd probably like that these days. I don't know.
Man, the Duel of the Fates, that whole scene
Oh, it
just
also has
saves the movie.
the best lightsaber battle too.
Ah.
That helped.
Yosef,
Arguably the best.
Yeah.
To you, Bird. Yosef said, lies. Kurogan lies.
And you see, nobody's gonna understand what Kuroga. Well,
Is that more of your Klingon speak?
no, Kuroga is completely different. Kuroga is a nation in which I am the God King Emperor.
Oh, okay.
And
That's a
we
lot of
have
information. to
flag,
take in.
we have national anthems. We have made in Kuroga products. Yosef has a made in Kuroga pillow on his couch right now. He sent me a picture earlier.
You said national anthems, like plural, like.
Well, sometimes we switch.
Oh, okay.
I change
the
them as
season?
needed. We have Kuroga the Brave, and what's the other one? I think it's just called Hail Kuroga. I don't think it actually has a title. We just call it the anthem.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh. Is this in Seattle?
No. See, that's the funny part. It's actually started in upstate New York, but now it's kind of virtualized. So, like, instead of being a sovereign citizen, you can just be a Kuroga citizen anywhere you want.
Like, can you like just disown or like, say you're no longer a U.S. citizen and then you don't have to pay taxes?
You can say anything you want. Yeah.
You could try it and see what happens.
Well, I mean, it worked out kind of for Wesley Snipes. He said he was a citizen of the world, and he didn't have to do that many years in prison.
No, not that many years.
Those people who go to prison for Kuroga are our most honored of all. For the spirit of Kuroga.
Oh man, that kind of took a dark turn.
We're well known, but people don't understand. But Kuroga has a lucrative orphan. No, it's not slavery, because but they mine uranium.
It's not slavery. You just put them in the mines.
They mine uranium, but they're being educated. So it's like, what the hell else were the orphans going to do anyway? So we give them an education, and it's almost like engineering
or the NCAA. We'll make all this money off of you, but you get to go to class. Have you tried gender studies?
No, there's no gender studies in Kuroga. We're very practical. And
I heard there just wasn't genders.
Oh no, there's genders. There's two genders in Kuroga. That's
What? Are you telling me that there's no RGBTQ LMSOPQ?
No, there are. I mean, they are, but you're still one or the other. I mean, one in like 100,000 people technically has that technicality. They were born different with both or neither. Fine. But on our forms, there's two. And if you're that one in 100,000, you can pick whichever one you want. I don't care. But for the 99.99% of people, you pick one or the other. I don't care what you do, who you sleep with, or what you lust after, as long as they're over, I don't know, some reasonable age.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I agree. You know, as long as you refer to me using my correct pronouns of Z and Zer.
No, there's two. There's just he or she. We speak English. That is the official language. So we do not add words to the language unless they're needed for computer technology or some new product is invented.
What about a new gender that's invented?
No, you can't invent a new gender. I mean, you can, I suppose, if you're genetic manipulation, but we don't allow that.
Or it's just my truth. How about that?
Or what?
It's my truth.
It's your truth. Well, you
Yeah.
can. You see, if you that's your truth. There's another country called Turkestan that you should go move to. That's run by Anti-Tracker, and then you should probably go there. We are at constant war with the turds.
You're saying turds, not Kurds? Because the Kurds,
Kurds.
that's a real.
No, the Kurds are real.
Yeah.
I mean, the Kurds are good people, from what I hear, or were before they got there. But
I mean, I feel like they're a mix.
okay, well, I never met one. I've only seen what
They're-
CNN tells me.
They're still
And
good.
occasionally Fox News.
They're still good people.
They seemed like good people compared to the rest of Iraq at the time.
Yeah. It's the only place that U.S. soldiers can go and not have to wear body armor.
Look, man. One time I sat in on a meeting between like higher ups, like colonels. And I think there may have been a 1-star with like local government or whatever, right? And they were talking because this was during the Sunni like Shiite like civil war when it got kind of heated, you know. And the guy there, he was like, no. Look, you leave our country, and you know we take care of it. No Sunni, no problem. And this colonel goes, "You're talking about genocide." He goes, "What? No, not the Jews. The Sunni. I was like, "Oh my god, that's so funny." Because straight up, because that's how he saw it. Like, no, not them. Come on. That was crazy, man. Like, we would see groups just fighting on the streets, not even bothering with us, just fighting each other. It was crazy.
Kurogan Yellow Cake Orphans. Is that what you're calling them, Bird?
Not well. I mean, that's kind of what people call them. We just call them the Kurogan orphans. Once they're old enough to use their experience and their job skills, then they can, graduate to the real world.
Do you rent them out? Like if I have like a weekend project?
We've occasionally been struck deals for renting.
Now, once they're mine, like I can do whatever I want.
Technically, they have the rights under the Kurogan Constitution. They're minimal rights, but yes.
Oh, I need to stop coming in the middle of a conversation.
We're talking about the Kurogan Yellow Cake Orphans.
And what you're allowed to do with them on weekends.
Okay.
He's not even going to argue.
If you need me, I'll be over in the corner hurting.
Yeah. We'll pull that one back. That could go in different ways.
Wow. You know, that barrel roll was pretty, but that nosedive, not so much.
I was happy with it.
So obviously I'm back.
Got to fall.
If you can walk away from it, it wasn't bad.
Oh, we were also talking about pronouns. And what are your preferred pronouns? I went Zer.
I don't have a preferred pronoun. You have to keep in mind that my alter ego's name, a short version of that is Dick, and a lot of people call me that, but it's usually preceded by he's or whata.
Look, in all honesty, the one thing I really don't understand about the pronoun discussion is when people talk to each other, they don't refer to each other as he, she, him, or her. Like, so if you tell me my preferred pronouns are they and them, okay, that's not going to come up in our conversation, guy. Like, and if you're eavesdropping, we have an entirely different problem.
Keep in mind, I studied Russian. Okay. They have 4 genders in Russian. 2 female, 1 male, and a neuter.
Oh,
No, they had neuters.
What-
in Russian.
What's the 2 female? I don't. What depends on which one you get?
No, it just depends on it's the ending of the word. There are some endings that are masculine. There are some endings that are feminine. It just depends on the word.
Okay. That's so the ending of the word is where you're getting the gender from. Gotcha.
But keep in mind, in French has masculine and feminine, and things like war and trash can are feminine. That's all I'm going to say.
Now, Admiral,
Yes.
did you ever go to Russia and join the Russian mob and rob a train?
No.
Okay.
I
was just making
train
sure.
robbing in Russia.
No, Bert Kreischer, he's a comedian, love him, and he tells that actually Van Wilder was based on hit like Rolling Stones did a article on him as being like the biggest party animal in college, and then Oliver Stone bought the rights to the movies, and then it ended up being Van Wilder. If you haven't check him out, Bert Kreischer, fantastic.
Back before my Navy days, when I first acquired the name Admiral O.F. Doom, I used to pull off my friends and I used to go to downtown Indianapolis, walk the circle, and I would acquire this Russian accent, and I was Ivan Ivanovich Petrov. And I came to America because, well, somebody kicked the football across Bering Sea and I ran to Alaska. So I here in Indianapolis when no one can find me.
Oh, I tried to learn to do a really good Russian accent for this improv.
Don't do Walter Koenig.
No, I was trying to do this improv bit. Like, you remember when like it was reported that Iran had militarized dolphins that they bought from Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to come because I do this podcast, whatever. I wanted to come on the podcast as the guy that trained those dolphins and just talk about the training and stuff, and then have somebody else come on as the dude that trained the dolphins during Hurricane Katrina. Y'all remember those dolphins with the poison darts attached to them?
Yeah.
Oh man, it would have been great. But
well, what's the name of this dolphin? His name is Boom. What?
They also trained whales and shit that could locate submarines by like the sounds or some shit.
Well, right after Easter Sunday of 91, we found a whale. It was a baby. And we thought it was, and it thought the ship was its mother. Ship 1, whale 0, by the way.
Aw, poor whale.
Poor whale. Yeah,
Wow.
I know, but I mean,
What type of whale?
I don't even know. All they showed on the TR News was where we were on the map and 2 halves of a whale.
Well, folks, if you weren't enjoying the stream before,
I'm sorry.
gotta love those dead baby whale stories.
Oh, okay.
Nothing,
But it happened when I
picks
was
it up.
in the military, which I believe is where we were going with this anyway.
It could have been a
That's my
Russian
story,
attack whale. So
It could have been a Russian attack whale. Yeah, yeah. The
sure
ship
it could have been,
definitely
yeah.
did the right thing by cutting it in half.
Didn't some country offer to send baboons for like finding mines?
I don't recall that.
Oh, and I think that we were training some and they got loose, like somewhere. Like, oh man, there was so much crazy shit happening.
the Russians do try to work with, I mean, they've have a history of trying to crossbreed humans and apes to become soldiers.
Whoa. Oh, I may need a citation on that one.
They got caught
Oh, yeah.
in trying to impregnate some women in Africa, and they moved underground.
Yeah, You know, I
I'm
don't
not
think that's
sure
too
that
far
they would
fetched.
actually make
Seen,
very good soldiers.
Yeah, like
but they make
I
hell of
mean,
a.
I understand, but it's, I mean, you can look it up. It real history. It happened. They were trying to impregnate African women with ape.
well, in their defense, like you're not gonna know until you try.
Yeah, I guess. Well, who knows? I mean, they could become smart.
Right.
Who knows?
I mean, you don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe it leads to something
Planet
cool.
of the Apes started. It was Russian.
Rebuilding the Cro-Magnon race.
I don't know. Sometimes I believe those half ape would be smarter than half the people on the planet today, but that's just me.
Well, no, I would agree with you on that.
I think we're headed to giving apes the vote anyway. We're going to have translators and say, "Oh, apes are voting."
Well,
Everybody gets the franchise. Everybody gets the franchise.
Well, I don't know if you ever saw that movie Congo, but like she had that Nintendo Power Glove, and clearly she could talk using sign language.
hmm.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Joseph says the Canadian Karoga colonies are big into clubbing baby seals.
And we're off.
That's because they're
now-
Canadian, not because they're Karogan.
Okay. Keep in mind that I had created a series of cartoon characters about 25 years ago.
Was this before or after you were a DJ?
Before.
Okay.
No, after. Anyway, it was called Animal Anarchy, and my first character that I thought of was a little baby seal. Cute little
Oh,
thing.
God.
Aw.
And his
Kinda-
name was Clubber.
Oh,
I love it.
And then there were the three cows, Leather, T-Bone, and Jerky. And the horses, Alpo and Elmer.
I got the Elmer glue. Yeah.
And the
Alpo
vegetarian
is dog
shark
food,
and the
yeah.
vegetarian shark named Chum. Get the impression that I have a very sick sense of humor, folks.
Where does the shark get his vegetarian food from?
I don't know. He don't eat surfers.
Seaweed.
Yeah.
Plenty of
We
seaweed.
didn't think
in
that far ahead. It was just funny when we did it.
So you were supposed to tell us more about your DJing.
I was a DJ. I've been around music most of my life, and when I got to Cleveland, I met this young lady, and her friend is a DJ in Cleveland, so I do gigs with him, and so we'd go to. I remember one junior high school dance. Oh my God. Brunswick, Ohio. Kids were 14, but they were AC/DC. Oh, they were all over that, even though it was all older than them. The Locomotion, they were all over that, even though it was older than them. And that was the day that my partner, I had this mobile microphone in my hand, and they're playing, and he's playing Whoomp, There It Is.
Oh, hell yeah. Tag
And-
team.
And I've got this microphone, and I'm going, there it is.
So typical, like, radio DJ stuff.
Right. My opening, if you've ever seen me in chat on any of these channels, occasionally I will use my radio tagline as a greetings.
Which was
Greetings and salutations, friends and family, friends and neighbors, lovers and losers of all kinds.
I think I did see that. And I was thinking, I was like, he already has that like written somewhere. That's a copy and paste job.
Nope.
See, when you said Cleveland and you're a DJ, I'm like, oh, please tell me he was there for their rock and roll night at the stadium.
No, I wasn't.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Yes. I can tell you, however, that my name is on the beam at the top of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
You were a baseball player?
No, the last beam that they put up in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame at the very top, they had people come down and sign it.
Oh, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I didn't even hear that part. I'm like, baseball? Go ahead. Sorry, that's Cooperstown.
The baseball was really fun because I told my girlfriend at the time that the only reason I would ever go see the Cleveland Indians play baseball is if Pittsburgh came to town, because I'm a Pittsburgh Pirates fan.
M. Dastardly would like to know if you guys had ever seen the video of the chimp with the AK.
Oh, I made a note of it.
No, I haven't.
By the way, I'm not gonna say who said this, but someone said he just Carol Baskin the fuck out of that. Your greeting.
Oh, I'm gonna have to watch this.
Hey, all you cute cats and kittens. It was a good one. Yeah, all right. In the moment. Anyways, I think I sent a link, right? Yeah, the link is to Bert Kreischer. It's the clip of his story about going to Russia and joining the mob. Check it out. Love him.
Oh,
he's one of my favorites.
Private chat. All right, here we go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll put the link in there.
Yeah, you could actually play that, huh?
What'd you say it was?
Bert Kreischer.
Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and throw it in here.
Yeah, look, no shirt.
Oh, look, if I share the right link, maybe. Oh. My name is Oliver. My favorite color is clear.
Go back to the StreamYard.
Yep.
Share audio.
My sister had a friend we used to do that too. My name is so and so. My favorite color is clear. All the time.
The volume up.
Perfect.
13 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
When I was 22, I got involved with the Russian mafia. Here's how it happened.
Oh, I think I've seen this.
Oh, he's great.
I went to school at Florida State. I was not a very good student. I was there like 7 years. I was there in most of the 90s. I was in college longer than grunge music was around.
Wow.
Okay. All right, I see where this is going.
This is how bad of a student I was. One time I signed up for a Russian class thinking it was Spanish. And it took 3 classes before I realized, I don't think this is Spanish. So I got to leave the teacher, who was hot. He definitely worked out. I'm kidding. It was a girl. It was a girl. And she was hot. She still is hot. She stopped me. She goes, don't go anywhere. I need 14 kids to teach this class. You're the 14th. I need to teach this class in order to get my master's. So if you sit back down.
No, you don't have to worry about a copyright. He loves this.
Give you a C.
Okay,
like,
so he's willing to just share whatever.
Oh, he's brought people in that have reviewed, like live reacted to his clip.
Think about what I'm saying. I took 2 years of a language, took 4 semesters of my college career, 4 semesters. Russian 4 was taught in Russian. Do you have any idea?
Why is he not wearing a shirt?
Sit there like an immigrant at the DMV all day, like.
He feels more comfortable without it.
Okay.
The end of Russian 4, same teacher pulls me aside. She's like, we're taking a trip to Russia. If you go, you'll get a minor. I was like, okay, hold on.
So he wants these clips to be played all over the place?
Right,
oh, absolutely.
Language, right?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why he's so big now.
That's the way I would do it, yeah.
I was taking tests in a language with which I was unfamiliar with their alphabet. Do you have any idea what it's like to take a test and make up hieroglyphics? And the answer is star circle hashtag shoe.
I remember those days.
She goes, it doesn't matter. We need kids to make this trip happen. And if you go with all the classes you've taken and the ones you will take, dude, you will get a minor. And I was like, oh, that's all you had to say. Let's go to Russia and fuck some minors.
I knew that's where he was going.
It was different minor, obviously. Learned that the hard way.
Reminds me of my trip to Israel.
In 1995. This is when the mob ran everything, and they told us that our very first night.
You know,
They
when
said,
I
"Go
went to
class down,
Israel,
like,
I literally
we have
stayed
paid
on the
off
airport
mafia
the
to keep
entire
you safe.
time.
In exchange for our money, they give us 2 young gangsters." I'm in the room like, this trip just got fucking awesome.
Same thing that happened to me in Ireland. Never left.
They go, "These bandits, you're gonna
Yeah, I
love
was the
us. They're gonna
hazmat
walk
shipment
into class, they're gonna
certifier,
walk you
so I
back
had
to
no
class, they're gonna
choice. I had to
walk you back to
actually
field trips.
write
Do not
out every
speak to
single
them.
has deck
They're
for
in the
every single
mafia.
helicopter and
Do
all
not
the
look at them. Do
equipment
not
that we
engage
brought.
them. Do not interact with them. I was like, they're gonna be my best fucking friends.
So
the
I
first
never
night I grabbed
left
a
Tel
bottle of
Aviv
vodka
when I
and a
went to
six-pack of Baltimore,
Israel,
which is our
but
local beer. My plan was
whatever.
this. I was gonna say,
We had a port visit to Haifa.
good Bert, очень приятно. Я работаю кошка. Does anyone speak Russian in here? I love that someone says no. No. I did a head count earlier. It doesn't look like it. I'll tell you what the sentence says. It's a badass sentence. I worked all day on it. Hello, my name's Bert. It's very nice to meet you. I work pussy. Kind of. It really means I work with cats. I didn't know the fucking language. What do you expect? It doesn't matter because the second the door opens and I'm face to face with a real Russian gangster with the wife beater and the tattoos with the track pants and the cigarette, and he just stares me up and down. A frat boy from Florida State. I was wearing a fanny pack. He just looks at me and goes, "Что?" I fucking panicked. And everything I had planned on saying flooded out of my head. And all I said to him in Russian in his doorway was, "I am the machine." And he started laughing. He goes, "What did you say?" I was like, "I'm the machine." He grabs me and he goes, "Come in and tell my friends." Brings me in a room full of 9 Russian gangsters drinking and smoking and just goes, "Stop. Tell them what you said."
Yeah, Makina.
Fucking, I'm the machine. They looked at each other, looked at me, and they're like, "Fuck it, he's the machine."
Own it, own
And I
it.
became the machine, and these guys loved me. Yes. You got to realize.
All right, on.
Yeah, you get it. Definitely check him out, man. He has a couple specials on Netflix. Secret Time, and then another one. I forgot that. Anyway, really good, man. He's one of my favorites.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Oh, he's great, dude. He's on Joe Rogan a lot. He's good friends with Joe.
And
Oh,
he
and-
really does. He wants these things to be
Yeah,
shown on channels like
So
this.
on his podcast, like he has brought in people that were doing exactly what we just did, like watching it and laughing. You know, of course they
Okay.
talked about it a little bit more than what we did, but no, he doesn't care. That's
I guess they'll
that's
find
why.
out soon enough.
No, would not care. Like that is why that he's at the level he's at now is because of that exact clip. Everybody shared it. Everybody watched it.
That's actually kind of cool. Like
That
I
is
said,
actually cool.
if I were creating something and I wanted to get my name out there, that's exactly what I'd do. I'd be like, hey, go for it. Share constantly, forever.
And besides that, what else? How else are you going to piss off Hollywood by like giving your shit away for free?
In the
Exactly.
first few seasons, South Park didn't care if you shared their.
Well, but the
I mean,
thing is,
granted,
though,
it was hard to share video at the time, but if you could share it, they were okay with it.
but it's already free, right? Because it's on YouTube. Anyone can watch it, and we aren't making money off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this was before YouTube. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, like now, like
I remember them old days.
yeah, I had
The-
Napster.
The Santa Claus versus Jesus episode
Yeah, that was
they
Oh
had.
my god!
That was their first hit.
Holy shit. That was so damn funny.
There was a. I can wait until you're done opening your. Oh man, that's such a good joke. What's the
Oh.
old man candy?
Number one sci-fi has joined us. Hello,
Old
good morning.
man candy.
Yeah,
Happy. I don't
Greetings
know.
and salutations.
How you guys doing?
What time is your 15 minutes of positivity?
8:15. So a little bit less than an hour from now.
All right.
I'm still in awe here that I'm in a live stream. I'm
Withers? Buttersworth? Nope.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like We Were
Butterscotch.
Soldiers. I like this movie. It's not my favorite war movie by any stretch, but
We Were Soldiers.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
The-
yes,
We have talked about it for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last time I saw We Were Soldiers was I guess it was 2005 in Iraq. And oh no, I wasn't in Iraq. I was at R&R in Bahrain, I think. Anyway, whatever the case may be, I went to the theater and I watched the movie and I cried my eyes out.
really?
was like-
Really?
I did, yeah.
Which part?
Well, you know, the end when the sergeant major picks up the sergeant and he goes, "Now this is a good morning." I was
Gotcha.
bawling my eyes out when he did that.
Yeah, it's certainly a good movie for sure.
I can't remember the last movie I saw. Damn.
The last what
Wait,
war
like the
movie?
movie at all?
Or just the last movie
The last movie in general. I mean,
that you saw in the theater?
you know what? Come to think of it, I think the last movie I saw in the theater was Star Trek 2009.
So was mine.
Holy crap!
Oh, that was a while ago.
Yeah, well, see, there are things that I don't like at theaters, like people.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Number one sci-fi. I would like to introduce you to Mad Mardigan.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I met him last night on Wes Moody's webcast, and we connected immediately because we're both veterans. And
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a veteran as well.
yeah, I know that. And,
Oh, what branch?
Navy.
Woohoo!
2 Army, 2 Navy, and a bird of prey.
Well, now the Lord Commander of Corrigan.
Kuroga.
What did you do in the Navy?
I was a data processing technician.
Okay, so an IT or a DP
No, a
when it was a
DP.
DP. When it
I
was
was
a
a
DP.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, they merged everything to IT later on.
Well, they merged them with Radioman. When I was in the reserves, they were just going to merge the DPs with the RMs. And my commander asked me what was my goal in the Navy. And I said, I'm going to be the last DP, and they're going to drag me kicking and screaming. 'Cause I did not join to run radios.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the
I'm
last time-
sure most didn't.
Because the last time I had anything to do with the comm system, any communication system, was during the shipyard period on Theodore Roosevelt, when the shipyard let me bring a nasty computer virus and we infected the entire ship.
Not special.
Yeah, but you know, that computer, she was asking for it.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
Yes. They probably still use the same computer system. No.
Oh, didn't even have a cover. You could see right inside.
So what were you, number one sci-fi?
Corpsman.
Uh,
And then, of course, we merged with Dental Techs later on, but or they merged with us, I should say.
hey,
They merged with us, I should say. You know.
Don't you mean corpseman?
that's not what we called them.
Our glorious former president was never wrong.
Yeah, so obviously I had access to everywhere on the 2 ships I was on, because you know we had to go. We could, you know, anywhere.
Tell us about
Yeah.
the aliens.
You know, whether it was down in the reactor on a carrier,
Which carrier were you on?
the Truman, pre-com, or you know, I was a plank owner on
Yeah.
that. So Yeah, that was a unique experience going all the way down into the reactor. They had the big hole opened where you could go down into it, um, and everything. It was definitely weird seeing it like that because that's probably one of the few times that you can ever see it unless you work on it.
I never got to see the reactor room. I did, however, as part of my job in the dry dock period, I have stood under an aircraft carrier in my life.
Yeah, it's a weird experience. So
It most certainly is. I also had a fire watch on the O-15 level one time. That's something I never want to do again.
yeah, all the way up on the island. Okay.
No, way up. It was the stick across on the top of the mast.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I'm hanging up there with a 60-pound fire extinguisher going, I'm going to make sure that this thing doesn't catch fire while I'm 240 feet above the ground.
Joseph says his experience is soldiers wear uniforms and carry guns. That's his knowledge about the military. He feels misplaced, but he's still enjoying our stories.
The only ones that carry guns all the time are obviously Marines. In the Navy, we don't really carry guns unless we're part of unless we're out, obviously, with Marines normally.
The reason God made Marines is so sailors didn't have to carry guns. That's all I
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. We still had the qual on the ship, 9mm and the shotgun and what else?
And if the Army is so incredible, why does the Navy have to have one?
Yeah.
Oh, I zoned out again during the Navy talk. What happened? The Navy who?
You know what? I tell everybody the same thing. Number one, Sci-Fi and I can pick on you two because you're Army. You could pick on us because we're Navy. And it's sibling rivalry. A civilian says one word, and all of a sudden we all become, huh? And civilian has problems. Because, again, it's all sibling rivalry.
It is, yeah. But the Army is the older service, so we win.
Well,
What about the Coast Guard? Come on, man.
Coast Guard.
Wait a minute. The Puddle Pirates belong to Homeland Security, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, who? What? The Coast Guard? I thought they're they're a branch.
No, they're not a branch of the military.
They're not
They
a
were
branch.
Department of
Are
Transportation.
they not? Oh, I thought they were in. Okay, well.
But only during war do they become actual service.
I mean, like, who even knows anything about them? Like, y'all only know that because, your boats were in the same,
No. We call them Puddle Pirates. They're the brown water Navy.
Yeah.
Okay? If they can't see land, they go into panic mode.
Wait, isn't there that Navy base in Illinois?
Yeah.
Yeah, Great Lakes.
Yeah,
Great
they don't
Lakes,
go out on the lakes?
as we call it.
No, actually, the Navy base in Waukegan is entirely indoors. There are no ships. There's no water involved.
I'll be honest. I don't know why I decided to take up for the fucking Coast Guard.
I don't know why either.
Yeah. A big
Matt Mardigan actually made a very funny post. He
I
said
did.
each guy that comes on sounds older than the last.
All right, listen. In my defense, I thought I was texting my girlfriend. I was like, "Oh shit!" I sent that in the live chat, and then I removed it. And so I'm like, "Hey, don't say anything." But this is what I put in there, and he's like, "All right, I'm going to tell them immediately."
Oh, obviously, it's funny.
It is funny.
Yeah, I thank God I didn't keep going because I was about to say the new guy. I swear, it wouldn't surprise me if he was in World War II.
None of us are that old.
Wow. I mean, my dad was in the Korean War.
Yeah, I was gonna say Korean, but that wasn't as funny.
I mean,
Well, that's
obviously, obviously, if you want to count it as a war with the Gulf War, that's the only war I've ever been in. Of course, it only lasted a few days, if even that.
Oh no, trust me, I would have preferred that one than the one I was in.
Yeah, when I left for Desert Shield, we left Norfolk on the 28th of December, and my son was 2 months old at the time, and
Yeah.
I kept getting, well, why didn't you stay? Why didn't you stay? I'm like, because I had a job and I worked in an office building and it left, and well, the federal government frowns on it when you miss it. I would be apt to see my son more if I'm not like in jail.
Yeah. I mean, we were on a plane and ready to go over there, and they canceled it at the last minute because the war was over just like that. But otherwise, I would have gone over there.
Well, I don't know if you ever saw the movie Stop Loss, right, with Ryan Felipe. He goes AWOL, because Iraq bad, and like he tries to go to Mexico, right, and the whole movie is him on the run. He gets to the border, and he turns around, he's like, and he's an E6, and he's like, oh, just can't do it. He's from Texas. I can't leave my men behind. And then the next thing you see, he's on the bus getting ready to deploy again. Hasn't lost any rank, mind you. He assaulted like 2 MPs during this time. Nothing happened to him. They just welcomed him back in with open arms. No, nobody saw that movie.
I've never been a big fan of Ryan Phillippe.
Whoa, hold on now. White Squall
I don't see
was a
movies,
great
remember?
movie. That's true.
Yeah, Joseph Patrick, having battles with your wife, that's a normal part of marriage. So, and you're always going to lose anyway.
I would
So,
say,
yeah, it counts.
yeah, I would. My advice would be just don't go in the kitchen as much. Keep your space.
I see mine off to work every morning because, well, I already had 2. I don't need third divorce. Yeah.
Has to get easier. The process by then. You're like, no, I can do the paperwork myself.
Yeah, but I've given away everything I own.
Yeah.
All right, M. Dastardly, thanks for hanging out with us.
Have you tried burying it in the yard?
Have a great day, M. Dastardly.
Take care.
By the way, I'm enjoying this because, like, on the podcast that I'm on, I'm the oldest one there, so it's kind of nice having that reversed.
Of course,
You're the young guy.
I remember standing at the top of Panoramic Center. What was the name of the place? Panoramic Center, I believe, was the name. Haifa, Israel. Highest point in Haifa, Israel. Talking on the phone with my wife, who was here in Indianapolis, first wife. And she was telling me that it was my fault she wrecked the car when I'm a third of the world away.
Yeah, I've had those conversations too.
Yeah.
I'm in Israel. She's in Indiana. Excuse me. Where is... Okay.
Yeah, but what did you do, though?
You didn't put the snow tires on before you left.
You didn't
No,
change the
this was-
oil.
No, I don't know what the hell it was.
That's
I
why
tell people...
You moved the seat too far back.
That's
tell
why there's
people-
no Mrs. CCDV.
I tell people I spent the last half of the 80s drunk. I got married and joined the Navy in that order, and it wasn't the Navy that kept me drinking.
And you were a DJ.
And I was a DJ.
I don't know why that fascinates me so much. Because celestial radio doesn't exist. I guess it does. I don't listen to it, but not where it was, where they ruled, man.
Well, I did mainly DJ'd parties, but then I used to practice on a small AM station that had a range of 2 blocks, because you can do that legally. You can just start an AM station as long as it's below half a watt. So I used to practice on that, and the neighbors would hear me. And it was just fun.
That's cool.
After high school, I went to
Joseph, are you talking about the movie Assassin with
American Assassin.
I don't know what American Assassin
With
is.
Brad Pitt?
No, the one with 1989 Batman. Michael Keaton. Yeah, he was in it, and some young guy that I've never seen before.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It was all right.
Huh, okay.
What
No, I hadn't seen that one.
What I was saying was,
I've not seen it either. No.
when I was after high school, I went to aeronautics school in Tulsa, and drinking and stuff like that. And we decided it wasn't the best for me. Before I came back home, I was like, man, there was a radio broadcasting school. I'm like, I'm gonna go check that out. My dad wouldn't pay for it, so to come back home. Anyway, so yeah, I was almost a DJ too, man.
Well, I mean, DJing was fun. It really was. And just like I'm enjoying this right here, I have a horrible case of stage fright, which is kind of funny because at one time, yes, I was also doing amateur nights at the comedy clubs in Cleveland.
I mean, I don't know why you said it, but I think we all knew.
That's the most horrible stage fright I've ever heard of. Getting up in front of people and telling jokes. Yes. Awful,
No, I
awful
used to do
stage
that,
fright.
and then all of a sudden I just can't do it anymore. But being on the radio is cool because you could talk to thousands of people and not know what any of them look like.
And they don't know what you look like.
Yeah,
Hence
well,
the YouTube.
it helps that I have a face for radio, so
I did improv. I thought about trying stand up, but
come on. Starting with greetings from the bottom of the Persian Gulf says it all.
Yeah, true enough.
yeah, that definitely has like a Good Morning Vietnam feel to it.
I still can't believe your ship sank right out from under you and you never noticed it.
Yeah, I know.
God. Did you say never nosed it?
Well, I meant to say noticed it.
Oh,
but
I
I've
thought it
been
was a
drinking.
joke. I thought it was
I've
a
been
joke that went over
drinking
my
all
head.
night.
Oh, I thought it was just like more like Navy slang that you've picked up.
Nah, I'm the drunken philosopher.
Oh,
Do you know how to avoid a hangover?
Stay drunk.
Don't stop drinking.
Never stop drinking. Exactly. So
I had to borrow a line from Robin Williams back from 1986. I used to be a heavy drinker, but I had to give up drinking. I got tired of waking up nude in front of my car with my keys on my ass.
you know what? I wonder who he borrowed that from.
I don't know, but
It's well known that Robin Williams would go into shows, and if he saw like a comedian doing a bit that he liked, he would buy the bit. Y'all can't see me doing air quotes, but he would buy the bit, from the comedian. Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was a classic line, and
Joseph says he has a face for radio and a voice for newspaper.
See, now Joseph says that, but he has a great face for YouTube and a great voice.
He does.
Everybody loves it. And he takes it away from the people like me who really do have a face for radio and a voice.
You notice I don't even have an avatar.
I did notice, yes. I thought you were just new at this.
Oh, that too. This is my first live stream. I'll admit that.
Oh. I gotta. The only reason I have one is because I accidentally disconnected entirely, and then when I came back in, I was like, "Oh, there's the button."
Yeah, it was just
Figure
the
it
two
out.
of us for the first 20 minutes. So every time he dropped off because he couldn't figure out how to work the StreamYard, it was like, okay, I guess I'll tell a story.
And
Yeah,
you know,
I came in the middle of it, and he's like, and then we were in New York.
Well, when I
Joseph,
was,
you can have a face for radio, voice for newspaper, and ideas for a personal diary. Nobody should ever hear. There you go. I topped
There
it.
you go.
What is-
Bird
what
of
is
prey
happening?
topped you, Joseph.
What is happening over there? Number one, sci-fi.
My dog just got up.
Oh, what kind of
when
dog?
I got two of them. Yeah.
Okay.
When I went-
two Shih Tzus.
When I went up to see Mrs. Dumoff, I said, well, I was invited to a live stream. And she goes, oh, then why are you up here?
That's a supportive wife. I like that.
Or one that just doesn't want to mess with you right now.
Yeah. DJing is fun because you learn a few things that you never realized. Like if you're practicing on the radio and you put the microphone up below your partner's bedroom and he's going at it with his girlfriend, it makes for some interesting radio.
Wait, you had beds in your studio?
No, the studio was down in the basement. His bedroom was right above the studio.
Now that would be interesting radio.
So he and his girlfriend are going at it, and and I just put the microphone next to the floor.
Was she a screamer? Eh?
Oh yes.
Was she a screamer?
Hey, are we going
And what's
comedian
funny
now?
is, and what makes it even better is somebody calls and says, "Is that Patty?"
Is your wife a goer? Is she?
What's funny is that the girl's name was Patty. Okay, apparently, whoever was calling me knew this. Oh my God.
What happened? You okay?
Huh?
You okay?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Is Patty okay?
I don't know about Patty anymore.
Don't know Patty anymore.
Of course, everybody else in Cleveland did, apparently. No, my girlfriend at the time, the Navy in their infinite wisdom sent me to depression counseling.
All right, we're getting honest this morning. I like it.
And on my way, I wrecked my car.
Man, so you really were depressed when you got there.
That is depressing.
Yeah. So I get to depression counseling, and the lady's asking me about my life and yada, yada. And she goes, well, are you seeing anybody now? I said, yes. But you know what? I'm going to give you this advice. Never, ever date anybody whose date book is printed by Ameritech.
Ameritech, that feels like an old thing.
AT&T. The phone book.
Oh, okay. So phone book.
Yeah. That's just, I'd accepted my position in life as second in her life to somebody else. I just didn't realize it was going to be every guy in Cuyahoga County between the age of 12 and 50.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Well, all right. At
women
least
be
you never-
shopping. I mean,
At least you never married a dependipotus.
Oh my God.
oh man,
Dependipotamus.
holy shit!
Oh,
I just had so many flashbacks to fucking memes. There used to be some great Facebook groups, man. Like with the whole dependipotamus hunters and stuff. Oh, I have not heard that term in so long.
All I remember is that the best place to pick up women on the Naval Station Norfolk was the McDonald's, especially when a carrier was pulling out to sea, because they'd go and see their husbands off, and then
they go get some nuggets.
and they go over to McDonald's where they were picking up their 6-month friend.
Yep. Oh, it's so rare to talk to people who actually know what a dependipotamus is.
Man, I mean, I just haven't heard that in so long.
A dependent of the river? Yeah.
Oh, what is, yeah, man. It's so good, dude.
It amazes me.
In case anyone is wondering, dependipotamus is someone that you marry who, when you are deployed, has a 6-month friend or 12-month friend or whatever the case may
Or
be.
sends videos to their significant other in the middle of a war zone while she's doing people in the shower going, I want a divorce.
Oh, and she's
Been
also
there,
the
done that.
size of a hippopotamus.
Generally, they are the larger sort. Yes.
That's low, man.
Well, I had a
No,
lot.
what's low is the friction when they're walking.
Oh man.
They set their freaking pants on fire.
I had a lot of troops with the pendopotamuses.
Yeah, you try to talk them out of it, but especially
They're in love. They're in love. Or she's pregnant, one or the other.
she told me she was gonna stop stripping.
Right?
Robert Townsend flashback, old comedy line. Man, she gave you the wrong number. She gave you the wrong number. Ain't no woman got no 800 number.
Yeah, well, they don't. I used to just go with 555. I'm trying to look up something, but yeah. Anybody ever see In the Valley of Allah with Tommy Lee Jones? It was the most insulting movie I've ever seen.
The Valley of the Law?
In
Is that what you
In the
said?
Valley of Elah, Elah.
Oh, Elah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, don't, and I'm gonna ruin it for you right now. Listen, Tommy Lee Jones was like an MP back in the day, right? And his son is killed, and so he just came back from Iraq, and he's gonna help do the investigation. I think Charlize Theron was in it too. Anyway, so it turns out that one of his buddies, they were at a bar or whatever, they leave, they get in a fight, and then the dude, his buddy that he deployed with, got a knife and stabbed him. And when they're interviewing him at the end, he goes, if he would have had a knife, he would have stabbed me too. But that's what Iraq veterans do. And then fucking Tommy Lee Jones goes and puts the flag at the school upside down because the country is in trouble. My fucking Christ.
Oh, one of those movies.
Yes. It was
No,
so bad.
I don't ever intend to watch it now.
It was, yeah, that's why I ruined it, because it was. But no, we're gonna watch it for when we do the live stream when we cover movies.
Okay,
It's on the
I'll
list.
watch it. I'll get furious and
Yep.
and rant about it and probably trigger myself and punch through a
rant
wall.
mode on.
Yeah, I mean that and Hurt Locker and Green Zone with Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
I like Matt. He's a good guy.
So
He's
with
good.
all you guys hip here, which movie gets it the closest for somebody who is not in the military?
In the Army now, really does a great job, like showing basic, despite it being a Pauly Shore movie. Like,
Yeah, for basic training, they get
Yeah.
it right.
Really? Okay.
And for actual war zone fighting stuff, it's Saving Private Ryan.
right?
Another veteran has joined.
Are you talking about
Michael
realism in film?
Crawford.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm a little tired. Some bird woke me up.
Stupid bird.
Yeah,
Welcome to the stream.
So Anti-Tracker is also, just so you guys know,
He better not be in the Navy.
no Army.
Oh, thank God.
Damn it, we need another sailor.
3 Army versus 2 Navy. Woo!
to be fair, Anti-Tracker, I also messaged Darren, who is Navy, so I wasn't
Yes.
sure who would get here first.
Well, Army always. Navy guys, they have 18-hour days. They don't know anything.
Are you allowed to use your real name? I thought we were all supposed to call you Anti-Tracker no matter what.
Oh yeah, look at that. He's using his real name.
That's
It's
just
called Michael.
However, StreamYards
Or is
decides
it
to do it.
Mikhail?
Wow.
It's Mikhail. Everybody knows that.
Mikhail.
Anti-Tracker is also the head of Turkestan, for those
Yes.
who were
Wait,
here.
he's the head now in the ranking because you're the Lord Commander in.
I'm
Savior.
Emperor of
Of
God
Kuroga.
Emperor of Kuroga.
Yeah.
And he's the president. He calls himself president of Turkestan. No, his wife is a queen. So, I mean, how does that work?
Wow, man, y'all's like system is.
It's actually quite reasonable. Our system is a democratic republic. It's just that the queen is a hereditary title, and Mrs. Nancy Tricker is always the queen, but anybody could be president.
It just happens to be her husband.
Yeah.
Wait, anybody like somebody can be like, I feel like being president now.
Well, if they got to win in a fair election.
Fair.
Yes. You see, I understand Quiroga doesn't understand the concept of fair. But yes, impartial, balanced election where every person counts as one vote. Every citizen, of course. Non-citizens don't get to vote. And unlike the United States, we're not afraid to verify your citizenship before you vote.
I'm sorry. You're not afraid to what?
We're not afraid to check for people's citizenship before they vote.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not fair.
Why is that not fair?
Well, what if, somebody immigrates into the country,
As long as they become a citizen, they can vote.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, I guess.
That's the way we look at it.
My my best friend, he calls himself the he calls his house Black Manistan.
Black man, okay.
So, and
I assume he's black.
yes, and he has a long title, and it's funnier than hell. And I wish I could find it here, but
I'm just picturing what now. Does Black Manistan, is it possible for a white person to run for office?
as long as they do it from the back of the bus, yes.
Well, you see, I don't know. That seems, it's like Bird, and Quiroga. Bird is what they call him, the God Emperor. And you notice that, like, Bird even has General Chang for his avatar, but Bird has never served. And he also has no intention in serving. And in fact, he loathes those of us that do.
No. I have the greatest respect.
Really, you have great respect for me?
Not for you personally, but for other people who serve. My
At least he's
grandfather.
honest.
My grandfather was in World War II. My uncles in Vietnam. But my great uncle was also in World War II. My grandfather.
But you personally prefer to sit back and party with the girls rather than serve.
I
Isn't
wish
that what
there were
generals
girls
do?
to party with. Yeah, if there were girls to party with, that would have been better.
What
So you're partying with boys.
what did I miss? I was finding a picture to send.
You missed the Bird of Prey just admitted that he.
Mikhail said that I did not. He said that I don't respect those who served. I loathed those who served.
Well, you're
Okay.
on this panel is proof of
Yeah.
that. You're making a mockery of it by being on this panel, having no service.
First, I told them at the beginning that I didn't serve, and they invited me up. And
Yeah,
if
but
we
you
had
see, they
someone
see
else
your
who
avatar
served-
being a general, and they figure that, oh well, he's just being modest.
Captain Trek is actually here and he wants to join the stream.
then I am going to back out.
Oh, okay.
I will back out and let Captain Trek have some time.
Well, thank you, Bird of Prey.
It was
Captain,
nice.
Bird of
It was
Prey.
nice meeting you.
I know we
nice
got
meeting you too. I look forward to hearing. And so you guys said in the Army now?
For basic. I mean,
yeah, for basic training, yeah.
They see Mikhail, I can watch in the Army now and feel like I went through basic training.
Actually, I think I'm going to step out for a few minutes here. I got to go take care of a couple of things. I'm still going to be running around here. It looks like number
when
one.
you want back, let me know. I can start my day too at some
I
point.
can do that.
But yeah, I
Take
think
All right.
have a good one,
Admiral,
Admiral.
thank you for coming on. And yeah,
I'm
keep
new
the
to this,
stream
so I'm
going.
trying to figure this out. So
no worries. I'll keep the stream going. So if you want to come back up, just let me know. And
okay. Well, like I tell people, yes, Mr. Sajak, I'd like to buy a clue.
I'm sorry, we don't have any of those.
I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
Yep.
See ya.
Yep.
Oh man, I'm trying to figure out.
Captain Trek, good morning. How are you today, sir?
Good morning. I'm doing all right.
Hey,
How are you?
Captain.
What's going on, Andy Tricker? Or
I do. I want to know Anti-Trekker's story, actually.
I would too.
We've been
My
on
story.
for 3 hours and sharing stories of our military service, but I'd like to hear
And our
you know,
DJing.
I'd like to hear Andy Trekker. I'd like to hear his story.
Well, I don't know. Well, I'll tell you, my favorite story was from when I was in basic, where and I told this on my channel once before. We had the way that it was set up in Fort McClellan is that of course, battalion, each company had its own building. The buildings were maybe 50 yards apart, so they were within shouting distance of each other, and that was intentional. So at the underneath the bunk areas, there was basically a patio, an open air area underneath the building, but at ground level, and that's where we would do our morning formation. And every morning, we were Alpha Company. Bravo Company was like one week ahead of us in as far as where we were, their training spots. So they were, everything that we did, they did the week before.
Right.
And so one of the things that they started doing was every time they would, when they were in formation, every time they would call for attention, they would yell at the top of their lungs, rock steady. And then whenever they said parade rest, they would say solid as a rock. And then and they would purposefully do formation at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and then just start saying attention, parade rest, attention, parade rest. So we would be trying to sleep, and we would be constantly woken up by rock steady and solid as a rock. It was really, really annoying. And this was just little bravado, a little bit of harassment between groups. You know how that goes.
Yeah, the good old days.
Yes. So our company commander got the idea that to try and one up them, that Alpha Company, since we were 4 platoons, each platoon would come up with their own slogan. And so and so as they called, as we went into our morning formation, first platoon would go to attention, then second platoon, then third platoon, which is us, and then fourth platoon. And that way, we would kind of one up them, and we'd make sure to do it when they were all doing their formations. And so I was our platoon leader at the time, and I'm kind of a dick when it comes to this stuff. I have a slightly twisted sense of humor. And so we came up with ours, and everybody else came up with theirs. And then the morning came, and of course, Bravo Company was sitting there getting their morning reads from their CO, and they started out with first platoon. The first platoon said something like, we're the mighty first, or something like that. And second platoon did theirs, and then we get to ours. And so I called our platoon to attention, and in a perfect unison voice, third platoon yelled, "Smells like a sock." And then I called parade rest, and they said, "Sock smelly." I've never seen before an entire company of people turn around with a what the F look on their face at once. Their drill sergeants were furious. Our drill sergeant, they say you'll never forget your drill sergeant's face, right? And that's absolutely true.
That is true. Drill Sergeant Burns' face is burned into my memory.
For us, it was Juan Talavera. Great name for a drill sergeant. The guy was like maybe 5 feet tall and just a mean SOB, right? And he was rough, and he was hard on us, but he was, at the end we respected him. And this man did not know what the word smile meant until that morning. He just cracked up. He's the first time I've ever seen any kind of positive emotion out of him, and he just busted up laughing. All this management, the drill sergeants and stuff they just couldn't keep it in. They were just laughing so hard. And then, of course, we spent the next several weeks getting all sorts of special punishment. And
Naturally.
yes. Our senior drill sergeant officially put us on his chit list. And so every time there was something bad, he would always call out third platoon to take the part. And we were proud of it too. It's like,
Oh yeah,
you know,
third herd always has that reputation.
yeah,
though.
and we just absolutely did it to him. I mean, because we just took it at that point, and we're proud to do it. But yeah, so that's my crowning achievement, was to basically make fun of an entire company and embarrass our CO and but it was worth it. I mean, yeah, all the extra push-ups, all the KP duty, all that, it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it.
I want to say welcome to LDG Pixels or LDS Pickles, depending on what he's going by today.
That's LDG Pixels.
Yeah, LDG Pixels. That's his professional name. But
only after dark that he does LDS Pickles.
Anti-Tracker's older than everybody here, I'm sure.
What? No way, dude.
Well, I'm 52.
Yeah, I mean, I think number one, Sci-Fi has you beat by. Oh, he's muted. I'm not gonna say anything. Thought he was here.
No, yeah, I'm 50. What am I? I'll be 50. What year is this? 2020.
That's how I feel. That is exactly how I feel.
Yeah. What am I?
I feel like we're gonna have to add at least 5 years to whatever it is you come up with. If you're forgetting this much.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help it anymore. But no, I'm 50. So I'll be 50. Yeah, I'll be 57 in November. So I'm 56 right now.
Man, and you're on YouTube?
Huh?
That's cool, man. Like,
it's good that people of your generation could be on YouTube.
Yeah, man. Like,
can you use a smartphone too?
Yeah, I remember rabbit ears. I remember
rabbit ears.
I remember obviously the first moon landing, watching that on TV,
absolutely
black and white,
on a little 13-inch black and white TV set.
Yes, exactly.
With an extension cord going 25 feet around the house so you can move it.
So yeah, I'm happy to have been born, in 1963, and everything.
Well, yeah, I mean, you came in like before AIDS. That had to be so much fun. Like, nobody wore condoms. Like, that had to be great. Okay.
Well, here's the thing about that, though.
You really have a strange view of history.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll tell you, when AIDS first happened, first of all, everybody at first thought it was only transmittable by gays. They thought it was literally a gay disease. Because it was rampant in the gay community, but not in the straight community, because of the fact that the type of sexual encounters that gay men tend to have is much more high risk as far as making direct contact to the bloodstream.
Right.
And but it really turned out that that's just happened to be, coincidental that gays do that a lot more than straight people. But I mean, think about that disease ran unchecked through the 70s because they didn't know what the hell it was.
Well, that's why they called it grids.
I just want to let everybody know this was not my intention when I made that joke. I was not intending to get on a serious.
Well, it's one of those things that it does. I mean, it's weird thinking about the fact that we didn't think that this was going to be something people were going to look back on, just like, I never would have thought that people would not realize that, in the old days, you had to literally dial a number. That's why when we say dial a number, it doesn't mean pushing buttons. It means dialing a number. And most people don't even know how to dial a phone.
Yeah.
Right. People don't understand why they say, hey, I'm going to tape this. They think, a digital recording. What is this tape thing you're talking about?
I mean, I still use that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, people say it all the time. But they just don't know where the word came from. They just say it out because that's what people always said. Recording, another word for recording is to tape something. And actually, tape was a very specific type of recording back in the day, because there were other forms of recording, but tape was the most common.
And VHS was the most common format.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what most people think of now as far as taping things is concerned.
Right.
Is the VHS format. And that's for, people who are over 40. Ugh. I think people in their 30s still think of digital recording and just say taping because they don't really know the difference.
And amazingly, despite the fact that our cartoons were overtly violent and Yosemite Sam had guns, despite the fact that our swing sets were made out of metal and set in gravel pits, despite the fact that we didn't wear helmets when we rode our bicycle around, we managed to survive.
We did indeed. We did indeed. And the stupid shit I did on my bicycle.
Oh, yeah.
It's a miracle I survived.
Oh, any of us? Are you kidding? So much dumb shit. Especially y'all. There was no laws, no rules for y'all. Man. That's why they had to have so many kids, because they died off so much.
Look, it's the 1970s was not Little House on the Prairie,
Well, from a certain
One
you didn't have
view.
people just dropping
Before.
kids like flies back then. You're about 100 years off.
Joseph Petrick says that Isaac Asimov died of a effed up transfusion. And that may be the case. However, he had angina long before he had that transfusion. So, yes, it was the end cause, but he was on his way out long before he had that transfusion in the hospital.
Yeah, and George Washington, he died because they kept letting his blood, even though he had a cold. But they just kept taking more and more blood. True story. And his teeth weren't wood.
Yeah, that's what they believed in back then.
Oh yeah.
I believe his teeth were actually weren't they ivory, but he had like a wooden fixture that they would.
Yeah, it was a wooden frame with the ivory teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had
Colin
different...
P. Smith. I want to welcome Colin P. Smith to the stream. Thank you for joining us this morning. And yes, I do remember either answering the phone or missing the phone call entirely.
Yes,
there was no voicemail.
No voicemail, and of course later they came up with the incredible invention of the answering machine.
Right.
I still know numbers from when I was a kid. Like I can tell.
Oh yeah.
Like I can tell you numbers of like friends and family. I cannot give you one number today.
309.
I knew somebody was going to do that.
Let me see. 707. Let's see. 707-544-6488. That was my phone number as a child.
My
We're gonna go through all the numbers.
has
Yep.
the same phone number.
Admiral
my
O.F. Doom. Admiral O.F. Doom brings up one of my very favorite playground toys that I've ever been on.
Oh, those
The
stupid
merry-go-round.
Oh, and
Hey,
And
I
you
like
would always
those.
somebody would always be trying to spin it so fast that the kids would just fling off of it, and yet we still survived.
yeah, and everything was made of metal.
Yeah.
Centrifugal force.
What's
It
that,
was,
Vern?
it was a teaching tool. You were learning about centrifugal force.
Oh, true.
Exactly.
While we were flinging children through the air in a playground full of metal bars.
Metal bars and the what do you call those? Gravel.
Oh, gravel was everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Gravel
Gravel,
slowed you
sand,
down
either
quicker.
way.
I
Yeah.
remember being on the wooden bridge, and we would jump from the wooden bridge to the tunnel because they had a metal bar on the side of it, and you would grab the bar. It was elementary school, and I did this, and I slipped, and it knocked out on the ground. I remember being woken up, and hey kid, I think your class is going back. No one bothered to check me for concussions.
Yeah.
No one cared. I got up. I was fine.
You
I
gotta
mean, I had a
finish the day
stutter
of
for,
school,
like-
of course.
Well, I had a stutter for like the next 4 years, but other than that, Everything was fine.
All right. Yeah, I gotta
Well,
get ready.
Mr. CCTV, I need
for
to be
my
going
show.
as well.
Yeah, I gotta get ready for my show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, number one.
Hey,
who
thanks
did
for
we lose?
joining us this morning. I really appreciate it. And I'll probably end this stream so we can head on over and see the 15 minutes of positivity.
Absolutely. It's nice to have a positive channel out there, number one. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And Captain Trek, if you're still listening, thank you for joining us again.
And Admiral Doom.
Admiral OF Doom. If you guys want to come up for the next 3 minutes, that's fine. But I think we're going to head over to, I think we're all going to head over to the 15 minutes of positivity.
Yeah, 3 hours 3.5 hours. That seems like a good
Yeah.
amount of time.
So
You
what
guys
brought-
should
I'm just
check out
curious, why-
Anti Trekkers channel.
Why did you do the? What's the? What got you the idea to do the We Were Soldiers stream here?
That's because I was telling him that on my channel, like I wanted to get a group of veterans and we would discuss, different military movies and talk about how bad Hurt Locker is. I really hate that movie.
Hurt Locker. Which one is that? That's
the best picture winning.
the one with the bomb.
Yeah,
guy.
the EOD guy. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh God, I hated that.
so
movie.
fucking bad. Yeah,
And
yeah.
here's the thing: the modern military in cinema, the whole point of it is to make it show that the military hurts people. That you can't, anybody who serves in the military who is a good character in a movie is traumatized by their experience in the military. And it's just got to be, oh my God, we had to kill children, and it's like, come on, dude, really?
Yeah, I mean, who cares? Because kids.
Just remember.
Well,
that most-
in Karoga, they do that every day. They eat children for breakfast, but
They will rent them out for the weekend. I verified that.
Only when they're done in the mining tunnels.
well, that's true. Yeah.
just remember that most writers nowadays, the last original thought they had came out of their butt after eating Taco Bell. So
Yeah.
Well, God, I can't believe I'm defending these people. To be fair, like a philosopher once said, there isn't an idea that has not already been thought of before.
Well, it's not that. Here's the thing, though. I understand that. Yeah, I don't expect
Descartes,
a completely original story every time a new television show or movie comes out. I get that. I didn't, for example, with Star Wars, right? I just rewatched the entire Star Wars saga because I'm getting ready to do a review of every movie in the Star Wars franchise. And watching the prequels and the sequels compared to watching the original, it's not the repetitiveness that's bad about it. Like I know people bitched about the Force Awakens being a rehash of A New Hope, but look at how it's written. You have in the original films, Luke is a character that struggled to get ahead, that grew as a character, that got hurt along the way and became stronger at the end. Rey is a character who was perfect at the beginning, perfect at the middle, and perfect at the end.
For sure. Empire was just one big, ass whooping of Luke. Like
Right.
He didn't win anything.
Right. And the thing is that the reason the final fight between Luke and Vader mattered and felt so freaking intense was the fact that we knew that Luke was outclassed by Vader. Right.
Yep.
And there was no, how is this skinny little kid going to take on this hulking monster with superpowers, and that it was just even though the choreography of that fight was basically just two guys bashing sticks against each other, it was awesome. And
that score that hits. Oh, man.
When Luke
With the
actually
chorus?
turns dark and
Yes.
just goes for it. I mean, it was incredible. In the sequel trilogy, the choreography is much better.
Oh, it is not. In the sequel? Did you say sequel or
I'll
prequel?
say that actually there was one
Colin,
lightsaber fight that I think was really, really good in the sequel trilogy, and that was Finn versus Kylo in Force Awakens.
I'm
That
gonna
was
pop in here
rewatch
for a
that scene.
second. Colin P. Smith has a couple of chats that are pretty, well, in my opinion, important. Considering what this stream was originally to be about.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail it. I know.
Oh no worries.
no,
And
we're
I'm
gonna get back
enjoying
to
the
that.
conversation. But Colin P. Smith says he remembers and he still thinks and spells in NATO phonetics, which I do too.
So do I. So do I.
But his other comment was about the UK vets defending the statues over in his country, and I do not know about that.
Yeah, what is happening over there? Like, you're like, oh, we see the. I'm not gonna do a British accent, but they're like, oh man, Americans are fucking shit up over there. Hey, that reminds me, we have statues around here. Like, what?
Well, you pull a statue down, it falls on somebody's head, and they say,
Holy shit!
"I need an ambulance."
No, he didn't say anything because they could see his skull. No, other people said that for him.
Weren't they just telling people that they didn't want any government interference?
Oh man, that's Chaz. Like, I don't know if y'all saw that video. Oh, you did because they showed it in West shit this morning. It's insane. Yeah.
Okay. It all comes down to the way I look at it is Doom's rule number 118. Oh, Our Lady of Perpetual Stupidity, thy disciples hath run amok.
Well, the way to deal with Chaz is very simple. Now, I'll tell you, I do tend to think of things from tactical terms. I was an MP, and so dealing with these kinds of situations is the kind of stuff I was trained for. And dealing with Chaz would actually be very, very simple. All you have to do is get maybe 100 or so armed soldiers. You can use National Guard to prevent any conflict or anything. 100 or so soldiers at each entry point to the Chaz area. And they will simply put up a sign that says, if you want to be arrested, please come towards us with your hands in the air. And then you cut off the power, the water, and the sewage to the area, and they will come out.
They can't do that because there are people that are not involved.
You know what? Those people can come out too, and they'll provide shelter for them until they clean out the mess and they can go back home.
I cannot believe they're pulling down statues of Winston Churchill.
Well, man, because Churchill smoked.
I gotta say, I wasn't expecting such a strong idea for a response from an MP. You guys are always so chill.
Well, here's the thing: we know when it's time to get serious, right?
Well, and mess with you.
And like, well, no, I'll tell you. Here's another story from back in my days. Now, and at Fort McClellan, Alabama, which is where it's really sucked. I went to training there, and I was stationed there. But Fort McClellan, Alabama, is at the time back in the 80s the only place where you'd find Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard on one base. And it was because that's where all the nuclear, biological, chemical warfare training was done. And so everybody that was a specialist in that stuff trained there. And so there was a place on base called the Pistol Palace where anybody could go and, and get drunk. That's what they do, right? And every single night, at least a couple of times, on the weekends, 4 or 5 times, we would get a call for a fight breaking out in the Pistol Palace. And so whenever we get the call, we just respond, how many, what branch, they let us know, we walk in. If it was Army, Navy, Air Force, or Coast Guard, then we would open up the door. As soon as we open the door, the fight would stop. We'd ask a few questions, find out who started it. Whoever started it, we'd boot them out. The rest of the people we'd let get back to their drinking. We wouldn't arrest anybody. We wouldn't, beat the crap out of anybody because we were all soldiers blowing off steam. It's all cool. If there were Marines involved, then we would immediately call for backup. And we would also make sure that we called for enough backup so that we had at least double the number of MPs that there were Marines. So if there were 3 Marines, we call for 2 additional units because each unit for an MP is 2 actual MPs. So we would always be double whatever they have. And so that way, when we come in, say there were 3 Marines, they see the MPs come in, the Marines stop fighting, and the Marines immediately attack us because that's just how Marines are, right? They see a bigger fish to fry. Woohoo! Better fight. Awesome. And so we want to make sure that we had enough MPs so that we could take them down safely and without injury, and they could go down with honor. But then the Marines, because they would do that, we'd let them sober up in the tank, and then let everybody else would get back to their drinking. So there's appropriate response given the situation. But with Chaz, I'm sorry, the United States of America has been invaded. And it's literally a cancer. I mean, it's a growing, festering tumor that needs to be removed.
I mean, this isn't a new thing. Like, you got to remember the Bundys in their fight with the government over cow grazing.
No, the hypocrisy of the
but they
Chaz,
cut the power, they cut everything, and then they killed one of those
But there
guys.
wasn't civilians that were amongst them. Like this there's homes there and businesses there. Again, I'm not on their side. I'm not saying
I understand, but then what? If I guarantee you, if you cut up, first of all, from my understanding, the people that are in there can leave if they want to. And so it's not like they're in a lockdown situation. I know they have armed guards at the entrances to it, but my understanding is people can leave if they choose to.
Right.
And so hey, that's what, and you know what? Do an aerial drop of leaflets to let them know, hey guys, just so you know, tomorrow at 3:00, this area will no longer have power, water, or sewage.
Never happened.
You might want to leave. And so, and then if people don't leave, well, then they can crap on the lawn, and they can try, they can use their, whatever, open fire to cook their food. And then once they run out of their tofu burgers, they can surrender.
So, I mean, maybe if we brought in National Guard, this would work. But I was a cop for 7 years. And
well, that's why I said bring in the National Guard, because you want to show, you also have a show of force. If you have 100 soldiers and a couple of armored transport vehicles at each intersection where they have a barricade, then they know they're not going to go. They know they're not going to take them on a fight. Nobody's going to charge into that. And because you know what, National Guard, and you let them know they don't have rubber bullets.
So I remember when the whole thing in Ferguson happened, and it was a real effect on law enforcement everywhere. The Ferguson effect, because people started having that idea, that thought in their head, like, shit, because you kind of had to decide, like, because it's not just if you do something wrong, it's your ass. But I mean, a lot of people have families and things that they had to take care of financially, and their job is on the line. That's why the whole is the cops won't rat on each other even though they're bad. No, there's limits to this, because I'm not going to risk my career or my livelihood because you're a douchebag. Like,
right.
Agreed.
But yeah, no, but it really has affected a lot of people. Like, they're less likely to draw. It's just a big mess because of how, I mean, they're just put out there on the world stage without any context to what happened. Like the Wendy's thing in Atlanta, that Wendy's was burnt down before anybody even saw the footage.
Right. But here's the thing, and let me save this image. It's in my menace. All right. Here's the thing, I because I know that I didn't see who it was, but someone put in the chat that they thought that Chaz was just a politically correct hate group. Well, here's the funny thing about Chaz, or that, not that Chaz, but Black Lives Matter. I don't buy that for a second. I believe in what the Black Lives Matter movement stands for. I truly do. I think that it is true that in the history of this country, unfortunately, Black people have really gotten the shaft as far as being treated as equals. And Black Lives Matter is about that. But that being said, Chaz ain't no Black Lives Matter. Don't give me this. I know they're spray painting Black Lives Matter everywhere.
They are.
Here is a freaking picture from Chaz.
Thing. It's
Look
an
at
Antifa
all
thing.
the Black people in this. Can you make me larger for a minute, Mr. CC?
Make them larger.
Yeah, make me larger. Here.
Let's see how this works.
He's been drinking all night, so stand by.
Yeah,
I'll figure it out.
I don't know. I'm just
I'll just run the place.
There.
All right. Look at all those Black people protesting. Oh, I'm sorry. They're not black. All right. This is Chaz, people. A bunch of young white hipsters. So this isn't Black Lives Matter. This is a bunch of snotty white kids that have nothing better to do but protest.
Entitled bigots.
Exactly. And what they're doing is they're spray painting Black Lives Matter everywhere so that people will think that's what this is about. No, these are a bunch of freaking anarchists that just want to burn stuff.
Tim Pool, I don't know if anybody knows him, but he always refers to them as LARPers, like they're just playing this out as a game, which I mean, it makes sense, you know.
Right.
I mean, I guess I think for a while, you know, just let them burn themselves out. You know what I mean?
But this makes me so angry because, you know, the funny thing is one of the things that Black Lives Matter talks about is appropriation, right? The idea that other people take their culture and stuff and steal it from them. Look at this picture. You know, the liberal, these liberal left-wing idiots are doing exactly what they accuse their conservative counterparts of doing. They're appropriating a black cause so that they can feel better about themselves.
Well, like I said, it's not Black Lives Matter, it's Antifa.
Right.
And so
I think it's a mixture because there are like
there's a few genuine Black Lives Matter people in this, but the problem is that they are few and far in between when we compare it to the whole. And I think that it's unfair to label Black Lives Matter as a hate group because Black Lives Matter has very little to do with this. They're just the scapegoat. That's what they're putting BLM on everything, so everybody thinks that that's what this is about.
Well, geez, I'm having to defend everyone tonight, and I make fun of these guys all the time. I think they genuinely believe that they are helping the BLM movement. I really do. I don't.
Well, they may think they're helping the BLM group, but I'm saying they're not the BLM group.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean,
okay, they believe they're helping because, well, that's what they were brought up to believe.
Right. Because they're liberal pot smoking, college educated parents were telling them that's, you know, back in the 60s, we made a difference. You know what? That is, and I'm pardon my French, but that is such a load of bullshit because the protesters in the 60s didn't do squat. All right. Yes, Martin Luther King did raise some awareness, but the hippies and stuff that these people are the kids of, they didn't accomplish anything. They sat around taking their drugs and having their free love.
And they all went and got jobs and they all went and made money and bought houses. And no, they didn't do a damn thing.
I think some of the blame does go to parents, but also you have to realize like the reason we're seeing this movement in media and, you know, corporations is because college, the studies have like they've just that's where it's being like
it's
spread.
Not just that, but I mean, look at the news media right now.
High school and colleges.
The news media is in love with these people.
And when I studied journalism many years ago, we learned objectivity.
Yeah, they don't teach that anymore apparently.
You got to know your own truth.
Yeah, because I mean, I actually saw it was so funny. I was watching the news the other day, and they were talking about like there was a protest in some city that went really bad the other day, and a lot of people got hurt.
Was it Atlanta where they burnt the Wendy's?
It might have been. I don't remember now, but the reporter said the protest was mostly peaceful.
Right,
and it's
Tim
like
Pool said something about that,
and it's like really. Really? You think burning down a restaurant and people getting hurt and all that is mostly peaceful? I need to see what is a mostly violent protest.
Well, one of the
Patrick says bullshit is not a French word.
I apologize, Joseph.
The shit of the bull.
The only French I know is
that's okay.
I surrender.
I have French friends. It's okay.
The only
I have one friend. One total. One. He happens to be an African American who makes fun of all these people who say they are battling for him.
Yeah, well, he's not alone in that. There's plenty out there.
Colin P. Smith, you are absolutely right. These people that are riding are useful idiots to those who are trying to take power right now.
I think the people that are riding right now will be very useful as training targets for the military.
Oh, well, that's one way.
I'm a
going.
firm believer that I had said something to somebody. I said, "What do you call a Chaz protester with an IQ of 1?" Don't know. None of them are that smart.
Dad jokes all morning.
Why not?
Let's yeah.
Join us on CCTV, where we'll tell you the worst jokes on the internet.
But keep in mind, my undeniable rule of life states number 14 states that the death penalty for stupidity is not cruel and unusual punishment. It is most often necessary. Yes, I believe in the death penalty for stupidity.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. If they do something stupid,
no. If they just
El Quiroga, that's definitely we believe the same.
See, now you're talking evil dictator levels of
Robert Heinlein.
that's a little bit like eugenics.
Robert Heinlein said that stupidity is its own punishment. That's not been the case for the last 50 years. But
Yeah, I don't think that's true at all. Like, they're usually happier. Look at Forrest Gump. Never had a bad day in his life.
ignorance is bliss, is the old saying, and it is true. That's why all these kids think that they are so great and they are so happy and full of joy with themselves because they think that what they're doing is changing the world for the better. They genuinely believe this, even though they don't stop to think about while they're screaming down with capitalism, that the evil capitalist people are the only reason that right now they have electricity and food and all that.
And the irony is they're doing that on their iPhones.
Right.
I mean, a hashtag can be very powerful.
Right.
Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Okay.
As
raised in a suburb by your parents and never had to want for anything in your life, and
but that's not their fault.
Work.
It's
everyone's
not their
idiot
fault,
at that
but here's the
age.
thing: what's everybody's fault is their own actions, right? That's
Right.
it's their circumstance may not be entirely their fault, right? Yeah, the fact that they were raised in upper middle class suburbia is not their quote unquote fault, but the
Right.
fact that they chose to take that position of privilege and power and do nothing with it, that is.
It's what they do with it.
Right. And so
they think they're doing something now.
right, they think they're
And to
making
be
a difference.
honest, they're not in their homes in suburbia. They could probably be, sitting home playing video games or whatever they wanted to do. They are actually out
But
in
once this is
probably
over,
not so comfortable place without any of the things of home.
but the problem is once this is over, once they finally, either and by the way, I think Trump at this point needs to just say, you know what, screw it. You don't want the military? Fine, have fun. To the mayor of Seattle and the governor of Washington, if they are really, because they love them too, right? The mayor's, oh no, we don't want the military. We will not have evil Donald Trump invade our state. So
Well,
Trump
I don't
should just
think
go.
I don't think he should. I mean, I think
Right, well,
states
here's the
should
thing.
have their rights.
But so Trump should simply say, literally, pull a Pontius Pilate and say, okay, I wash my hands of it. It's on you. You don't want our help. You have fun.
Legally, he could, because it's the
Yeah, 'cause-
governor could call in the National Guard. He could say,
That's what
"Listen,
I'm
it's your
saying.
state, do what you
should be the
want."
state, yeah.
Well, the last time the United States military was called in by the president to deal with civilians was the Rodney King riots. And so there is precedence for him to do it. The difference is the California governor wanted the president to do it at the time, while in Washington, these stupid hippie liberals that are elected into office, they think that this is awesome. They genuinely think this is great.
They think
The
this is their version of
problem's going to
Woodstock.
come when we have a federal election in November, if this is still going on.
It
What
depends.
Well, here's the thing. What happens as far as the state of Washington? Absolutely nothing. Washington is a hard blue state anyway, right? So that's why I say Trump should just say, okay,
If
screw
you've
it.
got one voter in there who doesn't want to vote, Democrat, then they're being suppressed.
Right. But
They
that's
can't vote because of this.
you don't think, let me tell you about election fraud here. And this absolutely true story. Is you remember the days of Acorn when that was a little bit controversial when Obama was running for president. So in Oregon, they had at the time recently instituted everybody gets a ballot at home. It was a strictly mail-in election. And I know that people today say, oh, mail-in elections are a bad idea because it can open yourself up to fraud, and people argue about whether it could or couldn't, right? So the people at Acorn went to my daughter's high school. They got my daughter registered to vote, and they even showed up at her house and offered to fill out her ballot for her, and then they would turn it in. My daughter at the time...
That's very nice of them.
Yeah, it's very, very nice of them, right?
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
My daughter at the time was 17 years old.
Wow. Early voting.
Yeah.
Literally.
And
Gotta start young.
well, and they literally got her registered to vote, and they were ready. You know, they were seriously, they had their pens in their hands saying, we'll fill out the ballot for her if you'd like. And I looked at them because they come to your door, and I looked at her and I said, you got her registered, right? And they're like, yeah. Do you know how old she is? Well, she's 18, right? No. But she's in high school. Not everybody in high school is 18. And I was furious because, yes, voter fraud is rampant in states like Oregon and California and Washington, the far left-leaning states. It is absolutely rampant. Now, have I seen it here in Tennessee? No. Does it exist? I don't know. But people that cover their ears and say no voter, there's never been a proven case of voter fraud. That's because nobody wants to prove it. Because the people that are called upon to investigate the voter fraud are the people that are benefiting from the voter fraud.
Yeah, and they're constantly doing. I get called a hypocrite a lot because I'm a Christian, and so Christian equates to hypocrite for some reason. But these people who are doing these voter fraud election type stuff that you're talking about, they're the true hypocrites. They're the true hypocrites. And the Antifa people that have created Chaz, they're the true hypocrites. Someone like me, it's okay. I go to church. Why does that make me a hypocrite?
Because you don't understand. You see, you just want to force your religion on other people. You are obviously, I mean, come on, you've got to be a child molester, right? And you killed babies when you were in the army. So
naturally. Well, they do taste better when they're young.
God damn it. I was about to say that.
Wow.
you guys both, man, Bird, you are off your game. I'm surprised they beat you to that one.
We don't eat babies in Garoga. I don't know where you got that from.
Look, you said if I rent them for a weekend, I can do whatever I want. I felt like that included a nibble.
Okay, not the whole thing.
Nibble.
Just the arms and
You gotta
legs.
return at least 90%.
Arms and legs. I was going to take like 3 fingers. My God.
Okay. How bad is this conversation when the sailor's over here going, wait a minute, guys?
Hey, I'm with you, Admiral.
Look,
I don't
bring LDG pixels up here.
I just want to say one last thing about the all of that, right? Why am I always defending that? Anyway, I think as humans, we have this innate feeling of like needing to rebel, to fight against something. And when there's really nothing for you to fight, sometimes you got to make up shit. That's why the dude's like, well, they took the Christmas shit off the Starbucks cup. They hate Jesus, but they have Christmas stuff all inside and on their website. But, I see that. I'm like, man, he has a good life. Like, how good is your life if this is your thing? If this is the hill you're going to die on.
Oh, if you have to scream and cry about the fact that you have to press 1 for English, then dang, you've got no problems whatsoever.
LDG pixels, welcome.
I just have a problem when it says press 2 for Spanish in English.
Yeah.
I hope that you
That's the one that cracks me up.
Be nice to one another.
Well, it might crack you up, but I'm just saying, like, people that get worked up over that, it's like, the company's not forced to do that. They do that so they can, reach out to a larger group of people. Because, there are a lot of people that speak Spanish in this country and prefer the Spanish language. Okay. And, you can argue about immigration policy all day long, but
I'd rather not.
I'm just saying, but there are a lot of people that are legitimately in this country that speak Spanish as their primary language.
Yeah.
And if you're a smart business, you want to cater to that group because
exactly.
That's
it makes absolutely no sense when you're already on the English part of it to have to hit 1. You're already on the English. All you need to do is hit 2 for Spanish and say that in Spanish, or 3 for Italian, whatever. You're already in English. It's already speaking English. What's hitting 1 when you're already on the line and speaks English?
Well, it's because somebody may know both languages, but is more fluent in one rather than the other.
Yeah, and that's fine.
And Joseph, there's not a phone in this country that gives you a number for Slavic. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it.
Slavic
User friendliness, not to mention the fact the one thing that really gets me is when they say this call is being recorded for quality assurance. What they leave out, it's for their quality assurance. And the second you say you're recording the phone call, all of a sudden they can't talk anymore.
Well, well, here's the thing though, LD, is that
I know the reason why.
Well, most companies have, they consider proprietary information. We talk where I work, I talk to people on the phone, and we talk about detailed account information and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and some of that information is, considered private information. And what if that person is not the person they say they are, and they're faking it? So yeah, absolutely. Somebody says, "Oh, I'm recording this call." It's immediate. Okay, I'm going to disconnect this call if you don't cease recording immediately.
But you're recording,
huh?
But you're recording.
They have the option of not calling us. They can go to a storefront location or something. But you get a fair warning when you call in that the call is being monitored or recorded. Blah blah
Once
blah.
that warning is up, then both sides can record.
Huh?
Once you give that warning, both sides can record.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that the
not in Florida.
Well,
it depends on your state.
Yeah, it depends on the state.
One party or two.
But
we had this discussion before. You have to in Florida. You have to tell them, even if the other person told you they're recording, you have to tell them you're recording.
But
even though your brain is recording everything.
Right. But the thing is
Not
that
my
if somebody, I know depending on the state, like if you have single consent or dual consent and all that, but if it still doesn't matter if you're a private company and your policy says we don't speak on recorded lines, then if your representative has cause to believe they're being recorded, then they have the right to stop the conversation. Now, if you lie about it and you just record it and not tell them, nothing they can do about that. And and people do that, post it on YouTube. They'll say, "Oh, look at me trolling the Comcast guy" or whatever, and sometimes that's legal, sometimes it's not, depending on what state they're in.
Yep. I just think it's funny and hilarious.
when
you
started bringing up,
I use it against them when I'm on the phone. When I'm on the, sorry,
not being able to record your own side of the conversation.
Oh no, I can, because one way or another, just because you don't record, I tell them, yeah, okay, I'll shut off the recording. But I have voice to text, and that's technically not recording. That's legal. So I still get what they say. I might not have a digital audio recording, but I write down every word that they say.
I honestly thought
when I call a customer service line, I get verified 14 ways from Sunday. What's your birth date and what's your full name and what's your account number and things like that. So,
and then the person you talk to asks all that info over again.
Yeah.
Oh, I cannot stand that, dude. And they ask you for your code, and then you ask for it again as soon as they pick up the phone. Or even worse, they ask you for your phone number when they're looking right at it.
Well, hold on. I swear to God, I really thought that
purposes.
I really thought when we brought up the whole 1 in English and 2 in Spanish, it was just a throwaway joke.
Yeah, now it's turning into a whole thing.
Don't get me started, brother. Don't get me started because I got 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag when it comes to this kind of stuff, my friend.
Dad jokes.
Okay, all right.
But what I do is though, real quick.
My panel, I get to choose the subject.
Go ahead.
We're going to talk about Space Force, and I know what Anti-Trucker's opinion on Space Force is.
Do I need to bring up the video of how many F-bombs there are?
What's wrong with that? Like,
that was so
Say that
fantastic.
like it's a bad thing,
right?
Your Anti-Trucker.
Counter you used on that video, that was great.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, as far as and this is where you can see the state of Hollywood writing right now, is that now I understand, you know, everybody here except for Bird of Prey, who is a lazy, served in the military, right? And so none of us have not heard the F word said on a number of occasions.
LG,
right?
you were in the military?
I don't know about LD, but this is a veteran stream, so I'm assuming he was.
For this argument, he is.
Yeah, for the
I'm
sake
a
of
sailor.
argument. Yeah,
I
for
was-
the sake
I'm
of
a sailor,
argument,
they were
LDG and everybody else was in the military. Everybody but Bird, because Bird is a lazy bastard. So
Tell
So
it like
nobody-
it is, Anti-Trucker.
yeah, but anyway, nobody here is stranger to cursing. But the funny thing about it is the fact that the writing has 15 non-F-bomb swear words in the entire series and 47 F-bombs. Now, I don't know about you guys. Maybe it's a little different where you guys are at, but in most places where cussing is socially acceptable, people drop the S word and stuff like that, or a lot more often than the F bomb. And so
We're taking this
if
from
we're
a-
going to have 47 F bombs, we should have had 150 of the S word, right? It just doesn't add up. It's like, why this deliberate focus on that one word?
Why the focus on the words? Like,
Why am I pissed off about it?
I mean, when I watched
What
it, I
it
did not
take for you
notice.
to tally every curse word.
Yeah,
It took a couple
Because
hours.
curse words, it's like a sculptor. How you use curse words help
Right.
shape your experience. And if
But
you
here's
just
the-
use it like a freaking hammer, you
Right.
destroy what you're making.
And that's the problem, is that the F-bomb used overzealously. Like, I mean, think about that. 47 times on a 10-episode half-hour show. That's
Yeah.
5 times per 30 minutes.
They did use it a lot. They
Right.
did.
Yeah.
That
And there
is
were times when it was
ridiculous.
justified when the Chinese satellite cut the
Yeah. That was the great, and that's the thing. There was a couple of moments where
Couple
it
good
was
ones.
really, really funny and really well timed. The rest of the time, it was just like, why are they doing this?
Yeah.
You know,
there's no reason for it.
well, I think
Have that kind of vulgarity in it, but at the same time, I'm not. It's fine for me.
yeah, me too.
Fine for my son. It's not fine for my 10-year-old daughter.
right. But the thing that bothers me is, and of course I say this in my review, but the idea of a show like this should be an inspiration for kids to get
What?
involved in science or in the military, and it's neither. The show
Yeah.
is anti-military, which I think is a shame, because Steve Carell is actually a very good character, but they basically show him as being the good guy in a bad system.
They
I
actually,
don't think it's
and-
anti-military so much
I
as
absolutely-
anti-big government.
You know why you think it's not
Anti-top
anti-military? Because
of
you were
the-
never in the military.
But
Honestly.
it's the people that were shown as corrupt were the top brass, the insiders, not the rank and file. The rank and file were shown to be
Right.
good,
The rank and
honorable
file was shown to
people.
be freaking idiots.
I don't think so.
Well,
Oh,
I don't know
really?
if
you
you've
don't,
ever
you don't
met
think
a
that you don't think
private.
that Alabama guy was not portrayed as complete idiot?
Okay,
You
yeah,
don't
yeah,
think-
but that was because he was from Alabama.
The
and he started
only
reading the-
person in the military other than Steve Carell that was portrayed as being competent, intelligent, and reasonable was his pilot.
yeah, Captain.
good to be black on the moon.
Yeah,
But
and
there
even
wasn't
she
even that
screwed up.
many. There wasn't even that many like people in this,
Right.
in the series to begin with. So
really focus on the enlisted person
yeah,
Yeah.
in the show.
The
And
only enlisted person they focus on is Mr. Dumbass.
well, I mean,
And-
have you ever met a private?
I was a private for a
Oh,
while.
okay.
You know?
Yeah. And you were dumb as shit when you were, just like I was, just like
Yeah, but you know
everybody
what?
else here.
Come on, you're going to defend the way that they wrote that guy.
What's a
He's going to
private?
get the girl in the end anyway. You know that.
So
So it'll work
I
out.
guess it's not as if it's not. I'm not saying that I like the character. I'm saying that I don't think we can just
I'm not
outright
saying
say
that
they
there
were
aren't people like
disrespectful.
him in the military. I mean, we had a guy in our platoon that was dumb as a sack of rocks, but most of the people were ordinary, average people.
Are
right?
you angry at how badly they portrayed prison guards?
I wasn't a fan. I mean, here's the thing. But I didn't, that wasn't a focal point of the show like the military was. But a show like this should be an inspirational show. Instead, it's offensive for a lot of people, and quite frankly, it's just a missed opportunity of what could have been a great show.
I agree, it could have been better, but it's not for everyone.
They did portray the brigadier general as basically
dumbass. How do you get to be a brigadier general and be a dumbass? I'm sorry, I've not met a general that was that stupid.
It's got a point.
How many generals did you meet, out of curiosity?
I met about 5.
Okay.
I may have had a personal beef with a general. I stole some of his. Well, we got caught. We gave it back. His reactive armor.
Yeah, I'm sure that went over real well.
You did tell that story earlier.
Yeah,
but you guys get it. I mean, I would love to see a show that actually portrayed the military in a positive light again, but they're not going to do it. That's why Star Trek has become so bleak and dismal, because they, notice in Discovery, they kind of amped up the idea that Starfleet is a military, but then they, of course, immediately made it extremely corrupt. Right?
Yeah.
And so which is too bad, because Discovery could have been a good show, but instead they decided to just do the same old crap where, military bad, PC good, and white man bad.
And that's the common theme for the last 2 decades.
Right.
And so why you get this often, I got this so many times. I don't like that we're in Iraq, but I'm going to support the troops. Well, you know what? We volunteered.
Mm-hmm.
All of us volunteered. Yep. None of us were drafted. We all volunteered. So you're putting down my service. You're putting down what I've done in my service, while at the same time saying, "Oh, thank you for your service." Well, it doesn't work that way.
Right.
No, it does. And it's fundamental to the country is free speech. I have no problem with people saying anything negative about the military or the government or anything like that, because it is exactly why so many people, from the beginning of the country sacrificed their lives, is for that freedom.
I get that, and I totally support. I do. I totally support people's right to whine and bitch about stuff. I totally support the right for people to have their opinions on stuff. At the same time, I'm still going to call them a-holes when they sit there and spit at a soldier for doing their job.
I just don't. I believe in you can say anything you want. You have the right to say anything you want. What you don't have the right to do is tell me that this is the way I'm supposed to think, because that's the way you are supposed to think.
Well, no, they can tell you that because they're not making you do it. Just because someone tells you, no, you can't
compel you. No, I think you're confused, because YouTube is basically doing that in their terms and conditions. So in a way, they are telling you how to do it and forcing you at the same time.
Well, they're a private entity.
Yeah, YouTube is a private entity, and actually that's going to change now if Trump's executive order has any teeth.
Yeah, sure. But it goes anywhere, wherever you go. I just used a tube as an example, but every terms and conditions place that doesn't give you the right to say is basically doing that.
But there's terms and conditioning. That's going to be a private entity.
However you want.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to call it terms and conditions, because anything that ends with declining, meaning you can't have service, isn't terms and conditions. That's an ultimatum.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call it terms and conditions, because that's actually something fair and just.
I'm talking about conversations in, normal conversations in real life. I can't tell you how many times I've been called every name in the book because, well, the shit that's stuck in my sinuses isn't the same one that's stuck in theirs.
Wait, yeah, when it's talking about just.
Huh?
You said
your sinuses? What?
Yeah.
Okay. I told somebody one time that, you know what? I'm hoping that you stocked up on toilet paper so you could blow all that shit out of your sinuses from all the ass you kiss.
Oh, okay, so there was a whole backstory to that joke that we did not know.
Yeah, we all missed it. We all missed
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, but because and everybody who thinks one way is treated as evil and everything, whether it be
to an extreme.
Yeah, the extreme people are just blowing this whole thing out of proportion, and I'm just like, you know what? Think what you will, but you can't force me to think your way, and you could call me any name in the book. Screw you.
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can back me up on this. The evil will be called good, and the good will be called evil. That's not from me. That's not from a philosopher.
Oh.
That's directly out of my own religious studies. And
You should see the hell that I caught when I had mentioned about 20 years ago when the news media portrayed the Republicans as blue and the Democrats as red.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did they change that? Well, it's always been like that. Wrong answer.
No. No, Republicans are red now. Yeah. You know what we call the computers? Go ahead, Mad Mardigan.
Call the computers?
Yeah, in the Humvees that we use.
Oh, the FBCB2?
Yeah, what do we call those? Blue Force Tracker.
Oh, see, I thought. Wait, that's not a real thing?
So Blue Force Tracker is
that was a real thing.
What we use to control, command and control blue forces, in this case, American forces. And so red forces on the Blue Force Tracker are enemy forces. And so that's really what we've come down to at this point is the blue states are the good guys and the red states are the bad guys. And there's no middle ground anymore.
No, there is. I mean, like for most of this is fringe people. You know, we're talking like the far left and the far right.
Yeah, but if it bleeds, it leads.
The far left is in control of Hollywood. The far left controls the media, and so the problem is right now the conversation that's taking place is Democrat equals good, Republican equals Nazi.
And that's the illusion there, because I would bet that the majority of the American public is right down the middle.
Oh, absolutely. America is a center right country, really. And the problem is that since the far left has been very methodical about taking over Hollywood, taking over the media, they've done a great job. They are propaganda artists. I mean, think about it. To this day, people genuinely believe that it was JFK and the Democrats that passed civil rights. They really think that's the case. Now, JFK was pro civil rights, but he was going against his party to do so.
I won an argument with somebody I was talking to.
All you got to do is look at the voting numbers. That proves
right. But somebody had made a comment about Republicans during the Civil War. And I'm like, you know what? I hate to mention this. My fourth great grandfather was killed by a racist Democrat who was wearing a gray uniform. Bring it on.
Yeah.
They don't know history and they're not learning history. Those who refuse to learn from history are destined to be dumbasses.
But the thing is that now we have.
I like the way you stated that one.
I love that statement, and it's true. But here's the problem: history has been rewritten. People don't even understand what to this day. It's amazing to me to look at the ignorance out there. People think that fascism is a right-wing political system.
Oh, for crying out loud! They are fascists.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is that fascism is actually more centrist if you look at the actual tenets of fascism. But they want to say, oh, Hitler was obviously right-wing because he was a racist. And I've actually had people say that to me. Hitler, because racism means you're to the political right. They really believe that.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but the real name for the Nazi Party was NSDAP, and the S stood for socialism.
Yeah, the
But they just say,
National
oh,
Socialist.
Yeah, but not the good kind.
They would say, yeah, that was a really socialism. It was a right-wing variant of socialism.
Oh, I was kidding. I didn't know that was a real argument.
Oh, yeah, that's something
It
people
is.
say.
It is a real argument. Absolutely.
And yet the only difference between the Stalin and Hitler, the way they believed, was that, well, Hitler believed
Germany allowed the economy to continue. Stalin didn't. And
Right.
so Stalin referred to Hitler as right wing because Hitler was right of Stalin. And it's like, so you're
Mao
literally-
Zedong was right of Stalin.
Right, that's the thing. It's that so you're going to literally use your barometer as anything right of Stalin is right wing.
Apparently
Serious?
so.
And so, but that's the problem, is that we've completely rewritten history. So Germany was a right-wing country. Civil rights in the United States was pushed through by the Democrats. All this stuff has been rewritten. Oh, and of course, don't forget the famous, oh, well, you don't understand. You see, before 1964, the Democrats were conservative and the Republicans were liberal. That's why all the old stuff the Democrats did was racist. See,
No, the Democrats took over the Republicans and ideals and ran away with them because that's how they could get power. If you can't beat the Republicans, become ultra Republicans and call yourself a Democrat.
You see, no, that's the thing. They didn't even do that. All they did was they let civil rights pass, and then they took credit for it. And then they started saying, because the Republicans believed in what I believe in, at least, and at their core. Granted, there are idiots that are actually elected, but the core of the idea is egalitarianism, right? That you're not judged based on anything other than your, like on the job, you're just based on your performance, nothing else. Right? Your personality, your gender, your race, your sexual preference, none of that matters. And what matters is your performance on the job.
How dare you suggest such a thing?
I know.
Everybody gets a participation trophy.
So what the Democrats did, and they were absolutely genius move here, is so after the Republicans managed to get civil rights passed through, they were like, okay, how about this? If we can't stop them from getting equal rights, we can keep them down by simply making them, have to suck on the teat of the government. And so let's start giving them stuff to keep them out of my neighborhood. And so then we started getting an increase in welfare, and we started getting more and more programs designed to help the inner city youth and all this stuff. But really, those programs keep them where they're at. That's why, like, someone who gets on welfare, good luck getting off.
Well,
people do, though.
Some people do, but here's the problem. Like, my mother-in-law was a social worker for a very long time, and she used to have to do home visits and stuff like that to check on people. A lot of people believe that, for example, the in the black population of this country, that the family unit is pretty much broken because divorce rate is much higher. Children born out of wedlock is much higher. The reason for it, in large part, is because of the welfare system. If a couple gets married, they lose their welfare benefits, and so they don't get married.
And they lose a lot of tax. They lose a lot of tax refunds too.
I don't know if that's the large part of it. I think the large part of it is more along the lines of
systemic racism, of course.
Well, that's a factor as well. I mean, there's a lot of factors to take into consideration, but it is a significant number. I mean, like I said, my mother-in-law had to do home visits constantly, and she's special. Now I'll tell you, my mother-in-law is black, my wife is black, so just to kind of put things. I know.
Oh my goodness!
No, the only reason I say that is because she specifically was working with black women that were on welfare. That was her whole thing, and particularly young black girls that get pregnant was like her absolute specialty, and those were the people that she worked with mostly. And when she would do home visits, time after time after time, she would find the dude hiding in a closet. She would find, she would always find the father of the kids in the house somewhere, or evidence that he's living there. And they try to hide it because if he's living there, then she doesn't get benefits. And because the welfare system is designed to destroy family units. The welfare system is designed to keep people down.
When I was growing up, my mother ended up on welfare. for about 3 months and said, no, we'll just make do. So she worked 3 jobs to keep us off of that welfare.
And that's that's the thing. If you spot the trap, then you get out quick. Right. But the problem is so many people get sucked in and they don't realize that, well, if you get a part-time job at minimum wage, you lose more benefits than you gain in wages. So why would you do that?
Well,
right?
and I get told all the time by some of my in-laws that, I'm a supervisor at my job. It's white privilege that I am a supervisor at my job. And I'm like, wait a minute. You know what? You don't know what you're talking about. When I was hired, my store only hired minorities. The only reason I have my job is because, I have veteran status.
Real quick, like how many of the guys in here are married to a black woman? Like, I feel like I'm being left out here.
Oh, I'm not.
I'm not married.
I'm not married at all.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Black people anyway.
Well, no.
You said your in-laws
right,
said that it was
because
white privilege.
I have one of my in-laws who is a very entitled, very liberal, very progressive, very bigoted, entitled wench that, well,
I'll tell you, the
I
place
don't get along.
You know what? As long as we're talking music, yeah, we're fine. The minute she opens her mouth politically, I walk out of the room because
You're going to smack her.
You know what? I'm a woodworker. I'll find something to beat her damn ass.
Oh, you took it further than what I was.
I work in a freaking hardware store. Bring it on.
Colin P. Smith in the chat. I don't know if you guys have been reading the chat or not, but he says even from across the pond, it seems that much of the problems in our country are coming from the Democratic-run cities and states. What do you guys feel about that?
Well, yeah, if you look at the far left states, they're the ones having the most problems. And that's the funny thing is that they say, "Oh, look at these horrible police officers that are just brutally killing black people left and right." And you know what? You don't see it. You don't see it in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. You don't see that happening.
You don't see it in Chicago either.
Huh? Right. Well, I don't know about Chicago, but you see it in the largest, most liberal cities in this country.
What? Police killing black guys?
Yeah, police killing black guys.
One of the things that was brought up here in Indianapolis is that we had a black lady police officer just outright killed about 2 months ago, and nobody said thing one about her.
Well, that's because she was a cop.
Well,
yeah, that kind of goes against the narrative. Come on.
I understand that, but I mean, it was just, it's stupid. It really is stupid.
Oh, you want stupid? I never talk about my work online because our company has very strict rules on whether or not we can speak on behalf of the company. So believe me, the day I leave that company, boy, have I got some things to say about it. But just
what company?
Yesterday, I'm not going to say what company I work for.
But whisper it.
No, I'm not going to whisper it, but it's a large company. It's a company that every single person here would recognize if I said the name. It's not Disney. But anyway, and stop trying to guess. However, I will say it's up there, as far as size.
I'm in the same situation.
Right.
So
I work for one of the largest companies in this country. And yesterday we had, and I'm also in a supervisory role. I partner with a person who's over me, and then we have a team of people that we work with together. And we have like morning meetings, usually about a half an hour, and they give us talking points to go over. Usually it's about, hey guys, here's the newest thing we're doing. Oh, here's changes in policy, blah, 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 right? So yesterday's meeting was, we have to talk about how to have a conversation about race. Remember, check your privilege. You are privileged, so you need to recognize that. And that crap like that. I was supposed to teach this to my staff that complete and utter bull crap, right?
Well,
and I was just angry. Unfortunately, everybody and I just said, you know what? I'll read you what the card says, but I'm not going to say anything beyond that because. And here's the kicker that shows the complete and utter ignorance of the staff that put together this little slideshow for us to present about how horrible and privileged all of us white people are. Is that and of course our staff is actually there's like I think I'm the only white guy. There's 2 white women and then like 8 black men and women on the staff. So it's like
too many.
Yeah. And but the so on this stupid thing is a image on this slide that we have to show everybody during our meeting. The image has a raised fist, right? Because that's, hey, Black Lives Matter. They're they're spray painting fists everywhere, and so we got to make sure to show our solidarity, right? Except that they chose the wrong fist. They actually put on this document the Aryan Nation white power fist by mistake.
Oh my god, that is so funny.
Oh, Our Lady Perpetual Stupidity.
Oh, you can't tell the difference, for crying out loud.
It's like,
Oh
you
my
really
Okay.
think that a white fist on a black background is a good idea right now? I was like,
Okay, now I'm going to add that I'm going to add this to the collection of you can't make this shit up. I have a you can't make this shit up file that goes in it.
yeah, it's like, oh man,
I want to take a peek in that file.
Oh, somebody called me a racist because I'm a white guy and a supervisor. I'm like, you have no freaking clue. Okay, I have the most diverse crew. I have the most diverse crew anywhere. There's 3 white guys. I have a Latino lesbian. I have a lesbian. I have a gay guy from England, and a redneck. Who
Obviously,
doesn't have a
he's from
freaking clue.
England.
No,
well,
seriously.
that's where homosexuality started, didn't it?
No, I'm not making that kind of.
No, I can do it for you.
Go for it.
I'm never
Anyway.
going to England.
But my point is, that
No, that's where the term bugger comes from. So
yeah, I have this diverse crew, and we get along pretty good. And I'm like, you people have no freaking clue.
Oh, you said you people.
Yeah, that's problematic, bro.
Dun, dun, dun.
Boom. You undid your own point.
That's it. My stream is being taken down. You said you people.
I mean, to be honest, like, it's a trap, man. Like,
It's a trap.
As soon as they say, there's no way that you can defend yourself, like, nuh-uh, because of this, because of that, and Bill over here, and no, because then it's like, oh, they're just token. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way out of it.
Once you've been accused of being a racist, you can't defend it, and it doesn't like. And that's actually the only time I've ever seen anybody get out of it. And I got to, it was for me, but it was funny because we were talking about this was way back during the Rodney King incident, and we were talking about the riots that were going on in Los Angeles on a break, and I was talking with one guy that I knew for quite a while, and another guy that I didn't know very well. Both of them happened to be black, and I was saying, I totally get why these people are angry and everything, but I still think that burning down the neighborhood is not a good idea. And the guy I didn't know very well, so it's like, man, what the hell do you even know about being black in this country? And the other guy that was my friend said, his wife is black. And he's like, oh, never mind. And
my best friend is black.
Yeah,
my only friend is black.
We all point to say, oh, we have friends, whatever, but I can claim marriage, and so it's like, yeah, I gotta. If I'm a racist, damn, I'm a committed one to try and fool you.
Yeah, you are.
26 years.
If you're a racist,
You
you're
are
screwing it up.
committed to the bit.
Yeah, but what I heard was like, that's the only reason you're with her, so you can be like, nuh-uh, I'm not a racist.
Well, I've actually heard people, try to suggest that, and I said, really, 26 years of marriage was just to fool you into thinking I'm not a racist.
I keep making these jokes like, this is absurd. It's not going to be true.
But people actually say that crap. That's the thing. That's how.
Yeah, but you have to twirl your mustache and go.
What did George Carlin say? Remember, the average person
has an IQ of 100.
Well, the average person. Just think of the average person, and think of that 50% of the people in the world are dumber than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
50% of them are in
You-
Caroga.
You want to talk about racism?
Bullshit.
We can talk about racism.
Well, yeah. I
Grew
mean, I grew up in East Texas.
I
pretty
grew
close
up
to
in
Casper, Compton,
South Central Los Angeles, straight out of Compton. I was
Yeah.
there during the LA riots. As a white boy with blonde hair, I looked like a surfer. And
Bet that went well for you.
oh, yeah, it was great. I loved living in South Central as a white boy with blonde hair. It was fun being spit on. And
Man, you probably felt as out of place as Bird of Prey would in a group of intelligent people.
Wow.
Wow. It's just like, I mean, out of nowhere, because shots.
Fair.
That
How's the
landed.
play?
That landed.
What is the old joke from Robin Williams? How's the play, Mr. Lincoln? Duck.
Robin Williams or whoever he stole it from.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, no, I grew up in a very rural area, but and it was pretty segregated, but like you had Papastown and you had Morris Station. Our family was the exception because my stepfather was black, and so like I had it was weird, like I was in that in between place, you know what I mean? Because like friends, white friends, like they weren't ever allowed to come over because he'll be there, you know what I mean?
Right.
And then when we would do things with his family, it's like, oh, don't forget to take him with you. And I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, white boy. Because like now I am like a burden because they didn't want me to feel out of place. So now they're forcing me. You know what I mean? So it's really in between there for quite a while. I mean, my first cassette was Digital Underground. So I got cred.
Well, I'll tell you, I grew up as far as in as white bread a community as I could. I mean, I grew up on a ranch. We raised sheep and all that. And then I went to a school that was almost all white, except for the Mexican kids that were, of course, the kids of the workers on various ranches in the area. And I mean, honestly, casual racism was very rampant in the community I grew up in. I mean, people would refer to black people as the N-word on a regular basis, stuff like that. And it was just never thought of as a problem, even though it was clearly horrible. And what got me, the funny thing is that growing up in that environment, theoretically, you would think that I should be, about as racist as they get. But what pulled me out of that, what made me start thinking, hey, there's something wrong with this, is honestly watching the original series of Trek. Is the idea that how many times does Kirk give a speech that basically boils down to it doesn't matter what color you are or how tall you are or what background you're from. What matters is that you do the right thing. What matters is that we work together to make a better future, that kind of thing. And it was like that resonated with me.
I wish I could find it. I was doing for my channel. I did a show about Vincent Price as the Saint. And the episode that I peeled it out of, at the very end of that episode, he's going on about how we shouldn't be prejudiced, how we shouldn't judge people by their religion or by their gender or by their race. I mean, it was a 4-minute spiel at the end of this episode.
Now Hollywood is all about judging people based on their religion and their gender and their race, because if you are a white male Christian, you are bad.
And and this episode was from 1949.
But that's the thing, Hollywood, and it's really interesting. Watch, if you do a study of film and TV and which of Hollywood over the last 50 to 100 years, since the foundation of cinema, basically, is that Hollywood was very socially progressive in the idea of tolerance of race, right? For lack of a better term, because I hate the word tolerance because it doesn't mean what they think it means. But anyway, but the idea of the different races, different ethnic groups and all that getting along. And then something snapped in the 90s, right? Then all of a sudden Hollywood decided, you know what? It's not about everybody getting along and everybody working together. It's about putting down the white overlords, putting down those horrible white males that have been oppressing people for so long. We need to get revenge. Even though the funny thing is that Hollywood is mostly run by white males.
Uh-huh.
But that became the narrative in Hollywood. And so now it's like you see, it's so stupid. Whenever I hear an actress say, "Oh, it's so great to finally get a strong female character role," what female character role isn't overpowered, super, and perfect in every way these days? It's like it's so boring to watch Captain Marvel and Michael Burnham and Ray. They're boring characters because they can do no wrong.
Well, I mean, and what was I watching? What was one of the live streams I was listening to? You know, I vaguely remember a strong woman played by Linda Carter on TV every week.
Right.
Not true, bro. Not true. Never been a strong female character until
Right,
2016.
That is correct. There's never been a strong female character in Hollywood.
What you don't understand is that you see Wonder Woman, since she wore a sexy outfit, was not a strong female character. Because you can't be strong and sexy. That's a contradiction.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't know that? That's why Leia's not a strong character, because there's Slave Leia, and hey, you know, see, she's not a strong character because she wore a bikini.
Yeah, and plus, like, you know, Luke and Han had to come save her in the Death Star. So,
oh yeah, no,
Never mind the
she
fact that
was
she did all the hard
definitely not a
work.
strong
She's the one that
character.
kicked more ass than Luke.
Yeah.
Or
well, yeah, once they let her,
Han.
you know, let her out of the cell, she took over and ran that shit.
Once she came out of the closet.
Excuse me.
What?
Well, they let her out.
LDG, what are you doing?
LD just like he's
Are
spaz.
you-
I'm just trying to raise my hand. I have a comment.
yes, you in the corner.
I forgot he was even here.
Anti-checker. What would you call? And I'm not talking about crap Trek, real Trek. What would you call their society base?
In Star Trek?
Yes.
Well, it depends on which show you're watching.
Like I said, not crap Trek.
Right, but even then, because here's the thing: if you look at
Next
Star Trek-
Generation.
right? If you look at the original series was a capitalist egalitarian society.
Okay.
Next Generation tried to portray things as a communist utopia. Then Deep Space.
Really?
Yeah, watch it.
Oh, I did watch it. I'm surprised you said communist. But
watch it.
okay.
Right. Well, think about
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
And remember, in Next Generation, the narrative was anybody can do anything they want. You know, there's infinite resources. Everybody's happy. It's exactly what people that argue for communism think communism is.
Yeah, because there's never any examples in history about
No,
what
there-
communism
unfortunately-
turns into.
But you know what? Every single time they say, like, ask out Crazy Alexander, who shows up on many of our channels on a regular basis, and he's very pro-communist, and he will be the first to say, "Oh, that's not real communism." You know,
Yeah,
that's-
because it didn't work.
There's
Like-
never been an example of true communism. Well, then I guess it doesn't work if nobody's been able to do it.
Bro,
you know?
because the white man won't let it work.
Probably. yeah.
So I'm confused. If we're for the dream of Star Trek and doing things in a way that it can work like that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so well, I'm just saying. So we went from a capitalist egalitarian society in TOS to a communist utopia in TNG. Then we went to a socialist, basically a socialist egalitarian society in DS9, and then we went to a kind of a social capitalist egalitarian society in Enterprise. Then we went to a dystopian capitalist society in Picard.
I think
Correct.
DS9. I think DS9 started that trend when they introduced the gold press Platinum.
That was a good move on their part because they needed to establish a currency, because the whole thing about there's no money in the future is stupid.
Well,
is.
yeah, and besides that, there has to be. I mean, somebody out there is going to have currency.
Right.
Okay.
And you're going to have to trade with other races and stuff like that. And yeah, the whole the whole economy of the 24th century. The problem is that every show does it differently, and quite frankly, Voyager is the only one that didn't have to deal with it because they were isolated.
You can just replicate
John-
more replicators and use that as currency.
I'm sorry, but I'm just feel bad when now all Trekkies are partially considered. Yeah, that. But
Well,
what did Nog say?
Once we
I'm
get
trying to-
society that's post
scarcity.
Communistic.
scarcity, then yes, I'd be much more open to changing the form of the basic tenets of the economy. But we're not there yet.
Hey,
We're not even on the road, for God's sakes. We're completely off the off road.
You have to have enough resources that everybody can truly have everything they want in order to make communism work. But even then, what about manual labor? Somebody's going to have to do it. Oh, well, you have holograms and robots for that. Okay, now you get episodes of Voyager and stuff where they say, but holograms have feelings too. So who's going to do the manual work now?
Well, they just get coders to erase those feelings.
That was an offshoot. Yeah, that's a complete offshoot. You don't see them
trying to make it out that like it's the whole thing like with Measure of a Man that you're going to make a race of slave robots, and it's like, you know what? Robots are freaking machines. Yes, we'll build some robots to do the manual work. I don't have a problem with that.
But those robots that we have making our cars today and that fill our soft drinks, that's not the same, not even in the slightest. But if we get to that point,
he's not a human. He's a freaking piece of equipment. I am sorry. I'm with Dr. Polanski.
It was made to be sentient.
Data is just an advanced computer.
Even I believe that you can make a mechanical brain that works off as long as it works off the same basis as a biological brain, but we're not even there yet. So I'm not even worried about that conversation yet.
I don't think a second machine is even possible. Now, granted, that's my personal philosophy.
Yeah.
I know in Star Trek,
not proven yet.
They portray Data as having a soul, but I don't believe for a second that Data has a soul. As far as if there'll never be a robot that is a true thinking machine.
Because we need to prove it. But that wasn't my point. My point is, my point is instead of thinking, because I'm trying to figure out what would work and what was Star Trek called, and I didn't expect to hear communism. But Nog, I got to pull it up because I remember Nog had that conversation with Jake, saying how it ain't my fault that the Ferengi didn't give up
have money.
Yeah, but he said a term. He didn't just say that. He called it a particular term. I'm going to look that up because I refuse to believe it's just communism straight up.
You shall not make a machine in the image of a man's mind.
To my way of thinking, it's not even the androids or robots that the one thing that I think would be absolutely important in creating a society like Star Trek are the little things like the replicators.
Mm-hmm.
Let's face it.
That would be a game changer if a replicator was invented.
Right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because everybody could have anything they want.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. And you're not stealing from somebody else to get what you want.
But
you just go up and go.
Unfortunately,
give me
the replicators are what break Star Trek in the second generation of Trek. Replicators should never have been a thing. Because once you create a device that can basically create anything you want, then any episode in which they're trying to get some kind of scarce resource is complete and utter bullcrap. Because they could just replicate it, and then they'll come up with some excuse why something can't be replicated. I'm sorry, if you have the ability to convert energy into matter, and as long as you have the atomic structure of said matter, you can do it. Then there's nothing that can't be replicated.
Right, but is it plugged in? Like somebody could have forgot,
Again, I think the huge problem with replicators is that people have this idea that they actually replicated stuff from absolutely nothing or energy. It has to, the replicators, even in my mind, would have to have matter to matter. It would have to be matter transformed into energy in order to reconfigure it into different matter.
Yeah.
Energy and matter are the same thing, just in different states.
And different forms, exactly. But you would have to have the matter.
If you have a large-scale reactor like the warp core, that basically produces about as much energy as you could possibly imagine, then
nerds, you're all nerds.
I wasn't going to say anything. I'm just here.
All right,
yeah, I know science.
And we've kind of taken over, haven't we?
Pretty much anything.
Oh no, it's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah, no, keep going. I'm just going to throw in a joke here and there.
And the only thing that would determine how much energy you needed to replicate something is the mass of the object you're replicating.
And therefore, you need the mass. So
you would need the mass because even energy, because even energy is a form of matter. Electricity is electrons. You can't make protons out of electrons. You'd still need matter.
So I want to say good morning to Rambling Canuck. Thank you for showing up and showing your support. I appreciate that. Colin P. Smith, yes, the Butlerian Jihad is exactly what I was referencing with that do not make a machine in the image of a man's mind. So thank you for getting that reference. I appreciate it.
I would like to mention, though, we haven't discussed the effect that gravity would have on these things, because we're talking about outer space. You know, you don't know how matter is going to interact with stuff like that. So their replicator thing, you know, is a thing. I don't know, man. I don't know anything about this shit.
No,
I'm trying to follow you there, buddy, but you lost me at gravity.
So
Admiral
OF Doom, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of things on a Navy ship are recycled, correct?
No.
Oh no, they're not.
Shut
Okay.
down immediately.
I watched Enterprise.
Okay, on a current Navy vessel, no, there's not a lot of recycling.
Unless you're a submarine.
They turn poop into boots, right?
No.
Well, that's the point I was getting at, is you need the mass. And so the mass comes from all the waste that was
you don't need the mass.
Generated on
all
the
you
ship.
need is enough energy. I mean, it's basic physics. As long as you have enough energy
is better stored as mass than as energy. You can store far more energy.
So everybody gets collect their poop.
Right.
And
Well, it depends
you
on
can make
So
stuff.
if you have a
So
matter
the
antimatter
CHT
reactor,
tech. So what we call the CHT techs will be the saviors of this universe. CHT, contaminated human trash.
yeah.
Is that a Navy thing?
Yeah, they probably just the matter antimatter reactor is just basically poop and anti-poop. So they get poop from another universe that's anti-poop, and they mix them together in a chamber. And that's the problem, is that, and that's where like the physics of Trek completely break down and stuff, is the replicator. Because if you can replicate, I mean, and we've seen like on the holodeck works in similar ways as a replicator. Objects in the holodeck are simply replicated objects. And then you have certain things that are composed, like characters in the holodeck are force fields and controlled photons.
Yeah, photons.
Particle synthesis.
Right. But the problem is that, okay, you can replicate an entire room full of stuff with no problem. So that means, but you've seen also that the matter and antimatter amounts that they use in the warp core is actually very small as far as physical size. And so that means that you could replicate enough matter and antimatter to keep the warp core going, which means that you've invented perpetual motion, and it's a violation of laws of physics, because you can't create more than you started with, but they do it every day in Trek.
Well, but I've seen in the diagrams of these ships that they have an antimatter generator. Okay.
Right. What powers the antimatter generator?
Yeah, good point.
It would have to at least be like D batteries, right? Like you'd have to have the big ones.
But that's the problem. That's where you run into a problem, is because if you can replicate anything, you can replicate whatever
more
you
batteries,
need for fuel. Yeah,
or that
dilithium crystals. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. Well, dilithium crystals are used to focus the reaction. They're not actually part of the reaction.
Yeah, that's not antimatter. That's just a focusing lens or.
It's needed for the antimatter reaction to be stable.
Yes.
No, the annihilation of antimatter produces 200% energy, because you're destroying matter and antimatter at the same time.
Now, my question is this: most of the antimatter they talk about is antihydrogen. Now, what happens if you hit a carbon atom with an antihydrogen? Do you get 6 times the energy?
No, atom would lose 1 proton.
Right. You would need to have a carbon molecule. You'd need to have a carbon atom and an anti-carbon atom.
Okay. Well, I just, if you hit an antihydrogen against a carbon, would that make it? What was it? What's the next one now?
What's under carbon?
Well, you would have 5 free radicals is what you would have.
Okay. Well, that's this is how my mind works. How does this go?
Right.
So,
but hydrogen is just, since it's the most plentiful substance in the universe, that's what they use. And it makes sense.
it's a
The
simple
most basic.
Yeah.
It's the most
Right.
basic.
It's
most
the
plenty,
easiest
but
antimatter
can't-
to create as well.
Yeah. X squared. It's math, right? X squared is not compatible with Y squared. You have to have X squared plus X
I
squared.
don't know what you're talking about.
It's LD, he's just
You're talking
My-
about you're hitting one antimatter of a molecule with another matter of molecule. That's
Nothing
not the same
stops
type.
you from hitting a regular oxygen atom with a anti-hydrogen atom. It's
My
just
math skills-
unbalanced.
No, but I'm trying to say it won't balance the equation. Is what I'm trying to
But
say.
it
You won't get
works.
5
You still
times.
get energy
Dude,
out of it.
That's why you would have
It works, but it works with side effects that will blow up in your face because you miscalculated.
You'd
No,
have
well,
one-
no, it would blow up.
you'd
You would
have one
still get
lost
the same
electron
amount of
is what you
I mean,
energy.
would have.
the whole point of an atomic bomb is because there's a leftover neutrino. If it wasn't for
The
the leftover
neutrinos,
neutrino,
guy.
there would be no atomic reaction to keep the bomb going.
It's all about the neutrino.
it's not neutrino.
Yeah, the neutrino, whatever, a neutron or whatever. Sorry.
I
neutron.
messed you up. That's my fault.
I think it's probably neutrons.
You guys are
Yeah,
funny.
it's a neutron. The extra neutron is what keeps an atomic bomb exploding.
a-
If the,
I
if-
would like to ask Colin P. Smith a question. Are you a fan of Red Dwarf? And anyone on the panel can answer that as well. I'm a
No.
huge fan of Red Dwarf. I love it.
Can't say I've seen it.
I
haven't.
tried to watch like one episode, and I gotta say it's just silly to me, and it just feels like I don't know, it just didn't work for me.
Well, no, it's a comedy show wrapped around a science fiction premise, but I love it. I love it.
I spend my time watching YouTube and things like CCDV and stuff.
Well, there you
Speaking
go.
of watching stuff on YouTube, I got to get back to it because I got a lot of work to try and get done. So you guys have a good one. It was a pleasure meeting those of you that I haven't talked to before.
Yep, Mad Mardigan, that's me.
Yeah, Mad Mardigan, Admiral O.F. Doom, and Mr. CCTV.
It was nice having you on here,
Nice.
Anti-Tracker.
Yes.
Thank you.
And LDG and Bird of Prey, you were here as well. So take care.
I love him.
Is there like a video to show like the history of this beef, like beef history, Bird of Prey, and
I should
Okay.
actually probably put one of those up.
This falls under that thing that I go. The wheels on the bus go boom, boom, boom.
never change, man? Just keep those coming.
We're actually very
'em coming.
friendly, Anti-Tracker had a channel before me, and then I started, and he was very adamant in helping me get to my first 1,000 subscribers. And no, we're quite friendly, but we joke off each other.
And I'm the
I
latest
love it.
attachment to that.
Then LDG showed up a few weeks ago, and
A few weeks.
A few weeks ago.
A few weeks.
Okay, I just started on YouTube a week ago, and I'm learning this stuff. So I'm just gonna put up,
Oh, please subscribe to all of us.
I have the most. I have been working on doing that.
LTG Pixels, sir. Be glad to have you anytime.
I've got a whopping 3.
I think
So-
I've six.
It's a fun ride.
Look.
Are
just
you got
started
it?
like
You have a channel, or you just came on as a viewer?
No. Are you kidding me? I've got I've got an Xbox only for YouTube.
Yeah, come on, guy.
Awesome. That's
And-
awesome.
This
This is my first time meeting him. I've never seen Mr. Admiral Doom.
I haven't
Now-
either.
Now, if you want awesome, the fact that my Xbox is in the other room, connected to the TV in the other room, the TV that's right next to my computer that I'm watching you guys on, and one in my bathroom.
Wait, I'm sorry. You have an Xbox in the bathroom or a TV?
That's awesome.
I have my Xbox routed to 3 TVs.
Oh,
One in my
okay.
game room, one in my office, one in my bathroom.
That is killer. And of course, the bathroom gets the most hours, right?
No comment.
Have you thought about a coffee enema?
No.
Is the coffee cup? Where's the coffee cup? Is it in the bathroom?
Oh, we shouldn't bring this over here.
Oh my God, no.
Rambling Canuck.
Okay.
Admiral, if you would put your link to your channel in the private chat, I'll throw that up into the
Just
the
subbed.
full-on chat so everybody can sub to you.
Keep in
I am
mind,
number 4.
keep in mind when I was watching the Wes Moody, actually, I was listening to the Wes Moody podcast this morning. I'm at work. Okay. And I've got it on my little radio that I'm listening to this. And I kept posting, what in the hell did I get myself into?
I'm more interested in your radio. What do you mean radio?
There was this thing back in the day.
No, I know, but I can picture him with like
Early Wi-Fi.
I have a work radio that I use that I carry around when I'm on my forklift or on my reach truck, and that I just put my phone in it and it connects Bluetooth and plays
Okay, yeah.
louder than I could play on my phone.
So it's a speaker.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. We just need
Interesting
speaker now.
note.
Nobody uses AM FM.
So
No.
FM was created first,
No.
but then they pushed AM because they knew it was lower frequency and they wanted to make the money off of it. So they pushed AM first, but FM was actually created before AM, to my understanding.
It's funny because old TV to this day is still broadcast AM.
Mhm.
Although the old, before they went the analog TV, the sound was broadcasted FM. The pictures were broadcast AM.
Yeah, no, yeah. One nerdy thing to another. You want to talk about the AC/DC wars?
No.
What side did you fall on?
I'm a big fan of AC. I really am.
Yeah, it's because the DCs will kill an elephant. Right? Did I get that right? It's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. DC will cook your ass.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
both will cook your ass. but-
Actually, Thomas Edison proved that
no,
AC will
you're
kick
right.
your ass.
No, Thomas Edison did the experiment with the elephant using AC
No, he
Yeah.
used
in order to
No,
disprove.
Thomas Edison was pushing DC because that's
Yeah,
what he,
you're right. Yeah,
Right.
DC.
Right,
Man.
but every erg of electricity was created with AC, based on the generators that Tesla had created.
yeah.
Did you ever
And so-
hear about how big Edison's head was?
No,
Yeah, they wouldn't even let him go to school because his head was so big, and they figured he'd be dumb. Really, yeah.
Wow.
It's an interesting story. Yeah, I think his dad caught him one time sitting on an egg in the barn for some reason.
now that is an odd anecdote.
The number you have reached, 911, has been disconnected.
He also worked he had a lab on a train, caught it on fire. And wait, was that? Yeah, that was Edison, right? Like he was deaf in one ear because the train conductor or whatever, it's smacked him in his ear because he caught the train on fire with his experiments. Nope. Okay.
I didn't know about that one either.
Yeah.
Boom. I know things.
You know, thing.
Drop the mic.
Joseph has a toaster in his bathtub for some reason.
Why doesn't he just join? He's been here the whole time.
Well, I put the link in the chat again. I mean, he can join anytime he wants to. We're all done talking army stuff.
Yeah, the toaster in the bathtub reminds me of an old radio show. I'm sorry. It's just
Was it the Phantom?
no. It's called The Whistler. And
This is real.
What's that?
This is real. Sorry, I thought it was a joke. Go ahead.
No. The Whistler is one of those mystery programs where if you watch it or if you listen to it, you know exactly what's going to happen 5 minutes in, and at the end you're wrong.
Yeah, because they subvert your expectations. Boom.
This guy is down on his luck. He's waiting for money to be sent from his uncle to live. He can't buy drinks, so this woman saddles up and says, "Marry me, I'll give you $5,000." Okay.
Colin P. Smith wants to know if the elephant in the experiment was the original Jumbo. That is not the case. The original Jumbo actually retired and died after a full long life. I don't know what the name of the elephant that Edison electrocuted is.
It was dispendable.
Dispensable?
Yeah.
Expendable.
Expendable. Yeah. I mean, I've been up so late. It was there.
So
I guess
I also
rushed
wore a
it.
red shirt.
The elephant
Neutrons, notrons, expendable, expandable. It's all the same. Tomato, tomato, right?
Has it occurred to anybody that we are on the internet and have the ability to look this up?
No.
I'm too busy looking at our avatars.
I don't know how to use the internet.
I love watching these voice meters go up and down. What are you talking about?
Oh,
That's the
man.
stupid
Hey, well,
question.
I mean, we played a video earlier. You missed that.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, I guess.
Wait, let's.
I haven't seen a real game in so long.
What do you mean, man? There isn't there. What, I don't know. I don't know what's being played right now.
I'm sorry, but a lot of games right now are just ruined.
Why?
Because they're no. I mean, I don't know how to say this, man. But games ain't what they used to be anymore. Now they're just basically regurgitations of other games. No original thoughts.
Wait,
Just
are
the
we
same
talking-
old.
Are we talking video games or sport ball?
Oh, I thought we were talking video games.
I
Sorry,
thought we were talking
not talking about
sports.
video games. Oh,
We can
sorry,
talk-
my bad.
Yeah, we can
Oh,
talk
well,
video games. I'm cool with that.
I mean,
because I know nothing about sports ball.
Yeah,
All I'm
I
going
used to
say
watch.
is, all I'm going to say is it's a game machine that got me into YouTube that was sold to me by a sister-in-law who got rid of her drug dealing boyfriend.
You give so much detail. Like, I'm not sure if that's going to play a part in the rest of this, but I'm curious to find out.
Okay, well, it's simple. Drug dealing boyfriend left his Xbox 360. My wife bought it for me from her sister. Simple enough. Then I started watching YouTube. And
On the Xbox 360?
Yeah.
Huh, I don't think I've ever did that.
There's an extra slot up here, so if either Captain Trek or Rambling Canuck want to come up.
What's happening on the screen?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, that's LDG.
Is that AZ he's watching? I can't tell.
That's LDS Pickles. He
My
likes
Amplify
to-
unmute. There we go.
He likes
I'm
to
getting ready
have
from.
his avatar on his desktop there.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for my show, guys. I do computer services channel, so just getting ready.
What does that mean?
I fix computers for free online. If you have any questions or need any help or tune-ups or whatever.
Yes, I need you to teach me everything about Adobe.
Yeah. A matter of fact, that you should really subscribe because I actually do a lot of my work that I show people how I do Photoshop and Premiere and all this, everything I do for my channel. I do it on my stream and show you how to properly organize your project files, how to operate your layers and save things and do edits and all that fun stuff. So you would definitely might enjoy my channel.
Yeah, for sure. Because like my girlfriend, she works at the university, so she has a doctorate. See, I don't know in what. She has access to all the Adobe stuff. So I'm like, cool. I would use this for my channel. Fuck, what is all this stuff? So that's kind of where I'm at.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
It's in. But her doctorate is in
gender studies.
No. It's in. I know what it does. Like,
wow.
You take sciences, like science people's like shit, and you make it applicable to the real world. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So she's an engineer.
I was
No.
gonna say
No.
a real world applicant.
translational. It's translational science.
Ah, that's
I
beautiful.
pay attention to her.
That's awesome, actually. Because that's what I tell people. I said math and science doesn't mean jack squat unless you know that the representational between the two. That's what matters. Same thing with theoretical and real world application. You got to understand the relationship between the two in order to make something. It's good stuff.
Yes. Agreed.
That's like when I was trying to real world application fire when I was young, and I decided to put a piece of tape to my middle finger and light it on fire, thinking I was in the sink, I could just shut it off, forgetting that once I flicked my finger, the tape would wrap around my finger and literally blaze my middle finger completely up and blister for weeks. So my application was completely wrong.
But back to Edison real quick. I think he tied cats' tails together. It didn't go well.
Oh God.
It was some kind of experiment. Yeah. Just another fun Edison fact.
So you became a screaming alpha fire. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Or the time I tried to apply a virus I was creating that wiped hard drives if it wasn't on my computer. The first time I failed at that one, interesting day.
Sounds like it.
Wiped your entire hard drive, didn't
I eventually got it to work, but my first attempt was, needless to say, counterproductive.
When I was in the Navy, the big virus at that time was Michelangelo, and that tells you how long ago this was. But the guys over at NavMaso, the programming people who did all the stuff for the mainframes on the ships, were trying to recreate that virus for the mainframes. Just say they did it. I'm like, you're kidding me, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember
nerds.
when Da Vinci, Da Vinci was a big thing. Man, if it wasn't for Zero Cool and his crew to fight the man and stop the virus, who knows how bad it would have been.
Yeah, well,
Hackers, man, come on. No one's seen Hackers?
well, okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a long time since I've seen Hackers.
Been a
Wasn't
while.
his name Zero Cool?
The only reason I really liked it was because
of Angelina Jolie, yeah.
boobies.
Yeah, I was more of a fan of the Lawnmower Man.
Oh man, that was a crazy movie.
The first one was absolutely great. That's why my nickname is Job.
Wait, Job, yeah.
Yep. Needless to say, I didn't realize the biblical reference until years later, but found out that both stories match my life.
It's spelled differently. You're fine.
Still Job. No. I still it's what English. It's only because it's English, right? If we were back in Hebrew would be J-O-B, but
Hebrew.
English.
Actually,
I like the Hebrew.
I think it would be JB though, because since Hebrew has no vowels.
Correct.
Or yeah, I meant Hebrew, but I said Hebrew, but I meant whatever biblical. I
Keep
do that,
digging
guys.
hole,
Come on
baby.
now.
Keep digging
I'm
that hole.
ADHD, dyslexic, and left-handed. I use my own words. I create my own English.
I'm some of those things.
I skip meanings sometimes and just say the flat word out.
Well,
You have to meet me halfway.
I'll save you. So Job.
Yes.
So my problem.
Yes, Patrick says, question: if you steal a Tesla, does it become an Edison? I love it. That's funny.
That's cute.
That is good. That
Some people don't even know what they mean. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, anyone that doesn't know the basic story of Job is that God and the devil are hanging out, and God's like, look at Job, that's my boy, he's perfect. And the devil's like, nah, that's only because you give him everything. God's like, nuh-uh. And the devil's like, yeah, watch, I'll show you, give me permission. So then he he fucks with him for like the entirety, right? And but Job never loses his faith, right? The devil comes back and God's like, boom, told you, that's my boy. And the devil's like, yeah, but you didn't let me fuck with him.
Fine.
Mhm.
And then it got, and just kept going. And then Job basically tries to put God on trial. Like he's talking to his, his buddies or whatever. He's like, what did I do wrong? Why did I deserve all this? And then God comes down and be like, whoa, hold on, guy. Who are you? You don't know what I'm up to. Were you there when I made all this shit? You weren't. By the way, I'm going to give you 10 times of everything that I took from you. I hope we're cool. I'll see you later. And just bounces. Like that is the story of Job. I'm like, what?
In a nutshell, yeah. The arguments
talking about the
of course,
same
are
devil?
far better.
Well,
We're talking-
I was summarizing it.
Yeah. No, that was a good summarization, though.
Are we talking about the same devil that lost that music contest to some redneck in Georgia?
Exactly. Yes, the same devil.
Well, but he got that soul from the Crossroads, the blues player Moody.
Oh
Nope.
yeah. Oh,
He was good too. And Keanu Reeves is his son,
Yeah.
but you don't find that out until the end. Ooh, I'm the devil.
Man, we're all over the map this morning.
That's a Devil's Advocate reference, folks. Anybody didn't get that one?
I got it.
It's a good movie.
I thought it was a good movie.
Oh, yes,
I
I mean,
liked
in like, oh, this is batshit crazy way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Colin P. Smith, if you want to talk about Heinlein, click on the link, come on into the chat, and we will talk about Heinlein.
What's a Highland?
Heinlein.
Heinlein.
Robert Anson Heinlein.
Is that a beer?
Oh, for God's
I
sake.
gotta go, guys. I am not feeling well.
Hey, Bird of Prey 5,
Yeah.
take it easy.
Take care,
Thank you.
Bird.
Wait,
Hope you feel better, bud.
Oh.
I liked
Well-
him and the other guy together. It was so great.
Oh, yeah.
Random shots.
AT. Yeah, oh yeah.
Him and
gets
Anti-Tracker, yeah.
Oh,
it's
hey.
fun to watch those two together.
LDG, how are you doing this with the thing? Like
Am I doing what?
you got a guy typing on a keyboard.
Stop. I told you stop typing when I'm on this thing. Stop it. No, I'm joking. No, this is just my scene boss. I run XSplit. And
Of course, yeah, XSplit.
yeah. Do you know XSplit? I didn't know if that was sarcastic or not.
Oh no, 100% sarcastic. I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, so right now, what are you using right now? You're just using your browser. Yeah. So there's different production softwares. One of them's called XSplit, which is basically like a TV studio in an app that lets you broadcast across an online streaming platform like Tube or Twitch or Face. Anyway, so I can create scenes in which I can overlay layers of multimedia, audio, text, and whatever. So basically what you're looking at here is a scene made up of a video that I have a content provider website that I pay for that gives me content that I can utilize and edit and do my own. So basically what you're looking at here is someone typing on a screen a video that I have looped, and the screen where you're seeing me is green. I cut that out and you're seeing my camera behind that. And this is like you're seeing level 1. Okay, you don't know how bad I get pretty bad. Everybody knows there's a reason why they call me LDS. But I get really, so when you watch my channel, you'll see how crazy it gets. But this is like level 1 of how crazy I get with my scenes.
Welcome
I
to the
spent-
stream, the English longbowman.
I spent
otherwise
3
known
hours.
as Colin P. Smith.
I
Wasn't
spent,
it?
Sorry, hold
Go
on.
ahead,
I
Mel.
spent
Thank you,
3
gentlemen.
hours. Oh, did somebody come in? My bad.
Yeah, I was welcoming Colin P. Smith to the stream. We're gonna.
Thank you, gentlemen. Greetings
We're-
from the old world.
Ah, yes, across the pond, my fellow brother.
Man, you sound like you're straight out of a Robin Hood movie.
Well, you see, unlike other Robin Hoods,
He
I
can speak
speak
with an
English
English
accent.
accent.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
best Robin Hood line ever.
We talked about it earlier because I said, like, it may be heresy in the Phantom Menace, but I actually prefer Robin Hood Men in Tights over Spaceballs. I tried watching both of them again.
Oh.
Loved Men in Tights, loved it. And I loved Spaceballs as a kid, but for whatever reason, it just did not do it for me now.
Where's my plaid scene? Oh, I got my plaid scene right here, buddy.
There you go.
Oh, dude, you said Spaceballs, bro. Is no way. I'm sorry. Not gonna work in this or any other reality.
Didn't we have
Spaceballs
this
blows the
conversation
mind.
earlier?
They've gone to Plaid. They must have
They've
overshot
gone.
us by a week and a half.
I get it. I get the thing, and I enjoyed it when I just for whatever reason it just did not hook me, like from the jump, like Men in Tights did. Like as soon as Men in Tights started up, I'm like, I am in.
Okay. I know why. I know why. Because are you even a Trekkie or a Star Wars fan?
Of course, I'm a Star Wars fan.
Before you watched Spaceballs.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then
You don't
I
have-
guess you just need some medication. I don't know how you not like Spaceballs, bro.
I'm not saying I don't.
leeway. I
I'm
tried
not
to give
saying-
you an out.
I'm not
I'm
saying
gonna-
I don't like it. What I'm saying is, like, when I recently tried to
I heard what you said.
rewatch both,
Yeah, you-
like it just didn't hook me.
I'm
know?
going to give you this small piece of advice there, Mad Mardigan.
Mm.
You need to stop smoking your Prozac.
Take it like the rest of us do. Orally.
enema?
Okay, that came out weird.
No, I mainline it.
Suppository. Good news.
Oh,
I was just gonna mix it up with some coffee, do an anima, have a good day.
oh, we're not going there again.
So,
are we?
the English longbowman, what would you like to chat about?
And it
My
better
favorite-
not be anything British.
My favorite Heinlein book, in case you were wondering, is the Glory Road.
Crap, phone
Do you know,
call.
I think
Gotta go.
that's about one I haven't
See you, man.
read or have a very long time ago.
You need to reread it.
Yeah, I've got to the point where I used to be, I'd watch one of the Starship Troopers movies, which I actually think are pretty good movies as science fiction adventure movies.
Wait, past the first one?
They're yeah, but I think they're not bad. They're not fantastic. But the problem is, of course, I then go back and reread the book. Although I've read it so many times, I get to the point where I don't actually have to read it anymore. Because I
Yeah.
think some of the sequels actually had other things from the book and actually portrayed some aspects of the books a little bit better. Best of all, actually, was of course was the Roughnecks, the kids' TV series, because they had power armor.
Who's
Oh,
Roughnecks?
yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The cartoon
CGI
series.
yeah,
Who's Roughnecks?
it was just called
Razchek's
Roughnecks. It was
Roughnecks.
Razchek's Roughnecks.
Woof, woof.
I don't know,
Rico's
man.
Roughnecks at the end.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Rico's. Yeah, Rick.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Mr. CC.
Yeah.
I have to get going, guys. I got my channel starting, and I got a few phone calls to make and take care of a few HD pixels. So if I may have 2 seconds to say my piece.
Absolutely. Plug your channel, baby.
Thank you very much, guys. Hey, guys, LDG Pixels here. If you're not already a subscriber, please do subscribe. Tech Talk, Nerd Chat, help your computer, fix your computer, whatever you guys need, come hit me up. Also, guys, don't remember 14 Barber has an awesome show today with a celebrity, an honest-to-God celebrity appearance today, guys. 14 Barber, any sci-fi nerd must watch today's episode. I can't wait to see it. Mr. CCDV, thank you so much, guys. I love you all. LDG out.
Thanks for
Yeah,
hanging
it's
out
great
with
meeting
us.
you, man.
At least you got the voice procedure right. You didn't say over and out.
Yeah, that's
Drives
very
me round the
important.
bend.
It drives
Drives me
me
round
crazy.
the
Bugs
bend
me
as an
every
ex-signaler.
time.
Every time I hear it, I'm like, what the hell? Have you never studied anything in the military ever?
Well, what's crazy
I
is
know.
they have advisors that are there to advise them that that's dumb.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
should be advising them, but they don't.
The part that always bothers me is 0800 hours. In my entire time in the Navy, and since then, I've never used the word hours when I'm telling time, ever.
Yeah, 0800 or 1600.
Yeah, it's-
or,
I mean, it's written like when you're texting someone, like you're right out, you know.
And as someone who comes from the home of the Greenwich Meridian, 0800 when? Zulu? Alpha? Bravo?
What?
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's whatever
you're
time
getting
I'm on.
I come
technical.
from the home of Zulu time. We
On-
won. You all base your times on us.
And when I was going, when I was on my way to Desert Shield, Desert Storm, provide comfort, we always switched time zones at 2 a.m. Just like the Iraqis always attacked us at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Check the timetable. What's the time?
Right.
Okay, is this local time or?
Yeah, no, it's just
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
time I'm on. That's
Yeah,
the time
yeah.
I'm talking about. And if
Oh,
you don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
that's on you, man.
Yeah.
Like, come on, know more about me. Be my friend. That's all I'm saying.
I don't even
Yeah,
know what
but-
time zone I'm in right now. Criminy.
I'm in Central.
I'm on Eastern time, but I can't remember if it's Romeo or Sierra.
I can't remember if I'm on Bravo or not because we're on BST, which is British Summertime, which is an hour ahead. But I can't remember if that's Alpha or not. I think it's Alpha.
Those are your time zones in England? Alpha and
No,
Bravo?
No, it's Alpha and Zulu. Well, Zulu's GMT, which is 6 months of the year. We're on GMT, is Zulu. Winter, that's.
Okay, I'm right now -4 from UTC, according to Microsoft.
Okay, guys, we're not going on an op. So another thing that bugs me, I'm gonna move this on, is when people have their fingers on the triggers in movies. It bugs
God,
the
yeah.
shit out of me.
Oh
Bugs the shit out of me.
God. Oh no, that doesn't bother me nearly as much as when they keep constantly cycling their pistol. Like, okay, you're gonna pull the slide back once, and that loads the round in the chamber.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna keep doing it throughout the entire movie.
I mean, how many shells can you fire out of one of those things at a time?
Oh, Walking
Count-
Dead. Before I stopped watching it, they were shooting apparently every gun in that of zombie apocalypse is not fully automatic, but there would be times where everything's digital. You know, the muzzle flash, I don't think they would show like the casings coming out, and you would see that the dust cover is closed. What is happening, man? It's so cheap. And then he had a decal and he's shooting it at this Jeep, and they're just like ping, ping, ping off the. Oh, it's so bad. Sorry.
One of the weirdest things for me was when the first time I saw Star Wars, the original, the real ones, and I saw a close up and I thought, wait a second, I recognise that. Why are those guys using 9mm Sterling through the box over the foresight? That's the weapon I use.
Yeah, but it's a future version.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it was literally the original Star Wars. It was literally a 9mm Sterling, collapsed stock, and I think the only thing that actually done to it was they put a box over the foresight and 2 wires coming out of it, and that was literally it. Weird, because I said, I mean, at the time I was actually, back in the late 70s, early 80s, I was only in the TA, not the regulars, part time, but. At one point, the Sterling was actually my personal weapon rather than the old SLR. So I kind of recognised it.
Yeah, no, I like understood most of those words. It was a good one. What's
Which
your
one did
favorite
you
like
understand?
movie? Shit. What was
Ladies
like,
and gentlemen, Mad Mardigan.
have y'all seen the
We're not
replica-
saying this is going over his head or anything, but there's an altimeter involved here, I think.
Maybe if
all I
you
would-
were a little taller.
All I would say is going back to a quote from a gentleman who was mentioned earlier in the chat. England, British, and Americans, 2 nations divided by a common language, is a very true statement.
Oh yeah.
Something
Oh, yeah.
that something I say over here, same word may mean something different to you, or you may have a different term for. Sidewalk and pavement, for example. The fact that I can spell and you guys can't.
soccer and football? Everyone knows it's soccer. I don't know why you call it football.
Because you apply your foot to the ball. If
But-
you if you pick it up, you are playing rugby, which was invented, well, theoretically at least, at rugby school. And I'm not a sportsball person.
But as I recall, soccer the word soccer came from British English too.
Boom. Got
It
him.
may well have done, yes. Yes.
It was a shortened version of association or something like that, as I recall.
Association football, probably. Actually, I didn't know. As I said, I'm not a sport. I've never have been a sporty person. But yeah, you could be right there.
I don't know. I watch hockey.
Yeah, in England, you can walk on the tarmac and take the lift up to your flat.
Yeah, and biscuits are made in the morning and they're soft and you put gravy on them. They're not cookies. Those are cookies, man. And what is a spotted dick?
You really don't want to know that one. We don't put gravy on our biscuits. That's you guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how it's supposed to be.
Oh, right. I'm saying I'm sorry. Grit is something you actually put down to stop ice. You don't eat it.
Look. I saw King Ralph. I get the English thing.
Okay, I deal with this 5 nights a week because I'm trying to translate British English from one of my associates into something something I can understand. And I've actually caught myself talking about freight trolleys instead of freight carts because I'm listening to this guy. Okay.
We're not playing hand egg, Joseph.
and it's French fries. Why do you call them chips? I mean, that's just dumb. Chips are like Pringles.
Sorry, I thought you called them freedom fries these days.
I wish we would go back to that.
I think it's probably because they are literally chipped off a potato. I would suspect. I must admit, there is a reason my avatar is what it is. There are times when I look like that. I just wear a different sort of helmet. I'm a reenactor. I'm a history fan. I'm also really interested in language.
Wasn't the English longbow actually Welsh?
Yes.
I mean,
this is what I
difference.
You're just a second. Let me just make sure that I got the lecture mode switched off. No, I'm not kidding. I could go on about that for ages.
Oh, I could tell. Like
Joseph is a triggered European.
I will admit that I got this from watching too much James Burke and Connections. Okay, sorry.
Oh God, I love that series. Yes, you are right. The longbow per se, a longbow is quite simply a bow that is longer than the wielder. So
good
that's
use of that word.
Literally it. It's altered with maths and physics and all sorts of things, which I don't understand because I was born in 1340. Because I fought at the Battle of Crecy in 1346, and we didn't have complicated things then. Sorry, I probably should have been at a reenactment show this weekend if we hadn't been in lockdown. I would have been talking about this all day long. The short answer to the question is yes. Basically, when Edward I moved into Wales, the Welsh fought back and used a bow. The bow had reasonably fallen out of use to a degree in the English. And yes, it was English, not British. It was English, Welsh, Scots were different nations.
Come on,
and
it's all there. You don't have to. They're the same.
Well, no, I was going to say it is some. I do sometimes get embarrassed at the amount of fact that for about 500 years the words English and British meant the same to a lot of people. It shouldn't have done, but
yeah,
but yes, it does mean the same thing now, right?
No, I don't think so.
Not anywhere outside the borders of England. No, don't go to Scotland or Wales and say that. You won't survive. No,
Wales. I mean, are they even real? Like, I just feel like it's a neighborhood.
Are they
like
real?
In England?
I go there.
I hope so. I'm descended from people from Wales.
Just the European Chaz, as far as I'm concerned.
I go there at least twice a year, usually more often to do reenactment shows. I'm going to be very careful how I speak about my Welsh cousins. Although they never actually had the highest government they had was principalities. As far as I'm aware, Wales was never an entirely unified nation, and I could be wrong, and I apologise
From what-
wholeheartedly to any Welsh people if I am wrong about that. I'm not massively up on Welsh history.
From
Any
what I've
Welsh people out there, you're not going to get an apology from me. I'm never going there.
from what I've read, it was competing principalities, and
Yeah.
whoever got the word I'm looking for just went right out the freaking window.
Well,
Well, I don't think-
Longbow. Do you ever watch that guy? What's his name? Shade.
Shadiversity?
Yeah,
Yes.
I like him.
do.
Love
He's good.
Shadiversary. Love
Yeah,
Shadiversary.
Really good. But the answer to your question, Lee, was yes. Basically, we did what the English do best. I think. We came
steal
up
shit?
with Welsh.
Hold on. You said
I wouldn't
you do
use
what the
word
English does?
I wouldn't
Okay,
use
no,
the word
borrow.
steal.
Borrow.
Yeah, okay. Hang on, the English language has got about 80% of the English is quite borrowed words, unquoted. And that's the version you speak as well.
Yeah, I know.
In fact, you guys have probably got a lot more Spanish than we've got. But no,
Um,
yes, the English went into Wales, had a lot of problems with the Welsh. That's why Wales has got so many beautiful castles, because the Welsh were a truculent bunch. And that's what I actually say to the Welsh people, which fortunately they take in the spirit it's meant. But basically, yes, we won in the end because Edward I played off the Welsh princes against each other. But we were impressed by what the English did is we did with the longbow what related it to football, what related it to boxing, or soccer, as you would say.
Yeah, I guess pretty much
rugby.
everything.
Yeah, but what we did is we took
Borrowed
the
and
idea.
improved.
Exactly, we borrowed and improved. Could I point out that the Apache was a fantastic. You guys made the Apache great helicopter until great helicopter, much improved by the Apache longbow version. Guess where that came from? Guess who developed that? As far as I'm aware, we developed the longbow part of the Apache longbow system is British. But yeah, we did that. We adopted it. We brought in this thing where, for example, any Englishman of a certain lower class status had to, on the 6th or the 9th birthday, depending on where you listen to, you were given, your dad gave you your first longbow, and you went down to church. After church or before mass, either after or before mass, for at least an hour every week, you practiced the longbow. You did this for 10 years. I don't care what anybody says. The longbow was the deadliest weapon on the battlefield.
Yeah, Agincourt proves that.
Yeah. Until, in fact, I believe that I've heard, although I've not had it confirmed, that in the Falklands War, the SAS were using longbows for silent long-range kills. I do know that in World War II, on the retreat to Dunkirk, Mad Jack Churchill, I was not sure if I still don't know if he's actually any relative of Winston Churchill.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
Used the longbow on the march back to Dunkirk to take out German sentries ahead of time, and he got his entire battalion to Dunkirk.
I was just watching biographics video about Mad Jack Churchill, and apparently there is no direct relation.
I didn't think there was, but I know. On the other hand, I do know that Churchill's son Randolph actually served with did serve with the LRDG and the SAS in North Africa. I'm not sure if he ever actually was based. I know he actually went on raids with them. I'm actually reading Victor McLean's Eastern Approaches at the moment, which is his story of his time in the Western Desert.
So, are you interested in like all types of different ancient like weapons, or is it just your people's shit? I'm
interested in history all the way back. The problem is, even for a country as old as mine, there was so much of it. my main interest is the medieval and the late Middle Ages. That's the main. That's what I reenact. That's the bit I'm mainly interested in. But everything, all the way back from Gilgamesh up to I mean, even World War II, the Vietnam War. I tend to lose interest a little bit, sort of much between.
So like the Greek wars, with the Sparta.
Yeah, I took at school back in the 70s. I got an O-level in classical studies, which was basically Rome or Greece, and I got halfway to an A-level, which is level 2 qualification in classical civilizations, which was a more in-depth of the two of them. I learned Latin at school as well.
Oh man, you know Latin?
I used to. I learned, the interesting thing is, I went to school in. I went up to. I also. I as far as I'm aware, forgive me if I'm wrong. What I would call primary school, you would call elementary school, or possibly grade school. The first bit you go to. Then from 11 to 12 years up, you go to secondary school, which I think we now call high schools as well. But in my day, it was called grammar schools.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I thought that was how it went, but I wasn't certain. But so I got to grammar school, and at the time, grammar schools were. I don't want to say posh, but you went to a grammar school, you went to a secondary modern school. Grammar schools were probably more academically inclined, perhaps. But we had to do Latin. But the first year I did Latin, it bored the heck out of me. It was a case of page on the left, English, page on the right, Latin. My second year, we had a whole new system came in. And I don't know if you're familiar with Lingua Franca, or I think Rosetta Stone. I think
Rosetta Stone.
Yeah.
So basically, what you do is you learn the language and you learn the history and you learn the culture all at the same time, and that just grabbed me. I was hooked from then on. I used to speak. I used to know Latin. I probably know more medieval Latin because we sing it when we do reenactment shows, we sing in Latin, obviously because most of the music from the time was church music, which would have been in Latin.
Yeah, so you have to sing it in Latin, or nobody's going to get it. They're like, bullshit, that didn't happen.
Yeah. Although it actually medieval Latin is slightly different to classical Roman Latin. Also, if I count off, let me think. Tudor English, as in written by Henry VIII, supposedly, but at our time. Medieval English, medieval French, medieval German, I think one in medieval Spanish. I can actually know songs or have songs in.
Is Celtic its own language?
Yeah.
Celtic is
gobbledygook.
Yeah, well, I think Celtic is Celtic is more of a nationality and a culture, and the language will be Scots Gaelic.
Gaelic, that's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah,
yes.
You've got Gaelic, which is
Irish,
Gaelic, which is Scots. You've also got Cornish, which I believe is
corny.
Close. Yeah, is a Gaelic language.
Yes,
and you've got
Welsh.
Welsh, and Cornish, and you've also got the Bretons in Brittany, called that for a reason. There's a very please someone do stop me if I'm going on a lot.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you about that switch you were talking about.
Yeah, I honestly was not kidding.
No, because I asked you like how far it goes back because I had a question for you.
Yeah. So go on, please.
Well,
honestly, I know I'm like this. Please go on.
Yeah, no, it was about the sling. Because I read that it was actually a very like impactful weapon on the battlefield. Like, you know what I mean by like the sling, right? We were talking like.
Oh yeah, I know the one. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with weapons from
From
that.
like antiquity.
But
Yeah.
I would say the sling is. I like to say when I'm talking, I hold up my bow and I'll say this is an example of the oldest stored energy weapon in history. We've got pictures of these going back to the Stone Age. The sling is not a stored energy weapon. The sling is probably almost as old, if not older, because it's literally a case you pick up a stone. And with a sling, it's very easy to find ammo. So yes, it is. It was still is, I suspect, a very impactful weapon.
Yeah, because I've read this book and it talked about the story of David and Goliath, and basically what it was saying was that based what they know on where the location was, like it happened, and the sling, the impact from that rock would have like the same force as like a 40, like a Glock, like being hit with a Glock. The force would be right, and it just went into like Goliath probably like suffered from giantism, and like when they had to lead him down to the battlefield is because his eyesight is bad because the part of the brain with the giant bullshit like pushes up against eye stuff. I'm really tired.
Yeah.
Eye stuff makes him blind, and that's why he's like, "Who's this boy with sticks?" or whatever, even though he only had one.
I was watching something the other day. It was probably, if you're interested in history in general, I can recommend an Englishman lunatic called Lindy Page. If you're not familiar with him, he is a fantastic chap. And he goes, and I think it was one of his I was watching, he was talking about things, and they reckon that there's 2 or 3 different descriptions of Goliath and how tall he actually was. And he was probably just a very tall, full-looking person, rather than being a 9 foot tall superhuman.
Right, absolutely, yeah. Not that he's 9 feet, but it could have been like giant.
Well, yes, it could have been. I mean, it could have been something. I should say, is it encephalo something where the brain grows massively?
Right.
I think
encephalitis.
That's the one. I think. Yeah, it's the one where the brain and the brain grows and it pushes on things like the optic nerves. I think.
Yeah, it's an inflammation of the brain tissues.
Yeah. Anyway, it was just cool because it like recontextualizes the entire story of David and Goliath.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, because because we've always thought of it as like the little guy taking on the big guy over. Like, no, dude, Goliath was like he was walking into to his death.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I find, as I said, as someone who's interested in history language, I find that interesting how these things filter into our culture. I mean, I've for a while I've had a feeling. I mean, most of us guys have got at least some degree of military training. We understand the phrase "shoot to kill" is a pointless phrase. I'm sorry. Shoot to kill is how else are you going to shoot if you're using a lethal weapon? I actually think that there's a 3-word phrase from Star Trek which I suspect has entered the general subconscious when people think about it. Phasers on stun.
Yeah, right.
because you say phasers on stun to most people in the Western world, and they will probably know what you mean. And if you've got that in your mind, you think, okay, well, that weapon can kill or it can stun. It can't. Yes, we've now got tasers and similar non-lethal weaponry.
Right, but they're not all the same weapon.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think it may have something to do with like there's this. I think even Biden said something like this the other day about training cops not to shoot for their leg. Try to wing them. For I don't know who was in here when I said this, but I was a cop. I was a cop for 7 years. And
correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that just piss people off?
It would me.
Shoot. Okay, Mr. Biden, sir, when you're president, are you then going to make dum-dum bullets legal again? The only way shooting through a limb will actually work. So you're going to blow the limb off, but the bullet's not going to go through the body if you hit it in the first place, bounce off the pavement and ricochet into an innocent bystander.
Well, I mean,
Something
there's a reason why you draw your weapon so many times because you want it to be muscle memory. You want it to be
Yes.
just a natural thing, and that's why like your handcuff key, you always had the bigger one, not the little bitty tiny one that comes with the handcuffs, but like they're longer and they're fatter and they're a lot easier to manipulate when you got that adrenaline going. But no, even when we would go to the range to qualify, there wasn't levels like in the Army. In the Army, you had sharpshooter, expert, and whatever Mr. CC got at the bottom. And
that's funny. You're
was
funny.
it like sufficient?
No. I got the one at the bottom. Non-existent.
Yeah, all y'all did was Navy.
Marksman, sharpshooter, expert. And if you can't remember those 3 ranks, then you were obviously a marksman.
No, I said sharpshooter and expert. I remember the top one.
Yeah, I mean, I actually again, it's something I thought long before I've discussed this with people, with friends of mine, long before current day of anything, and I think it's fun. You're right. Fine, you go to the movies or the TV, and let's come up to date. Nathan Fillion shoots the bad guy in the leg in the Rookie. I hope we're going to get a 3rd season of that.
Actually,
yeah, fine. I like
Didn't
it.
make it through the first episode.
I quite liked it, but the point is, this one. If you go back, I mean, obviously I'm coming from this side of the pond, so in my cop shows, if a cop draws a gun, it's a specialist firearm unit. It's not, our police on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I saw Hot Fuzz.
General. Yeah, actually. But the point is, you see that, and yes, what the viewer has to remember is the actor and the stunt double or whoever are on the same payroll, and it says in the script, X shoots Y in the leg, Y goes down.
Yeah, I do think that did play a part in people
Nothing
like
to do with
saying
reality.
shoot him in the leg. But what I was saying was like we don't have that qualification levels. You either it's a go or no go. You either qualify because for that exact reason. Because if you go to court for shooting, for a shooting, and they're like, well, why didn't you shoot him in the leg? Well, that's dumb. But look, you had an expert rating on the range. Obviously, you're far more than just proficient with a firearm. Why didn't you shoot him in a non-lethal area?
Have you ever tried to shoot someone in the leg?
Yeah. Can we please explain to you how the human body works, how bullets work?
Not to mention the fact, let's get back to the point where you're just pissing the guy off.
There's a very good reason why we're taught to aim for center mass.
Yes, exactly. Am I wrong in thinking that there have been times in the States in the past where police officers have actually shot someone who has been high on PCP or something similar, and the big shot has had no effect on them? Is that an urban myth? Or
No, you're talking about Florida.
Possibly. I don't know. It's just things I've heard. As I say, I mean, obviously, I'm looking at this from nothing. But
it's almost weekly there. Yeah, it's Florida.
Okay, remind me not to go back there again then for a while. Damn, that means I can't go to Cape Kennedy.
There was this brother, named Rodney King, and they were using non-lethal force on him, but he was high on PCP at the time.
Wasn't there that guy on the bridge that was high on like salvia or whatever, was eating people's faces, and they shot him like fuck, I don't know how many times. It was that guy too.
Yeah.
So it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. You got to use your judgment in this situation, and unfortunately, it gets advertised too much.
Hey, Colin.
Yeah.
You were talking about policemen not having guns.
Yeah.
One of the radio shows that I listen to from old time radio is Whitehall 1212.
Oh, that's an old one, I think.
And
that's a very old one.
And they make a point that British police don't carry guns. They rely on intelligence and Blackjacks is what he's talking about.
Truncheons, yeah.
Oh, you still use flapjacks?
Truncheons.
Truncheons,
yeah. These days, I think they tend to be more extendable spring-loaded ones. But yeah, hit someone in the back of the leg with that, and they'll go down.
Oh, I was thinking of the slapjack, like
no, not quite.
Like Harlem Heat used in WCW. This is a really,
you mean
really reference.
The sock full of wet sand? I think we I think I know. I think gosh, I think I know the sort of thing you mean. No, they used, but they'd always had. Well, I think you guys call them nightsticks.
Yeah, batons. Yeah,
batons and truncheons. Although they changed, designs changed over time. And I believe these days they're, unless I'm thinking of American cop shows where they're much like they're sprung, so they spring out to about 3 times the length, and they're quite one of one's a bit more springy. Whereas an old truncheon was.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you talking about the batons?
Yeah.
Yeah, because so you have the asp is collapsible, and there's a few different models of it.
Sorry, I was forgetting. I should have asked you. You're the police. You're the expert. Right. So I was completely forgetting that. My apologies.
No. I carried a banana knock, which is a different kind of what is? Oh, fuck! I just said the word.
ASP.
No, asp. No. Expendable or whatever I said earlier.
Yeah.
Spring
loaded thingy.
Right. Well, this one had a button at the bottom of it, because with the asp, you just have to bang it on the ground to get it to go back in. But this one had a button.
I'm thinking the ones I've seen of all that. You sort of swing it, and as you swing it, it comes out. But
yeah, they do have an upgraded, like I want to say P something. I never used it, but it looks like the old school baton with the handle and the long part at the bottom of it. And they have one of those that has a part that extends out. So you swing it, and that part will come out as well.
Yeah, well, because the old style. I mean, the police truncheon was 2 foot. I'm not particularly good at working things out without, but of wood, black painted wood, and it was literally just one piece. I think if I remember right, your nightsticks I think are a bit longer, and they've actually got the T handle, haven't they? Where you've got the thing, you've got the handle sticking out the side as well, if I remember right. Or am I thinking about something else?
Say it again.
Nightsticks. What I think of is nightsticks for an American one. It's about 3 feet long stick, but with a hand at the side as well.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the upgraded one. Like it's a P something, and it comes out of the bottom. Yeah,
but it's fun listening to them talk about how they don't have guns. They rely on their wits and a piece of wood and whatever happens to be handy to do their thing. They also point out that if you were looking for a cops and robbers like the American style, you're going to be disappointed.
That's what you're thinking.
Yeah, well,
I saw it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, if you go back, I mean, obviously we obviously have imported a lot of shows from you guys.
Versus something like that, which would be the British version.
I was finding pictures too.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. But I mean, let me
see which one you.
I'm trying. I go back as far as we had a show called Z Cars, and yes, it's Z, not C. Which was a police procedure. Most of our police shows always seem to be ensembles. Dixon of Dock Green, I think, is the only one which was about 1. Whereas most of what we tended to get from you guys till about the late 70s. Hill Street Blues was probably the first one I could think of that was a group rather than Starsky and Hutch, Cagney and Lacey,
Miami Vice.
Yeah, Miami Vice. Again, in other words, there were effectively buddy shows, and then you get Hill Street Blues comes out. Loved Hill Street Blues, which was the first real, certainly I think from our perspective, ensemble show. But the first police show that we had that was regularly armed was a show called The Sweeney, which was about the flying squad, which was one of the few. There was a high-level organised crime or anti-organised crime units in London, the Flying Squad. Very famous in this country, certainly. And they regularly had firearms, but even they weren't always armed. They drew their firearms if needed. But
Yeah,
I think we. Yes, so we go.
Yeah, because I listened to Whitehall 1212, and
I'm gonna have to check that out.
it
It
starts
comes on
with,
right after Lone Ranger.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
Different
of course,
network. Different network.
Whitehall 1212 was actually the original. I mean, I don't know how your phone systems work because I think you got slightly. I think our phone system used to be different with a lot less. But Whitehall 1212 used to be the phone number for Scotland Yard.
Yeah, and it starts out with the keeper of the Black Museum and they pull out a thing from the Black Museum. I'm looking it up and see if I can find you a link to.
Well, I just sent CC a couple of pictures of the batons. If you want to throw those up on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I showed the basic idea of the baton.
Even the second one, the PD whatever it was, because I think that was the one he was talking about.
Colin.
All right, I'll pull those up.
I'm putting a link up to all 46 episodes of Whitehall 1212.
Wow.
Hopping right on that.
It's actually.
I've got it up in Wikipedia. It says he ran from November 1951 to September 52.
Yes.
Yes, definitely. That sounds.
And the other one that ran at the same time was Orson Welles had a series called The Black Museum.
Oh.
The bottom one, the second one, is that the one? That's what you were thinking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. The top one's the expandable one, and the bottom one is what I think of as a nightstick.
Right. Yeah, and they do have those that extend out as well.
All right.
That's what I was saying. Like, yeah, because you can spin that thing around and it comes out. I never used it, but yeah.
I mean, we did many back. As I said, I mean, I was in the Territorial Army, which is our part-time rather than regular services, and back in the 77 to 83, 84. Most of it in the Royal Signals. And even we even did some because obviously we had Northern Ireland going on at the time, and we just come out of we'd not long come out of places like Aden, so we had a lot of military on acting as semi-police, and I remember doing a few training weekends where we were sort of white control style training back then as well.
Yeah. Wait, was this before or after that? I didn't hear the date. Was this during the Troubles or?
Yeah, I mean, I was in the TA from 77 to 84. The Troubles kicked off in 1969. But I mean, some of the troops that went into Northern Ireland, into Belfast and Northern Ireland in 69, 70, had come almost straight from places like Aden and Arabia and Borneo and the like, or they've been out there. So they actually had to do this big shift to what was legal in the UK rather than what was legal, because of course the army doesn't act outside the bounds of the law of the nation it's operating in, hopefully. Certainly if you're talking civil conflict and the like.
Yeah, and if anybody's looking.
Well, yes, there is that, of course. But I mean, theoretically, legally, and as you guys discovered a few years later or actually no, you guys have probably already discovered in a little place somewhere in Southeast Asia, you don't do it in front of the cameras.
Dad, I don't remember that.
We because we obviously, I mean, we had cameras, a lot of the time in Northern Ireland. But yeah, they just going. I remember doing. This was a long time ago now. But doing a few exercises like that sort of thing in riot control and what did we call it? We didn't call it counterinsurgency. We called it something else.
What was the special? There was a special SWAT team. It was RUF, RUC.
The RUC
That's
was the Royal Ulster Constabulary. It was the police. What is now, I believe, still police service in Northern Ireland. The RUC was the Northern Ireland Police Force.
Yeah, did you ever hear the joke about them when they went to America to train?
No, go on.
Okay, all right, I'll try. I'm not going to do it in an accent. I'm not gonna embarrass myself. All right, so yeah, the RUC, they get this this funding or whatever. They go to America to train with the police over here, right? It's them and different agencies, So the trainer he takes all of them out to the woods. All right, and first up is the FBI. He goes, okay, these go into the woods, and you're going to kill a single white rabbit. So up first, FBI, they go into the woods. Hour and a half goes by, and then they hear a single gunshot, and then they come out, right? White rabbit. Guys, the instructors, good job. Next up is the CIA with their earpiece in and their glasses, and so they go in next. 3 hours pass, and you hear a twig break. They come out, perfect white rabbit, and the instructor's like, good job. So up next is RUC, and they're in complete riot gear with shields and batons, and they just go rushing into the woods. 8 hours or so go by, and they come out, and the biggest RUC guy has a bear on a chain behind him. And the instructor looks and he goes, first of all, you were in there for 8 hours. Second of, that's not a rabbit, it's a bear. And the big RUC guy looks at the bear, and the bear starts shaking and goes, I'm a rabbit.
Oh, that's bad.
Wow. Well, folks, I am going to have to call it a day. It is. I have
really,
to go to
my
work
joke
tonight.
took it out of you.
No.
Yeah, the joke did it.
No, it's how long you guys have been on.
We've been going for about 6 hours now, so I'm gonna kill the stream.
Don't blame you guys.
I'm gonna kill the stream, and
I think I'm done too.
I'm gonna go take a nap.
No, I've got to get some sleep for work tonight.
It was great meeting both. Are your channels in the chat somewhere?
Mine is.
I don't have one.
Oh, okay. Well,
I have, but it's on the grounds that that's the only way I could actually watch other people's YouTube.
Mine's in the private chat.
Bird of Prey came back. Hey, Bird of Prey.
Oh, I heard you were just closing down.
Yeah, no worries. 6 hour stream is about my limit right now.
hey, I think we did good for our first stream together. We talked about everything except for what we were supposed to talk about.
Except for we were soldiers. We never did talk about that.
Let me say this, okay? This was my very first live stream that I've actually participated in. I'm not exaggerating here. Thank you very much for inviting me to this, because this is I'm using this as a learning experience, and I learned quite a bit, and thank you very much.
You know what? You've been a great guest. You really have, and I appreciate it. So when we actually do get around to actually reviewing movies, you're welcome to come on and review them with us.
I don't even know we should even categorize it as that. Just put, who knows? It'll be something.
Yeah, that's true.
My review is going to be, didn't see it.
Anyway. All right, guys. I'm out to
my review in 3 words. Did not see it.
Holy cow. We must be between Loki's streams and the Valkyrie streams.
That's 4 words.
So thank you.
Sorry.
Nice meeting you all.
Yeah, let's meet you. And Bird of Prey, you too.
Thank you, you two good guys. Kapla.
See you.
Sorry, Bird of Prey 5, I just have to disagree with your picture on one thing. Shakespeare still sounds better in the original English, not the original Klingon.
All right, I'm leaving. That's just getting nerdy again.
Disagree.
Das Vidonia, my drugi.
Just mute it and nap like Bert
Anya.
does, huh? Is that how I'm supposed to do it?
I wasn't muted when I was napping, by the way. I was just quiet.
So, sorry, most of my Russian I actually learnt from Sven Hassel novels, so most of it's actually unrepeatable on YouTube.
And if I can't fall asleep when I get off this stream, I'll just go over to right next to my couch and pick up my Beowulf in the original Anglo-Saxon, and that'll do it.
Oh yeah,
That would do it for anybody.
I'd like to learn to speak Anglo-Saxon. I must admit.
Yeah, I've got a book I put together off the internet about 15, 20 years ago. That's to learn the English or to learn Anglo-Saxon, and it goes all over all of the grammatical stuff, and it has Beowulf in the original Anglo-Saxon. It's sometimes
Sleep inducing.
it can be. So yeah. Did you see that link I gave for you there, Colin?
I did, thank you. Yes, I've actually got it open in another tab, so I shall check that out.
They are real stories. They're just names have been changed to protect,
the innocent. I've heard that before somewhere. I'm honestly trying to think. What was that from? That was from one of your shows, wasn't it?
That's the Whitehall 1010 thing.
1212. Yeah.
1212.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and stick it in the chat.
Because that's 48 episodes of an old radio show from 1950, 1951 with an all English cast, as they like to brag.
Even though American actors are better.
I am not even going to go there because I have, let's face it, English rock has usually been better. I hate to admit it, but yeah. So, anyway, gentlemen, go ahead.
Who do you guys get to choose the bad guys in all your films? The bad guys are the best roles. You get the British actors.
Yeah. Weren't the British actors the bad guys in Star Wars too?
Yes.
Yes, they were.
Well,
they were
good
indeed.
guys as well. Good guys as well. But yeah. You watch most actors, they prefer playing the bad guys anyway.
Well, even when you find something you're good at, keep at it.
Oh yeah. Heck, I won't tell you how long the British Empire lasted.
My favorite phrase around here is, look, English language, marvelous thing, only spoken around here for about 250 years.
Yeah. Well, I said to someone earlier on in the chat, I've done quite a lot of online courses, and a lot of the courses I've done have been from the Great Courses Plus, which is an American company.
Right.
And we get this impression, and I want to impression that in England, we used to tend to like to take the mickey a little bit out of Americans' view of history. But I have to say, the courses I've done have been fantastic. There's one of them in particular about the reason you remind me of this is the history of King Arthur in myth and legend. And at one early point, the lecturer is saying, she's saying about the fact that probably starts in just after the Romans left Britain. And what you have to remember is that at the time the Romans left Britain, Britain had been a Roman colony longer than America had been a nation.
Yep.
We've been a Roman colony for about 400 years, which puts some of these things into perspective, I think.
Well, I mean, I've been watching a lot of Time Team lately too, so that kind of thing, it just interests me all the way around.
Time Team, is that the archaeological show?
Yes.
I love that one.
hated apparently by real archaeologists because the format makes them rush through things in 3 days. That an archaeological dig would take about 6 months to do.
Yeah.
But yes, it is a very good show.
But that's the kind of thing I've been watching, and obviously Whitehall 1-2 listening to, because
there's a channel called Timeline World History Documentaries, which
I'm a subscriber to that as well.
Oh, I was going to say because they I've watched some of those. Some of those are quite interesting as well.
So, well, gentlemen, as I close off my chats when I'm just chatting, I want you to remember Doom's rule number 30. Always live life as if awesome is a downgrade.
I like that.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Good night.
Good night. Good to meet you.
Good night.
Well, what do you guys want to talk about? Apparently, I've got new people showing. Apparently, I got new people showing up in the chat. I'm not allowed to shut down. I'm only allowed to take a nap.
I'm just a little bit confused about why Captain Von Trapp's got an eye patch on, but so this is one of the problems with having been out about 60 years, as you see a lot of films. The film has spoiled that. I won't say it spoiled that song for me. Because of that film, as far as I'm concerned, there's only one way anyone should ever sing that song. It starts off with a single male who sings it through once. He starts breaking up at the end. He starts singing the second one, and he just breaks up. And then a female voice joins in.
Snow may you bloom and
a third voice. Then a fourth voice joins in, and then the audience joins in. And the last 2 lines, you've got. Sorry, choking up here. I do find that scene exceedingly emotional. And the end of it is singing up. You've got the entire bloody audience singing a damn thing. And what about it?
Run away.
Yes,
run away to Switzerland.
It's that particular scene, that particular song, the way that film does that song. I think it's just so iconic that it's for me. I cannot hear anybody ever sing Edelweiss. Love the song without actually having that going on in my head. That it starts off as a single one. Family come in, and then at the end, last line or two, everybody's singing it.
I actually did that song Saturday night on the karaoke stream.
Oh wow! I didn't see that. I must admit, I think I was watching it.
Yeah,
Saturday nights.
It is Rambling Canuck who actually hosts the karaoke, but he goes off at a hard midnight Central Time. And so I do a after show and carry on with the karaoke. I think I did Edelweiss on the after show. And the version that I picked actually did follow that pattern that you were talking about, with just me singing for the first few verses. And then at the end, it created a chorus for the karaoke version that I was singing.
Mind you, of course, as a Brit, the best song in the film is it is, of course, Men of Harlech from Zulu. Even
Which
though
one?
Zulu, but the Men of Harlech, you know the film Zulu?
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
You've got the Zulu. Unfortunately, I say it never happened, but by God, it should have done. But you've got the Zulus start doing their war chants and the rest of it, and Stanley Baker turns around to one of his guys and says, "You think Welshman can't do better than that?" And they start singing Men of Harlech, and it's this battle between 100 Welsh, mainly Welsh, let's be honest, British soldiers, singing Men of Harlech against 100,000, about 10,000 Zulus doing their chant. Fantastic, right. Really is. And the thing is, I mean, you know, there's been this fuss. I mean, recently, because of events in your great nation. A lot of things being bad. I mean, we've got this. I don't know if you're a Doctor Who fan or not, but we've even got this thing in Doctor Who fandom now. We're taking the piss of the fact that they're going to do away with the police box as a TARDIS.
They are
Because
not going to get rid of the
we
police
don't
box.
think so. I don't know, but we're expecting the BBC to because the BBC are that woke.
It's
But-
bad enough that there's 666 doctors now.
Oh God! Oh, please don't. No, there's not. There has been no Doctor Who for the last 3 years. Doctor Who finished in 2017.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, for a lot of people, and it amazes me that the entertainment industry in particular has managed to do that. A lot of people, I know, I believe, certainly there's a lot of controversy about new Star Wars, about the new Star Trek shows, about even about Charlie's Angels is a different, slightly different sort of thing, and all these things where they've actually got to the point where they've got to the point where fans, and let's be honest, science fiction fantasy fandom is a thing of its own, and it really is a weird thing, and I could say that from the inside. To the point where a lot of people say, well, sorry, that's just not real. We don't care. But I mean, the thing is that I was saying about Zulu got me thinking is that and I was watching, I think it was Mecha Random 42 did a show on this one, but about the making of Gone with the Wind and all the fuss about that being pulled. That apparently there was some fuss and Clark Gable went to the producers and said, we've got a hit, and said, I'm not carrying on this film if you carry on with segregated toilets. And they took and a little bit like that fantastic scene in Hidden Figures. They just they took the signs down. He almost didn't go to the Oscars or to the premiere because he learned that the black cast members were not going to be allowed to go.
Right, they wouldn't be allowed in the theater.
And apparently, do you know who? And apparently, the person that persuaded him that he should go was Hattie McDaniels.
Oh, really?
Yeah, who won an Oscar for playing Mammy.
I did not know that.
I didn't know this either until I saw this on this stream. But you go back, and again, Zulu was filmed in South Africa during the apartheid era.
Yeah.
But Stanley Baker, who was the star who was behind it, apparently, he was very interested, and they were not allowed. The South African government would not allow them to pay the black cast members the same, all the rest of it. They deliberately found ways around it. Like when they left, if I remember right, all of the props, all of the buildings that they made stayed and were given to the people.
Oh wow!
So, yeah, they found ways. Cool. They found ways around doing it, and yet people are saying, "Oh, we shouldn't show these films." I mean, no one's come for Zulu yet. But actually, I think Zulu does a very good representation of both sides. It's very fair, but we can't show Gone with the Wind. Okay, look into the backstory of what it did and what some of the cast did.
Zulu doesn't take place between Americans.
Well, no, there is this, but I'm afraid, unfortunately, it's coming over this. It's coming to the. I suspect it's coming to this side of the pond as well.
Oh, okay.
Well, we've gone somewhat in. Well, you've only got to look at some of the protests that I've got.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Our politicians. Well, I say our politicians have gone insane. Some of our politicians weren't insane in the first place. But I think it's. I said, you know, I mean, I'm not a professional historian. I wish I had gone into that, but I'm an amateur historian. You can't place modern sensibilities on past societies. One of the people I watch quite a bit, he's got this thing. He's coming up. Says, you know, imagine 200 years in the future, that or 20 that our descendants decide that the colour green is offensive. You can't wear green anymore. You can't. Nothing in history that had anything green was everything. Anything that was connected to the word green was wrong. Was evil.
Yeah.
That's exactly the same sort of logic that you're trying to apply going back over time.
Well, that's pretty much where we're at right now.
Yeah.
And you can't erase or rewrite the history that we've grown up with.
No.
But
without
here's
consequences.
But here's the thing about that, though. We're not talking about the government. We're talking about a private entity. They own the film. So as much as we may not like it, it is their property to do with as they wish.
Oh yeah, the thing is though that gets me is that it's one of two things. In fact, I think it's two things from different angles. It's either disingenuous idiots who don't understand, or it's a very deliberate act from people who do understand, trying to wipe out the history. There's a few years ago now, I've got a series of books on my bookshelf by a chap called John Wingrove, called Children Cry in the Middle-earth series. And the first one of those, it's about a world relatively near in the future. Well, it's ostensibly, it appears to be about an alternative history where China has ruled the world for about 1,000 years. We find out at the end of the first book that no, what actually happened is they won a war about a generation ago, and they just wiped out the rest of history. And everybody now grows up believing that this is the way the world's always been.
Well, that's been a pretty
Cinnabon,
common
not
practice.
down with green.
What is this green thing?
We're talking about whitewashing, about things out of history. There was a chap I watch. He's actually Israeli, who's quite vociferous on these things, and he came up with the example that imagine in Generation or Two time, for some reason they decide that the color green is evil.
Who decides?
These people, the people for this society. It's a thought. It's just an example of how
it's a thought experiment. It's like Schrodinger's cat.
Right, but it depends on who it is that it has decided to get rid of the color.
The point is, it's not so much that it's an example of taking these to absurdity. The idea is that they decide that the color green is evil. No one can wear green anymore, and not only that, but you go back anything in history that was green, you write out. You completely. It's an utterly stupid idea, but that's the point.
Right, absolutely, yeah, I agree.
It's an argument ad absurdum. I think the point is that you can't do it. What I find particularly interesting, actually, is my historian's hat on again. I just got with green in particular. There was a back in my childhood. There was a TV series, and yes, we did it about 30 years before you guys next. It called The Tomorrow People.
The Tomorrow People?
The Tomorrow People, yes.
What did we call them? It was probably
you
better.
You called it The Tomorrow People, but Stephen Amell's brother lasted about one season. You called it The Tomorrow People, similar idea, but we had the idea back in the 70s. It was an English TV program which got remade a few years ago now, I think. But the thing is, at one point they have an episode called The Blue and the Green, and it's about this alien energy form. Basically, it's only an embryo, it's a child, and in order to grow, it needs to grow on violent emotions, and it splits things up, and it tribalizes people. And the fascinating thing I found about this is at one point he says that his people had done it once before in Constantinople, where they'd fought the blue and the green horse racing teams against each other. And the historical part of that is actually accurate. In Constantinople, Byzantium, in the Byzantine Empire, they'd gone on from gladiators, which you think were the Romans. Horse racing was a really, 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 really big thing, and there were 5, I think, teams, and they were whites, reds, yellows, blues, and greens, I think. And there were big riots, and there were factional riots, and they literally split, and there were literally riots between this faction and that faction.
So is that what like Medieval Times is best on? Because you have the Blue Knight and you have like the Red Knight.
No, I think it's more a case of I mean, this would have been in what, the 400-500s, very early Byzantium. I mean, you say medieval times could effectively be called the fall of Roman Empire.
I meant the restaurant / like reenactment medieval times. You have the Red Knight and the Blue Knight, and everyone's there eating like giant legs of turkey, and they're like, "Yeah, Blue Knight."
I don't know that chain, but I could imagine it's the sort of thing. I mean, it's an easier way of judging, I suppose. Is yes, I mean, you look at a lot of medieval films, Hollywood and in particular, and our films as well. Yeah,
we can get back to the conversation. I was just making a joke.
I don't know. It could have led into it. Yeah.
No,
I mean.
Sorry, I was thinking of medieval times now with their knights.
No,
what was I going to? Oh, because the aliens.
I mean, the thing was, what got me was that the fascinating was that it was actually based on real events that actually happened in Byzantium, where they had their main passion. I mean, think of for you folks possibly
the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, yeah, I was going to say football, football or baseball. You folks, or possibly hockey for the North and the Canadians. You're quite well known for that being a national passion. That is how horse racing. We're talking chariot racing here. So you're talking Ben Hurst.
Right. Ben Hurst.
The remake, not the old one. The remake. The old one's boring.
I've not seen either. I've not seen the remake. But the thing is, it's the racing is someone in a chariot.
Yes.
No, sorry, Admiral Oliver Franklin just looked it up for me. Nika writes, "Thank you, Admiral. Thought you were going to bed." Yes. Losing being similar to Eastern Roman Empire. Fascinating. Thank you. He says title racing. But yes, but it was basically a tribalism. And their national pastime was horse racing. But yes, it's a little bit like if the Dallas Cowboys go up against, I don't know,
New York Giants.
Yes. Basically, if you're either a Cowboys fan or a Giants fan, and you have a riot between the fans. We've had this in this country for a while, unfortunately. We used to have certain football teams were like that.
Yeah, we don't have hooligans here.
No, we have the Eagle fans. Like they throw batteries at Santa Claus on Christmas, but they're horrible people.
But what I just found that fascinating that this was in back in England, a science fiction idea based on real fact. That was amazing. But that how far back this tribalism goes.
Well, since there was tribes, yeah.
We all know that it's Istanbul, not Constantinople.
And it's nobody's business but the Turks. Which I believe is the last line in that song.
It is indeed.
I just think the important thing to remember when we're talking about censoring and stuff that these companies, it's their property. They do have rights to their products or to their property. If it was the government coming in and saying, whoa, guys, we got to get rid of, going with Win or what have you, it would be entirely different.
Oh yeah, but it's because of the reason they think that what they think they're doing. They're doing it because they think it's going to make the world better by ignoring the past.
No, they think by doing it they won't get too much shit from the left.
Well,
and will continue to be profitable.
There's that as well, and that worked so very well for them, didn't it? When it comes to
Star Wars.
Well, they are bringing it back, and they're going to bring it back with a pre-show disclaimer.
Gone with the Wind.
To be quite honest, I can see. If that's done properly, I can see that there's nothing wrong. I think with saying, okay, we're going to put this film, which is a historical film, and we're going to put it in context. as long as you put it in context.
Yeah, this is an 80-year-old film that's been popular for 80 years, and so we are going to show it, but it has these certain issues.
I mean,
I don't like going to the least common denominator. Yes, it's their right, but I think it's stupid, and I personally wouldn't want to support companies that do that.
Right, and that's your option, and that's why it's important to keep that in mind when we're talking about companies doing it rather than the government. Because
Right.
you have
It's not the government.
Yeah, you're not. You don't have the right to have Gone with the Wind without, whatever they're going to put in it. My thought was when they said to the context thing, I was wondering like, oh man, are they just going to like stop the movie at the racist part and be like, okay, here's a 30-minute lessons on systematic racism.
Oh, they will if they let the BBC get their hands on it. They just put Doctor Who in there, and she'll lecture for half an hour.
Oh yeah, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Oh,
Now,
Jodie Whittaker, please lecture me some more about how I'm a really bad father for being single.
What they could do, they could make you watch an hour-long systemic racism, white privilege video before they allow you access to their movies.
Yep, and I will be interested in that because if they have an hour, maybe somebody will tell me how it's real, like what programs and what laws that are in place.
There's no follow-up. There's no question and answer.
You'll never be.
You just have to hit I agree at the end.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we are what we have. The one that's getting a lot of discussion certainly in the Doctor Who community is Talons and Wayne Chiang.
I have these discussions to a point with my sister because she leans that way. And like just the other day, she asked me, do you acknowledge your privilege? And I've been laying in a hospital bed for 10 years. I haven't been outside except in a wheelchair and a number I can count on my two hands, one of which only has 2 working fingers. So I almost wanted to smack her, but she's my sister and I love her, and she's 9 months pregnant. But I'm thinking, my privilege? Are you being serious right now? My privilege is that my mom, who is 67 years old, has to stay home every day when she should be enjoying her retirement and take care of me. There's no privilege here. She wants to talk about my privilege. Do I acknowledge my privilege? It gets me upset. But you can't say anything because she withdraws. She's like, I don't want to talk about politics. Okay, fine.
Then why'd you bring it up, Sis O'Prey?
I love Sis O'Prey, but that's why we can't talk politics with her.
I'd like to send some of these people to, I don't know, Riyadh or Tehran, and let them go on about LGBTQ rights or women's rights in places like that, and then come back and say, oh, hold on a second, maybe it's not quite that bad.
Well, no, because it's easy. Like, well, yeah, that's there, but that doesn't make what we suffer with any less, it's still real here. It may not be as bad, but that doesn't take away from everything that you've done to us.
I know that this is not typical, but one of my better friends in college was African American, though technically he's French, but he was as dark as they come, African American, and it was like Cosby Show. His mom or something was a lawyer. His dad was a doctor. He had his college completely paid 100% by his parents. I had loans up the wazoo, graduated barely before I had maxed out my last credit card. And even though I was a damn near great student, could only get a best of 50% scholarship. I don't know if he needed scholarships or not, but his parents paid full. He graduated. They got him a brand new car. I graduated. I got to go to work so my family could pay the rent. And I'm supposed to acknowledge my privilege. No, F that. Not to mention the privilege that, yes, people have privilege. People who look better have more privilege than those who don't. People who can run faster have more privilege than those who don't. People who can play sports have some privilege. There's so much privilege, it's meaningless. Smart people have more privilege than dumb people. Should I apologize for that? No.
I think that you should take solace in knowing, though, that later on your friend's dad got caught after he was slipping like Mickeys in people's drinks.
Well, he wasn't exactly
he wasn't actually Bill Cosby.
Oh, okay. Well.
It was pre-Cosby.
Oh, okay.
The really thing that gets me is, again, I'd like to sit some of these people down. I mean, obviously we've now got us in this country as well as over there about these things. I mean, Fawlty Towers, German episode, best known in this country for the phrase "Don't mention the war," gets taken down and put back up. What I'd like to do is sit some of these folks down and make them watch Till Death Us Do Part. I can't remember what your version of that is called.
That's the one with Hugh Laurie, right?
No, Till Death Do Us Part is an old one, Alf Garnett. It's a head of a family. I think it's all in the family.
All in the family.
All in the family with Archie Bunker.
But we've got that. We've got yes, I believe so. Yeah, we've got that. We've got Rising Damp, which was a sitcom set in basically it's again a very old English sitcom where you've got one of the characters is a black. He's actually an African prince. You've got one of all was Love Thy Neighbour. And all of these get slammed these days because they were racist, sexist. What they actually never actually managed to take home is that in every single case, Alf Garnett was always being put down. Eddie in Love Thy Neighbour, the racist, was always losing. Don Warrington's character in Rising Damp was the smartest man in the room. In every single case, the isms and the is the person that is the butt of the jokes and never comes out on top.
Right, like Luke in The Last Jedi.
I've seen that.
Hey, you heard him. He said, yeah.
Yeah.
He agreed. I was kidding.
I've heard of that, but I've not. No, didn't he? I believe I've not seen any Star Wars movies since Return of the Jedi.
Do yourself a favor. Skip the prequels. Go straight into the. You know what? Skip Force Awakens. Go straight to the Last Jedi. You're gonna love what they did with Luke.
I know about it, but no, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to stick with my picture, with my sexist, misogynist remembrances of Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi. but they seem to. I've actually seen. I lie. I have actually seen the prequels. Wasn't overly impressed with any of them. They're quite interesting, but I've not seen any of the new ones. I don't particularly wish to see any of them either.
Well, you know for sure that Rian Johnson did right by Luke Skywalker.
The really stupid thing is, with a lot of these things, I probably don't need to see them. I've seen so many reviews of them, and Mickey takes them.
Oh yeah, have you ever seen Mahler in his?
I was going to say yes. I've watched them all, and what do I need to watch the films for?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I've watched them all. I've watched Critical Drinker.
Yep, another. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I like him a lot. I when I hear his video, if I listen to like 2, every time I'm reading comments, it's in his voice.
Yeah. Well, I noticed earlier on, Mr. CC mentioned AZ. I don't know if you're referring to Az from Hill vs. Babyface.
Az, yeah, I call him AZ.
No, that's fine. I mean, I don't need to watch Batwoman now because I've watched his reviews of Batwoman.
Oh, yeah. Mahler, they do it over there on EFAP too.
Yes, the problem is I don't have the patience for EFAP, so I haven't got that much time.
Bolstrek has some strong opinions on Batwoman as well.
We're almost at 7 hours. That's like a half a EFAP.
I know.
I'm not kidding either.
I know. I haven't been about an hour and a half, I think.
The Batwoman, those are usually short though.
Yeah.
They're not too bad to get through.
But see, the weird thing is, I actually watched the first episode of Stargirl. I was going to see what Stargirl. I actually gave up. What put me off more than anything else, I think, with the CW shows, is you folks over that you do your TV a little bit different. We don't. Usually, if we have a season, for starters, actually, our series are usually a lot shorter. Our seasons are a lot shorter, but we will show the whole. We won't stop in the middle for. I think it's usually around Super Bowl time, isn't it? Where you go on a hiatus.
It depends on the show. Like different shows will do not all of them do it. Like Vikings, they're in the middle of a hiatus right now. Hopefully, give them time to fix it.
And I think I saw that, and I was halfway through. Was that the last year? 2019, 18, 19 season, and I just never came back to any of them. I used to watch Arrow. I've gone off Arrow a little bit. I used to watch Arrow. I enjoyed Flash. I didn't mind the first season or so of Supergirl. There's another one. Oh, Legends of Tomorrow. But I just gave up on all of them. I just never came back after the hiatus because I just lost interest in them.
Yeah, Supergirl went off the rails.
CW went off the rails.
The Flash is still pretty good.
I saw parts of those. I didn't. I was going to come back, and I think the last thing I actually watched was the Elseworlds crossover last year, or year before last, whenever that was.
Yeah, the Crisis on Infinite Earths.
No, the other one, Elseworlds, Nazi Super.
Oh, okay, Elseworlds. Yeah.
I was going to watch Crisis on Infinite Earths. I thought because I remember the comics and the rest. I remember the original comic series, that one.
I did watch it, and it was over in 4 episodes, but they still had 2 more episodes to do because there are so many damn CW shows now.
Oh, I know. I mean, I bought in ones I didn't even know existed.
It just went to garbage. I mean, the last 2 episodes in that Crisis on Infinite Earths was. It was. Oh. I'm so angry.
Who was it? Was it as well? Critical Drinker was saying this is great. You've suddenly got this thing where you've got Supergirl season 1. The sister is has a boyfriend, etc. Season 2 comes along. She gets lesbian haircut number 3, and she's suddenly a lesbian.
Yeah.
They do 3 episodes. The actress is going to the first 3 episodes of the Supergirl season 2 are about her sister's upcoming lesbian wedding. I mean, to be quite honest, I'm not certain that the sexual orientation is overly relevant.
No, it is, bro.
Oh, it is. But
that's how you identify.
Oh yeah, well, exactly. But I mean, the thing is, first 3 seasons of Supergirl, a superhero story, are about her sister's upcoming wedding.
Yeah.
Then the actress has placed the girlfriend leaves, and they suddenly have to start coming up.
They're putting a lot of time and effort into the politics of it rather than telling a good story.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching Azzy's review of Stargirl yesterday, and I suddenly something he was saying about the way he's doing it, excellent review, and it suddenly occurred to me. We all know, well, most people, that no offense to any teenagers, we've all been teenagers, that children and teenagers in particular, the brains are not fully matured.
Yeah, they're dum-dums. You can get
Teenagers are different.
Well,
they're the worst.
For instance, my 10-year-old daughter told me yesterday, I think I'm bisexual.
No.
And I said, you're 10. Wait until you're 16, and then you can tell me that you're bisexual.
Yeah. Because the way he was telling it was you got the 2 characters, the 2 now already. Is the CW actually capable of doing a story about one single superhero that's not part of the team?
If it's Batwoman, yeah.
I was about to say yeah, but then she was only superhero, and there was. But something we all know. We know this, and we know this fact. Teenagers, we accept it. That is why teenagers are not held to the same standard as adults. That is why we have an age below which they are not treated the same as adults.
Right. They're not legally responsible for themselves.
As Robert Heinlein put it, the phrase juvenile delinquent is an oxymoron because juveniles by definition are not mature enough to understand the duties of which they are now delinquent. I paraphrase, but
you did paraphrase, but I do like that quote.
Yeah, but
that came from Lazarus Long.
Was it? I thought it was. I thought it was History of Moral Philosophy in Starship Troopers.
No, that actually came from Lazarus Long.
Oh, was it? Oh, wow! I've been misattributing.
Yeah, it was in Time Enough for Love.
My other favorite piece is: remember, your enemy does not consider himself an evil man. Remember this: it may help you to deal with him in a non-confront. It may help you to come to an accommodation. If not, you can kill him without qualms.
Wow, you are using all of those quotes from Lazarus Long. Why are you doing that?
No, so that's my other point. What I was trying to, before I started waffling off, you know this about teenagers who accept it. That's why they're not held to it. The other one's the moral of the last episode, at least of Stargirl, seems to be teenagers should not be given superpowers.
No,
except for
and then she shouldn't be given superpowers at all. And then I thought, actually, no, this is the CW. Don't be stupid. I won't go down anything that's sensible. But it's all about them messing up. Actually, a good story point. Yes.
I really think that history and moral philosophy should be taught in high schools.
God, yes.
As long as it's not by old white men. Yeah.
Yeah,
no. We agree.
You've not read Starship Troopers, Matt, have you? I suspect you've not read the book.
Oh no, actually, I did. I found it. I found it when I was in reception, and I had plenty of time to read it.
Oh no, fair enough. No, yes, I take your point, and yes, but yes, I mean, I think there was a lot of my only real thing that I think Heinlein got wrong was the time period he set the crazy years. He was about 30 years too early. We're in them now.
Well, fair enough, but I mean, he was tying in a lot of his stories at the time. So you had the crazy preacher, Jebediah.
Oh God. Cat who walked.
Was it John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith?
No, it wasn't John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. No,
hey, that's my name too.
Scudder, Jeremiah Scudder.
Yeah, Heinlein. Let's finish. I can trace my dislike of the whole concept in Doctor Who, the Time Lords regenerating as a different gender, to one Robert Heinlein short story. And that's By His Bootstraps.
Oh, By His Bootstraps. Oh, I haven't read that one in forever.
But then you think he did. I've forgotten what it's called. Not Time Enough for Love. Another quite big, thick one, which was a very, really, really good story. Which was okay. That's how you write a story about transsexuality, where you get a guy who at one point he's.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
You know what I mean? But
the time travel one where like it turned out to be. Never mind. I may be thinking of a different.
No, one. The By His Bootstraps is where the guy turns out to be his own parents.
Yeah.
No. This other one is a novel.
This is the one where Slipstick Libby turned into a woman.
No, not that one. No, there's a book where if I remember right, the protagonist. He ends up with his brain being put into female.
Oh, I know what story you're talking about.
And it ends up with that they die, or the book stops as she gives birth. And I think the implication is that mind goes into the child.
That is what I'm thinking of. Pretty sure.
Well, there's two different things. I mean, it's possible that Boy's Bootstraps might have ended up being expanded into, I don't know, my Highland books in the other
It was
room.
time travel, though, right? Wasn't that it? It was something that had to do with time travel.
Don't think it was time travel in that particular one.
No, not that one. When the brain got transplanted into a woman's body.
I did
that was
like
not a time travel one.
Number of the Beast. I thought was very good until the last bit, where you suddenly have him talking to two Heinens talking to each other. That was weird. The last bit, Number of the Beast.
I still like the Number of the Beast. Though.
Oh, I like it. I love it. It's excellent. What I really like, it's fans. I mean, I love the bit. I think my favourite bit is where I can't remember the character's name is. The male lead is talking to the girlfriend, and they're explaining names. Yeah, and she Dee.
Zebediah was talking to Dee.
Yeah, and Dee comes along and says, don't laugh. But my name's short for Deja Thoris.
Deja Thoris,
and he laughs, and she says, "Why are you laughing
out
at me?"
into hysterical laughter.
He says, "No, I'm not laughing at you. I was born just south of someone's, but I can't remember which one it was. Was it?"
He was born in Virginia.
Yeah, he was born, but he doesn't say that.
He was born in Virginia, and
he's commissioned twice in the National Guard.
His name is.
It really is Captain John Carter of Virginia.
He's Captain John Carter of Virginia.
Wait, is this the Mars one?
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
they end up on Barzoom.
And they end up on
Carter of
Barzoom.
Mars.
Yes. Yeah. I actually think I can understand why that film failed. I think it's a shame it failed.
Yeah,
Disney marketed appallingly. But for me personally, I actually like the fact that it starts off as John Carter, and at the very end, the film is called John Carter. At the very end, it becomes John Carter of Mars because it follows his journey.
Yeah.
Because at the end of that book, his last word, the word that he and Deja Thoris say to get over each other, is Barsoom. He's become John Carter of Mars, and I thought that was really well done. It's just if you don't know the story, and you're not going into it knowing the story, you kind of think, what the heck's going on?
Right. Well, how many people read Edgar Rice Burroughs these days?
Me. The guy, given that Princess of Mars was his first published book, even before he created someone no one's ever heard of called
Tarzan, I believe.
Tarzan, that's the one. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, his whole life he was just trying to live up to his dad, who was a war hero. You know.
We'll see. I didn't know. I must admit, I don't know much about Burroughs himself. But yeah, but time enough alone. Yes, it's Number of the Beast. Sorry, it's the very end bit where they get these different versions of themselves from different universes that I thought was a little bit over. Was a little bit indulgent. And then you get on to the Cat Who Walks.
On to Time Enough for Love, and then you go on to.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they come together. Yeah, it's great. I'm honoured to meet, and I'm honoured to meet the head of the Howard family.
Beyond the Sunset.
Yeah.
So,
that was a big one.
He was also a cop on the railroads.
Yes, he was, wasn't he? Yeah.
Edgar.
Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Yeah, he was a cop on the railroads.
Yeah. But I like Time Enough. Cat Who Walks Through Walls, when they go back and they bring in Manny from Moon is a Harsh Mistress.
Oh yeah.
And they bring back Mycroft. They show him into
Beverly, and they go save Mycroft Holmes.
Yeah, yeah.
In To Sail Beyond the Sunset, Mycroft Holmes is actually alive again.
Yeah, I mean,
he's come out of his coma.
They then start downloading them into
Yeah, it gets
Selby on
pretty
Sunset
crazy.
where he ends up sleeping with his mum, or nearly sleep, where Lazarus ends up going back and getting stuck in the past. And
Yeah, that was Time Enough for Love, and that one got weird.
yeah,
That one got really weird.
Yeah, I think Robert Zemeckis must have read that when he wrote Back to the Future. Actually, come to think of it.
That may be the case.
Well, you think about that bit in the car with Marty and Lorraine, when Lorraine's obviously got the hots.
Fan. Oh, the time travel. I like the movie. I enjoyed it. I watched it the other
Mm.
day, but the time travel, I guess, can't get past it, because of the grandfather paradox.
Yeah. Oh, did you watch The Big Bang Theory?
No.
Oh.
I mean, a little bit when I first started.
There's an episode in that where they're having this argument or explaining it. Even Sheldon's having trouble actually understanding timeline paradoxes in Back to the Future. It's fantastic. It's the diagram on the board is excellent. They're trying to invent language for time travel. What's have had would have been. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy. It's if you go back in time to kill your grandfather, we know that you fail because you're here. Like whatever reason you have to go back in time, you fail because when that timeline catches up, what was the reason for you to go?
Yeah. It kicks it, or it kicks it into another universe, parallel universe.
That's different. Yeah, if you're talking multiverse, that's entirely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the solution to the grandfather paradox is effectively the
multiverse.
That's the common trope right now for time travel.
I mean, an Endgame.
Yeah, so you end up with there's no paradox because there can't be a paradox, or you have a multiverse, one or the other.
But who did nail it? 12 Monkeys. Their shit matches up because everything that they did, like they caused everything. Like, you know what I mean? Like at the end, like they were there with when they had the shit in the airport or whatever. Like it all matches up.
If you like time travel, and all who does it very well is Jodie Lanai Taylor. She does a series of books, audio books called The Chronicles of St. Mary's, and they do time travel really well.
God, I love that series.
Sorry, my apologies. They don't do time travel. They study historical events in contemporary time.
Yeah, they actually go back and save as many manuscripts from the library at Alexandria.
And then they go and save King John's treasury when he loses it in the wash.
Yeah. I love the St. Mary's.
I personally want it to be true, so I want them to go back in time. I want them to rescue all the lost Doctor Who episodes from the BBC and put them somewhere where they can be found. That's what I would.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah,
I could appreciate that.
It's but there's some. Let's not forget, of course, that we invented time travel. H.G. Wells. I think that was the first novel to do with time. I could be wrong. I think The Time Machine was the first novel to write about time travel, but I could easily be wrong.
He was the co-creator of science fiction. Him and Jules Verne's.
Yeah.
No, it's not. There's this podcast called the Dead Authors Podcast, and it's Paul F. Tompkins, and he plays H.G. Wells, and he uses his time machine to go back and bring like Albert Camus, Edgar Rice Burroughs, the authors of the Gospels, and Frank was on the episode once. But anyways, he has a thing about Jules Verne, because he's like, like he gets, takes things that exist and just make them big. Or like, are there squids in the world? Yes. He just made it bigger. Like, not sci-fi.
Yeah, until that one.
You know what? I think Paul F. Tompkins is a very, very talented man.
Oh yeah, that podcast is one of my favorites, man.
What's it called again?
The Dead Authors Podcast.
Dead Authors Podcast. I'll have to look that up somewhere. Yeah.
He actually does riff tracks with the MST3K guys.
Oh wow! I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah. Well, they have a program called Riff Tracks, and so they do live shows and things like that. When they do their annual summer shorts, so they just play short films and riff on those short films. They get Paul F. Tompkins to come in there pretty much every year to help riff on one of the short films. And then they do the festival in San Francisco, so the organizers of the festival get to riff on a few shorts and things like that. But it's just a lot of fun to watch.
I'll go back for you further than Heinlein, though. Was it Civilization's historian they called him? Edward E. Doc Smith?
You're talking about Stranger in a Strange Land?
No. I'm talking about the Lensman.
Oh, the Lensman. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Arisians and Mentor of Arisia and the Skylark series. Skylark of Space, where his argument was, well, the theory relative, the theory that you can't go faster than light is only theory. Sorry, I'm going to invent a way in which you can. Oh, look, someone's got rid of a way that may well work. A way that I actually remember asking my physics teacher if it would work at secondary school, where you cancel inertia. If you cancel inertia, will you then be able to travel faster than light? Space series.
Yes, however.
I was going to say I'm nowhere near enough of a physicist. I gave up physics at school, but I love the. I do, but I seem to recall reading somewhere actually that Heinlein, the ship that Heinlein served on in World War II was named after, or the Z9M9Z, or some sort of connection like that.
He was between the wars. So after World War I, before World War II.
Oh, well, I thought. Fair enough.
And he was a lieutenant, but he developed tuberculosis, so they separated him from the Navy before World War II.
I seem to recall reading somewhere some sort of connection between the big, those massive, great battleships that Doc Smith came up with, like the Z9M9Z and that, and the vessel that Heinlein said. Are you guys familiar with the GURPS role-playing system at all?
The what?
GURPS, General Universal Role-Playing System.
No.
Well, no, I'm not.
It's exactly what you know what role-play gaming is.
Yeah.
Dungeons and Traveller. It said, well, GURPS is a system where it's literally what it is. It's a generic system, where you can do nearly anything. And one of the big ones is GURPS Traveller, which they do travel science. But there is a GURPS Lensman, and they do some really clever things in there. Like they actually come up with an explanation for why women can never be lensmen. Why Clarissa McDougall was the only female lensman ever. Things like that. There's some really clever things. But what they do is they actually find then current day, which would be what, 80s or 90s, I suppose, work around for explanations for 1940s or even earlier mores and points of view. Very clever, very well done.
Okay. I might actually check that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's GURPS. God knows what it's in now. But it's literally, I mean, you can almost look at almost any big science fiction series or novel, and I think I've even seen them for David Brin's Uplift Universe series. I think there's GURPS for that. Some are better done than others. My favourite, going back again, going forward again, is Robert Adams' Horse Clans. Again, superb series of books. Well done as a GURPS role-playing system.
Well, that'd be fun to play.
Horse Clans I've played. It's interesting. It's an interesting one. if you're familiar with the Horse Clans universe, one of the quirks was my character wanted to be reborn as a prairie cat. Prairie cats are cool.
I started reading military sci-fi about 20 years ago, and so I've pretty much stuck with the more modern authors.
I did the basic setting for the Horse Clans universe is post-apocalyptic. There's been a war, devastation. Most of the population wiped out, and the Horse Clan. Basically, the Horse Clans are kind of they're kind of the old Mongols.
Okay.
Very, very loosely based on that. But the basis, the central character, turns out, is immortal. He has no memory after 9. He gets the storyline runs through the earliest point in time, although the books are written out of sequence, is he gets hit on the head in small town America in 1938, 37, loses all memory. And then at some point he discovers that he's actually immortal. He can be injured, but he doesn't actually die.
No.
And he ends up, World War III comes around, and he collects these kids and he arranges these kids, and he disappears for 200 years. And the first book is him coming back after 200 years, so about 300 years in the future. And he's got these horse clans, they call themselves. I say horse clans, they're called. They are basically nomadic tribes, and radiation. And the prairie cats are actually sentient, telepathic descendants of experiments to reproduce a saber-toothed tiger cat.
Hey, did you get my message?
I did, yeah.
Play that.
Yeah.
It's only a minute. You can get away with that.
Okay.
It's old as shit. They're not paying attention.
I wonder what that was going on there. I thought I got another thing open or something.
Grab that real quick.
It's a very interesting. I like a really interesting series. But yeah, I know about military sci-fi. Yeah, I'm a something of a buff for that myself. David Weber, John Ring.
David Weber's good. John Ringo is the best.
I was going to say, we never had any strong female characters, did we, Honor Harrington?
Yeah, nobody even knows who Honor Harrington is.
Have you ever read? Do you know that there's a few spin-offs or from the Posling War?
Yellow Eyes.
Yeah. Are you familiar with either of Christopher Nuttall's spin-offs?
I actually kind of get bored with Christopher Nuttall.
Oh, I like them. I'm glad he didn't do more than, but I think it was my first introduction to him. I've got a lot of his books, but I did like Yeoman of England for obvious reasons, including all the spot the references in there. Like, half of the officers are named after officers in unit from Doctor Who.
Oh, is that right? I never even noticed that.
Yes. Read it. read Yeoman of England again. You've got Lethbridge Stewart. You've got I think you've got Benton. You've got Yates. A lot of the officers are actually the unit officer. The names are the unit officers from the original unit in Doctor Who.
That's kind of neat. I like that.
All right, hey, just take that switch, put it on off real quick. There's a minute video.
H.G. Wells here. Be sure to download chapter 22 of the Dead Office podcast, where my guest will be Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Make sure to pay $1,000 for your download, because that's what you guys do. Just pay a lot for jack shit. I wrote Tarzan, so you can know who I am. You want one where I don't cuss?
Let's see what happens. John Carter of Mars creator Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Why didn't you go see John Carter?
It is a great podcast.
Oh yeah,
Definitely need to check it out.
yeah, definitely. I like those.
Even L. Ron Hubbard, he has 2 episodes. That's how cuckoo bananas he is.
Oh,
L. Ron Hubbard, huh?
Yeah, he's actually written the most books. He has the Guinness.
I got into his Mission Earth one. Some of those weren't too bad.
Wait, the Battlefield Earth?
No, not Battlefield Earth. Mission Earth. Battlefield Earth. Actually, Battlefield Earth was, well, I would say it's a way better book than the film. But talk about damning with faint praise. No, Mission Earth was a series of 10, I think, books he wrote. I think it was called Mission Earth, which weren't bad. They're fantastic, but they weren't bad. I think they were Alien Invasion time ones there again. Talking about reference back accounts wouldn't necessarily mean anything to you guys, folks over that side of the pond, but the Doctor Who story, classic Doctor Who mission. Dalek's Master Plan. It's a very long. It was about an 8-story. It was an entire season. The novelisation. At one point, they end up in a police station in Liverpool on Earth, and none of the characters are named. But in the novelisation of the book, all of the I'm trying to remember which word it is. The police officers are named for the actors who played policemen in the series called Z-Cars. So if you're of a certain age, in Britain in particular, that's quite an interesting little check back. I love it when you get that sort of thing in books and you say, bloody hell. You know, when you see that sort of connection.
Wait, and that came from L. Ron Hubbard?
No. God, no. Sorry, I went off on a complete tangent again there. No, that was nothing to do with L. Ron Hubbard. So no. The Mission Earth ones I thought weren't bad. It's a long time since I've read them. I'm probably trying them again and go, yeah.
I don't know. I read Battlefield Earth.
I've read Battlefield Earth.
It was all right.
Yeah, I mean, it was not. The book wasn't a massively bad book.
Yeah, but L. Ron Hubbard has never really been one of my favorites.
No one said. No.
He's the only.
You know how he would write? He would take butcher's paper and put it in the typewriter, do a shit ton of speed, and just type it all out because they got paid, per word.
Per word, yeah.
He's the only author I know of who gave Rise for Religion, which was lampooned in one of the Fallout series. Well, in Fallout 2.
Oh yeah, because he was quoted as saying, if you ever, want to make $1 million, let's start a religion.
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Hey, I think I want $1 million."
Yeah. So I'll start a religion. Yes.
Well, guys, I have to admit that I have reached my limit at this point.
I'm not surprised seeing what the time there is. I've dreaded how long I've been on, and you guys have been going for over 7 hours. So
I'm going to hit the end broadcast.
That's fine, guys. It's been really good to talk to you.
Yeah, it was
take a nap. It was nice meeting you guys. And next time we go live, you're welcome up here anytime.
I'll keep my eye out.
Yeah, well, I know I see you around all over the place. So we're on a lot of the same streaming.
To quote Dion, I get around, round. No, sorry.
I get around, round.
All right. Well, my classic sign off. If I don't see you here, I'll see you up there.
All right.
See you later.
Bone tomahawk.
I'll see you guys later.
Okay, I will see you anon. Nice, good to talk to you at long last. And I will see you somewhere around.
It was nice having you on. Thank you.
I'm glad I only came across the stream by accident, so happy coincidence.
Yeah, brilliant. We'll talk about John Ringo next time.
Oh yes.
Absolutely. I love the Posleen series.
And is he ever going to finish the other one?
You're not talking about the Hot Gate, right?
No, not the Hot Gate. The last one in the Aldonata where he wipes out everyone, but he wipes out the.
Oh right, yeah, and he brought in a different alien species.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know which one you're
we
talking
finally
about.
started finding out some of the truth about the Himmet and
Killed
and the
Sergeant Major.
Yes.
Oh, I was so angry.
I know. After all that time.
Oh, 50 years and the
Mind
sergeant.
you, he finally reunited. He finally reunited Mick and Callie. So at least we'll give him that.
Yeah, he reunited. Reunited Callie.
And she got her own body back.
She did get her own body back, and her grandfather was killed in the previous book.
I
so
know. Oh.
Just sad.
Oh.
Oh. Yes, that is a discussion for another day, though. So.
Oh, definitely. Yes.
I think we could go on for hours talking about John Ringo.
Oh, I had the pleasure of doing a stream with a gentleman a while ago about the original series of the 12 people, because he's in Israel now, but he was actually born in England, and he's married to an American, and he now lives in Israel. He's a rabbi. But we actually did a stream about the original 12 people as well, which is quite interesting. But it's interesting to do some of these things. You find other people that know enough and show your enthusiasm for something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what I love about this community.
Well, I'll let you go anyway, because it's gone 5 o'clock over here, so I'm not sure what time it is over there. But
well, it's 9 o'clock in the morning for me. So
what time did you start?
I don't know.
God.
Obviously, I started somewhere around 1:30 in the morning.
Oh my God.
Kathia Star, thank you for dropping by. I will see you later on today. I'm sure we're going to be looking at the same streams, obviously. So, but thank you, RR, for dropping by. Bird of Prey for being on the panel. I appreciate it. Admiral is already in bed, I'm sure. So, next time I do a live stream, hopefully it won't be 7.5 hours. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but if we start talking about John Ringo, then obviously it's going to be a 7-hour stream.
You get people going off. You get people going off at tangents as well. He says, looking in the mirror. I'll let you guys go anyway.
All right, everybody. Have a great day, and I'll see you in a few hours after I wake up.
Yeah. I'll see you around sometime.
All right. Bye.